The ancient bronze doors of Gringotts Wizarding Bank gleamed under the morning sun as Harry Potter followed Mrs. Weasley through the marble entrance hall. The familiar cacophony of goblin voices and clattering coins filled his ears. But today, something felt different. Perhaps it was the weight of turning 15. Or maybe it was the lingering tension from his disastrous encounter with Dementors just weeks earlier. But Harry found himself paying closer attention to details he had previously ignored. Griphook, the same goblin who had escorted Harry to his vault during his first visit to Diagon Alley, greeted them with his usual mixture of professional courtesy and barely concealed disdain for human customers. His long fingers drummed against the marble counter as Mrs. Weasley explained their business, requesting access to both the Weasley family vault and Harry's personal vault for school shopping preparations. The journey through Gringotts tunnels always left Harry slightly nauseated, but today the cart ride seemed longer than usual. Mrs. Weasley chatted nervously about school supplies and the rising cost of textbooks, while Ron complained about needing new dress robes again. Harry half listened, his mind wandering to more pressing concerns about his upcoming hearing at the Ministry of Magic and the lingering nightmares that had plagued him all summer. When they finally reached Harry's vault, numbered 687, Griphook performed the standard security procedures with mechanical precision. The goblin placed his palm against the door, spoke several words in gobbledygook, and stepped aside as the heavy door swung open to reveal the familiar piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins that constituted Harry's inheritance from his parents. Mrs. Weasley busied herself calculating the approximate cost of Harry's school supplies, while Ron stared enviously at the wealth his best friend had inherited. Harry stepped into the vault, as he had done several times before, but today Griphook followed him inside, instead of waiting at the entrance. Something is different, Harry thought, as he watched the goblin move purposefully toward the back wall of the vault. Griphook's usually impassive expression had shifted to one of intense concentration, his dark eyes scanning the stone walls with an intensity Harry had never witnessed before. Griphook muttered something under his breath in gobbledygook, then looked directly at Harry with an expression that seemed almost apologetic. In his heavily accented English, the goblin said, "Mr. Potter, there appears to be an irregularity in your vault that requires investigation." "An irregularity," Harry repeated, feeling a sudden chill despite the warm air in the underground chamber. "What kind of irregularity?" The goblin gestured toward the back wall, where the largest pile of gold coins glittered in the magical torchlight. "There are magical signatures present that do not match the standard protective enchantments placed on this vault. These signatures appear to be much older, dating back approximately 15 years. 15 years, Harry whispered, the significance of the time frame immediately apparent. That would be around the time his parents died, when his inheritance was first established. Mrs. Weasley looked up from her calculations, concern creeping into her voice. "Is there some kind of problem? We really do need to finish our shopping today, before the crowds get too thick." Griphook held up one long finger, requesting patience, then began examining the back wall more closely. His fingers traced patterns in the air above the gold coins, and Harry could see faint magical emanations responding to whatever spell the goblin was casting. The golden glow intensified around one particular section of the wall, revealing what appeared to be a hidden compartment seamlessly integrated into the stone. "This is most unusual," Griphook announced, his professional demeanor unable to completely mask his obvious fascination with the discovery. This compartment was sealed using Potter family magic, magic that would only reveal itself in the presence of a direct heir. It has remained undetected for all these years, because the concealment charms were designed to activate only when specific conditions were met. "What kind of conditions?" Harry asked, stepping closer to examine the glowing section of wall. "The presence of a Potter heir who has reached the age of magical majority, combined with a date falling within the month of the original sealing," Griphook explained. "Today appears to meet those criteria precisely." Harry's heart began beating faster as the implications sank in. His parents had hidden something in this vault, something meant to be discovered only when he came of age. The timing could not be coincidental. They had planned for this moment, somehow knowing that he would need whatever they had hidden. With Mrs. Weasley and Ron watching in stunned silence, Griphook began the complex process of opening the hidden compartment. The goblin's fingers danced through intricate patterns while he chanted in his native tongue, and slowly the stone wall began to shift and change. A rectangular section, roughly the size of a large book, slid inward and then to one side, revealing a small cavity lined with preservation charms. Inside the compartment lay a single envelope, sealed with red wax bearing the Potter family crest. The parchment appeared pristine, despite having been hidden for 15 years, protected by the same magic that had kept it concealed. Harry's name was written across the front in handwriting he recognized from his photo album as his father's. But underneath his name was another line written in different handwriting entirely. From Sirius Black, the second line read in bold, urgent strokes, "Evidence of innocence. Open immediately." Harry's hand trembled as he reached for the envelope, his mind reeling with the implications of what he was about to discover. Sirius Black, his godfather, currently imprisoned in Azkaban for betraying his parents to Voldemort. The man Harry had believed responsible for his parents' deaths, despite the growing doubts that had plagued him since learning the truth about Pettigrew's survival. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward, her maternal instincts clearly warring with her respect for Harry's privacy. "Harry dear, perhaps you should wait until you are home to read whatever that contains. Sometimes old letters can be quite upsetting, especially when they involve family history." Harry shook his head, his determination overriding his nervousness. "No, Mrs. Weasley. If Sirius wanted me to find this, if my parents helped him hide it here, then it must be important. I need to know what it says." Ron moved closer to his friend, offering silent support while respecting Harry's need to handle this discovery on his own terms. Griphook stepped back slightly, his professional obligations fulfilled, but his curiosity clearly piqued by this unprecedented situation. With careful fingers, Harry broke the wax seal and unfolded the parchment inside. The letter was longer than he had expected, covering both sides of the page in Sirius's distinctive handwriting. As he began to read, Harry's expression shifted from nervous anticipation to shock, then to growing anger and disbelief. The letter was dated October 29th, 1981, just 3 days before his parents' deaths. "Harry," the letter began, "if you are reading this, then the worst has happened, and James and Lily are dead. I am writing this because I have discovered something that changes everything we thought we knew about the traitor in our midst. What I have learned will either save us all or get me killed, but either way, you deserve to know the truth." The letter continued with devastating revelations that made Harry's blood run cold. Sirius detailed his growing suspicions about Peter Pettigrew, including specific instances of suspicious behavior and unexplained absences. He described following Peter to clandestine meetings with known Death Eaters, photographing these encounters with a magical camera that captured not only images, but also magical signatures that could be verified by the Ministry. But the most shocking revelation came in the middle of the letter, where Sirius described confronting Remus Lupin about his suspicions, only to discover that Remus had been harboring similar doubts. Together, they had begun investigating Peter's activities, gathering evidence that painted a clear picture of betrayal. "We made a terrible mistake, Harry," Sirius had written. "We agreed to the secret keeper switch at the last minute, thinking it would fool Voldemort if he came looking for me. But Peter suggested the change, Harry. He pushed for it, argued that it would be the perfect deception. We thought we were being clever, but we were walking right into his trap." The letter included detailed descriptions of evidence that Sirius and Remus had gathered, evidence that was apparently hidden in multiple locations around magical Britain. Maps, photographs, testimony from other Order members who had witnessed Peter's suspicious activities, and most damning of all, a memory extracted from Sirius himself, showing Peter, in his animagus rat form, meeting with Lucius Malfoy in Knockturn Alley, just 1 week before the Potters' deaths. Harry's hands shook as he continued reading, his anger growing with each revelation. The letter described Sirius's plan to confront Peter directly, armed with irrefutable evidence of his betrayal. The final paragraphs revealed Sirius's growing fear that he might not survive the confrontation, which was why he had hidden this evidence in Harry's vault. "If something happens to me before I can expose Peter," Sirius had written, "this evidence must reach Albus Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. But Harry, if you are reading this years later, and Peter Pettigrew is still believed dead while I am imprisoned, or worse, then you must know that the entire wizarding justice system failed catastrophically. You must know that an innocent man suffered for crimes he never committed, while the real traitor lived free." The letter concluded with specific instructions for accessing the hidden evidence, along with a heartbreaking, personal message that brought tears to Harry's eyes. "I wish I could have been there to watch you grow up, Harry. I wish I could have been the godfather James and Lily wanted me to be. But if this letter finds you, then perhaps it's not too late for me to fulfill at least one promise I made to your parents. I swore I would protect you, and if this evidence can somehow keep you safe by exposing the truth, then maybe I can still honor that vow." Harry looked up from the letter to find Mrs. Weasley, Ron, and even Griphook staring at him with expressions of concern and curiosity. The implications of what he had just read were staggering, overwhelming in their scope, and devastating in their clarity. Sirius Black was innocent, the man who had spent over 12 years in Azkaban, the man Harry had believed responsible for his parents' deaths, had been wrongfully imprisoned while the real traitor walked free. The entire wizarding justice system, from the Ministry of Magic to the Wizengamot, had failed so completely that an innocent man had been sentenced to a fate worse than death without even a proper trial. "Harry, dear, you've gone quite pale, Mrs. Weasley said softly, her maternal concern evident in her voice. "What does the letter say?" For a moment, Harry considered sharing the contents of Sirius's letter immediately, but something held him back, some instinct warning him that this revelation was too dangerous, too explosive to reveal without careful consideration of the consequences. If Sirius had been right about Peter Pettigrew, if the evidence he described really existed, then there were people in positions of power who might have deliberately suppressed the truth. How could Dumbledore not have known about Sirius's innocence? How could the entire Order of the Phoenix have been deceived so completely? And if they had been deceived, what did that say about their ability to protect anyone, especially Harry himself? "I need some time to process this," Harry said finally, folding the letter carefully and placing it in his pocket. "It's about my parents, about things that happened before I was born. I think I need to read it again when I can concentrate properly." Mrs. Weasley nodded understandingly, though Harry could see she was fighting her curiosity about the letter's contents. Griphook had returned to his professional demeanor, but Harry noticed the goblin's eyes following his movements with unusual interest. The remainder of their visit to Gringotts passed in a blur for Harry. He mechanically gathered the coins needed for his school supplies, while his mind raced with the implications of Sirius's letter. Every interaction with the wizarding world around him now seemed suspect, tainted by the knowledge that fundamental assumptions about justice and truth had been catastrophically wrong for over a decade. As they travelled back to the surface in Griphook's cart, Harry found himself studying the goblin's profile with new interest. Gringotts had preserved Sirius's evidence for 15 years without question, hidden it so effectively that even the bank's own security measures hadn't detected it until the precise conditions for revelation had been met. The goblin's reputation for discretion and magical expertise suddenly seemed more significant than ever. When they emerged into the marble lobby of Gringotts, Harry made an impulsive decision that would change everything that followed. "Griphook," he said, quietly as they prepared to leave. "I may need to return to my vault soon to retrieve some additional items that were stored there years ago. Items that require specific magical expertise to locate and handle safely." The goblin's dark eyes met Harry's with an expression of complete understanding. "Of course, Mr. Potter. Gringotts is always available to assist our clients with accessing their legitimate property, regardless of how or when such property was deposited." The subtext was clear. If Harry returned with questions about the evidence Sirius had described in his letter, Griphook would help him find it. The goblins' legendary neutrality in wizarding conflicts meant they would honor their professional obligations without regard for the political implications of what they might help Harry discover. The journey back through Diagon Alley passed in a haze for Harry. Mrs. Weasley and Ron chatted about their purchases, while Harry mechanically followed them from shop to shop, his mind completely occupied with planning his next moves. The letter had provided specific locations where Sirius had hidden additional evidence, but accessing those locations would require careful planning and probably help from people he could trust completely. But who could he trust? Dumbledore's failure to investigate Sirius's case properly raised serious questions about either his judgment or his honesty. The Ministry of Magic had clearly failed in their most basic responsibility to ensure justice. Even the Order of the Phoenix, supposedly composed of the most trustworthy witches and wizards in magical Britain, had been deceived about one of their own members. As they prepared to return to the burrow, Harry realized that his discovery in his parents' vault had fundamentally altered his relationship with the wizarding world. He was no longer simply Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived, passively accepting the guidance and protection of adults who claimed to have his best interests at heart. He was now Harry Potter, the only person in the world who possessed evidence that could expose a massive failure of justice and potentially free an innocent man who had suffered unimaginably for crimes he never committed. The weight of that responsibility was overwhelming, but it also brought with it a sense of purpose and determination that Harry had never experienced before. The letter in his pocket felt like it was burning against his leg as they walked toward the leaky cauldron and the journey home. Soon, very soon, he would need to decide what to do with the knowledge Sirius had entrusted to him. The easy path would be to turn everything over to Dumbledore and hope the headmaster would handle it appropriately. But Harry's growing doubts about adult authority, combined with the evidence of systematic failure revealed in Sirius's letter, made that option seem increasingly naive. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter was considering the possibility that he might need to act independently of adult guidance to ensure justice was done. The thought was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure, but as he felt the letter's weight against his pocket, Harry knew he was crossing a threshold from which there could be no return. The discovery in his parents' vault had changed everything, and tomorrow he would begin the dangerous work of deciding what to do about it. The Great Hall of St. Mungo's Hospital had been transformed into a makeshift memorial centre, where the names of those lost during the Valentine's Day crisis were inscribed on floating tablets of white marble that rotated slowly in the air above the assembled crowd. Harry stood among the survivors, his arm in a sling from injuries sustained during the Ministry battle, watching as each name appeared in golden letters that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. Amelia Bones stepped forward to deliver the memorial address, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had lost colleagues and friends, while defending the principles they had all committed their lives to protecting. "We gather not only to mourn those we have lost, but to honor their sacrifice by continuing the work they died to defend," she began, her words echoing through the hall with quiet authority. The casualty list from the crisis was sobering in both its length and the prominence of those who had fallen. 3 members of the International Reform Commission had been killed during the Hogwarts assault, their deaths representing a devastating blow to the coordinated effort to expose corruption across multiple magical governments. 2 Aurors who had been instrumental in protecting key witnesses had died defending evidence storage facilities at the Ministry. Most painful of all for Harry was the loss of Remus Lupin, who had been killed while attempting to rescue wounded reform advocates from the Grimmauld Place battle. His death represented not just the loss of a skilled defender, but the elimination of one of the few remaining links to Harry's parents and their generation's struggle against Voldemort's first rise to power. But perhaps most shocking was the revelation that Minister Fudge himself had been found dead in his office, apparently killed by Death Eaters, who had decided that his usefulness as a political shield for their activities had been exhausted by the exposure of his corruption. His death eliminated a key witness whose testimony might have implicated additional conspirators, while demonstrating that even collaboration with dark forces provided no protection from their ultimate brutality. The power vacuum created by Fudge's assassination had triggered an emergency succession process that was being closely monitored by international observers concerned about political stability in magical Britain. The interim government established by the Wizengamot faced immediate challenges that tested every aspect of the reforms that had been implemented following the exposure of systematic corruption. Hermione's analysis of the post-crisis political landscape revealed both opportunities and dangers that would shape the direction of magical society for generations to come. The Death Eater assault had eliminated some of our most effective advocates, she observed during one of their planning sessions in a secure room at St. Mungo's. But it has also exposed the full scope of the threat we're facing and the stakes involved in our work. The international magical community's response to the crisis had been swift and comprehensive, with multiple governments offering assistance, ranging from investigative expertise to military support for protecting reform advocates. But these offers also came with implicit expectations about coordination and information sharing that threatened to transform the grassroots movement into something more institutionalized and potentially less responsive to local concerns. Ron's perspective on these developments was shaped by his family's direct experience of the violence that had been directed against reform supporters. The attacks had made it impossible to maintain the fiction that they were engaged in purely political or academic work. "We're fighting a war now, whether we wanted to admit it or not," he said bluntly. "The question is whether we can win it without becoming the kind of people we're fighting against." Luna's father's coverage of the crisis aftermath had focused on the human stories behind the political maneuvering, reminding readers that the ultimate goal was protecting innocent people from the kind of systematic failures that had destroyed so many lives. His reporting emphasized themes of resilience and community solidarity that helped maintain public support for reform efforts, despite the obvious dangers involved. The most immediate challenge facing the interim government was rebuilding investigative capabilities that had been severely damaged during the Death Eater assault. Key evidence had been destroyed, important witnesses had been killed or intimidated into silence, and the security breaches revealed during the crisis had necessitated complete overhauls of protection protocols for sensitive information. Amelia Bones had been appointed as interim Minister for Magic, her reputation for integrity and her leadership during the crisis making her the obvious choice, despite her reluctance to accept political responsibilities that would limit her ability to focus on law enforcement work. Her first priority was implementing security measures that would prevent future infiltration while maintaining the transparency and accountability that had been central to the reform movement. But the challenge of balancing security with civil liberties proved more complex than anyone had anticipated, as measures necessary to protect against Death Eater infiltration also created opportunities for abuse by officials who might be tempted to suppress legitimate dissent or investigative journalism. The reform movement found itself grappling with fundamental questions about the relationship between safety and freedom that had no easy answers. Harry's role in the post-crisis government was necessarily limited by his age and lack of formal political experience, but his moral authority as the person who had initiated the reform movement made his opinions influential in ways that sometimes surprised even him. His meetings with international representatives required diplomatic skills that he was still developing, but his commitment to principles of justice and accountability provided a foundation for navigating complex political negotiations. Sirius's survival of the Grimmauld Place assault had made him an even more powerful symbol of resistance against forces that preferred to maintain power through violence and intimidation. His decision to accept a formal position with the International Task Force investigating corruption represented both recognition of his expertise and acknowledgement that the struggle they were engaged in had become global in scope. The work of rebuilding began immediately, but progress was complicated by ongoing security threats that required constant vigilance and resource allocation. Every meeting of reform advocates required extensive protection measures, while the investigation of new corruption cases had to be conducted under conditions of secrecy that limited the transparency that had been central to their original approach. The emergency elections called for March brought additional challenges, as Death Eater sympathizers attempted to exploit fears about political instability to gain influence within the formal political system. Their campaign messages emphasized themes of order and traditional values that had superficial appeal for people who felt overwhelmed by the pace of change created by reform efforts. Hermione's research into electoral security measures revealed vulnerabilities in the wizarding voting system that could potentially be exploited by forces seeking to manipulate political outcomes. The challenge was implementing protective measures without inadvertently disenfranchising legitimate voters or creating opportunities for abuse by election officials. The campaign period brought a new phase of the conflict, as opposing sides competed for public support through legal political channels rather than direct violence. But the underlying tensions remained unchanged, and intelligence reports suggested that Death Eater cells were preparing for renewed assault if their political efforts proved unsuccessful. Harry's decision to participate actively in the electoral campaign marked another evolution in his role, from investigator to advocate to political leader. His speeches at campaign rallies emphasized themes of accountability and justice that resonated with audiences who had been shocked by the revelations of systematic corruption and the violence directed against those who exposed it. But perhaps most importantly, the campaign provided an opportunity to articulate a positive vision for what wizarding society could become if the principles of transparency and accountability were fully implemented. The reform movement needed to offer more than just criticism of past failures. It needed to demonstrate that democratic governance could provide better outcomes for everyone. The international dimension of the campaign was unprecedented in British magical politics, with representatives from multiple governments offering both support and advice about managing the transition from crisis to stable democratic governance. These relationships provided valuable resources while also creating obligations that sometimes conflicted with local priorities and concerns. Luna's unconventional perspective proved particularly valuable during this period, as she identified connections and patterns that more traditional political analysts missed. "The opposition isn't just trying to defeat our candidates," she observed. "They're trying to discredit the entire concept of reform by making the process appear chaotic and dangerous." The election results, announced in early April, represented a decisive victory for reform candidates, but also revealed the depth of opposition that remained within wizarding society. While reform advocates won clear majorities in both the Wizengamot and Key ministry positions, the vote margins in many districts were closer than expected, suggesting that support for change was not as universal as some had hoped. Amelia Bones's confirmation as permanent Minister for Magic by the newly elected Wizengamot marked a historic moment as the first person to hold that office whose primary qualification was competence in law enforcement, rather than political connections or pure blood lineage. Her inaugural address emphasized themes of service and accountability that established a new standard for ministerial leadership. The new government's first priority was implementing comprehensive reforms to prevent the kind of systematic corruption that had enabled Sirius's wrongful conviction and the broader failures exposed during their investigation. These changes included new oversight mechanisms for criminal investigations, enhanced protections for witnesses and evidence, and expanded access to legal representation for people facing serious charges. But the scope of necessary reforms also revealed the magnitude of institutional change that would be required to address problems that had been developing for decades. The challenge was implementing these changes systematically while maintaining public services and protecting against ongoing security threats from opponents of reform. Ron's appointment to a junior position in the reformed Aura office represented recognition of his contributions during the crisis, while providing an opportunity to begin implementing changes from within the law enforcement system. His first-hand experience of corruption and his commitment to justice made him an ideal candidate for helping to rebuild institutional culture. Hermione's decision to accept a position with the International Commission investigating magical justice systems represented both an opportunity to expand their work globally and a recognition that the principles they had fought for in Britain had implications that extended far beyond national boundaries. The Commission's preliminary findings, released 6 months after the Valentine's Day crisis, confirmed that the problems they had exposed were indeed global in scope, with similar patterns of corruption and institutional failure documented in magical governments across Europe and beyond. The scope of necessary reform was staggering, but the international cooperation that had developed provided unprecedented opportunities for comprehensive change. As summer approached and the immediate crisis atmosphere began to fade, Harry found himself reflecting on the transformation that had occurred since his discovery of Sirius's letter in his parents' vault. What had begun as a personal mission to help his godfather had evolved into a global movement that was reshaping how magical society understood questions of justice, accountability, and democratic governance. The costs had been severe, with friends and allies lost to violence, directed against those who challenged entrenched corruption. But the achievements were equally significant, with systematic failures exposed and comprehensive reforms implemented that would protect future generations from the kind of injustices that had destroyed so many lives. The establishment of new institutions designed to prevent corruption while maintaining transparency created ongoing challenges that would require constant attention and occasional course corrections. Democratic governance was a continuous process rather than a destination, requiring active participation from citizens who were committed to holding their leaders accountable. Harry's own role in this process was still evolving as he balanced his desire to return to a more normal life with his ongoing responsibility to protect the gains that had been achieved through such sacrifice and effort. The moral authority he had gained through his leadership of the reform movement created opportunities to influence positive change, while also making him a permanent target for forces that opposed democratic accountability. As he walked through the corridors of the reformed ministry, Harry felt a complex mixture of satisfaction and apprehension about what had been accomplished and what challenges lay ahead. The corruption that had enabled Sirius's wrongful conviction had been exposed and its perpetrators held accountable, but protecting democratic institutions would require ongoing vigilance from people who understood that freedom and justice were never permanently secured. The wizarding world had been fundamentally changed by their work, but change created both opportunities and responsibilities that would test everyone involved for years to come. Harry and his allies had proven that even the most entrenched corruption could be exposed and addressed when people were willing to risk everything for the truth. But they had also learned that protecting those gains would be just as difficult as achieving them in the first place. The autumn rain drummed against the windows of Grimmauld Place as Harry sat across from Sirius in what had once been the formal parlour of the ancient Black family home, now transformed into a comfortable study, where his godfather worked on memoirs that would document not only his years of wrongful imprisonment, but the broader institutional failures that had made such injustices possible. 6 months had passed since the emergency elections, and the complex work of rebuilding Magical Society's institutions was revealing both the scope of necessary changes and the persistent challenges that accompanied any attempt at comprehensive reform. Sirius looked healthier than he had at any point since his release from Azkaban, his physical recovery aided by consistent nutrition and medical care, while his psychological healing benefited from the therapeutic value of meaningful work that honored the memory of those who had suffered similar injustices. His decision to establish a foundation dedicated to supporting victims of wrongful conviction had provided both personal purpose and a practical mechanism for addressing problems that the formal justice system was still learning to handle effectively. The Foundation's work had already identified more than 40 cases from the post-war period where evidence of innocence had been suppressed or investigations had been deliberately sabotaged to protect officials who preferred convenient convictions over thorough fact-finding. Each case represented not just an individual tragedy, but a systematic failure that had rippled through families and communities in ways that formal legal remedies could never fully address. Harry's own adjustment to the changed political landscape had been complicated by the ongoing tension between his desire to return to something resembling normal teenage life and his continuing responsibility to protect the institutional reforms that had been achieved through such tremendous sacrifice. His acceptance of a consulting role with the International Commission investigating magical justice systems provided a compromise that allowed him to contribute meaningfully while maintaining some distance from day-to-day political management. The work was challenging and often frustrating, requiring diplomatic skills that Harry was still developing as he navigated relationships with officials from magical governments that had very different legal traditions and political cultures. But the moral authority he had gained through his leadership of the original investigation provided a foundation for building consensus around principles of transparency and accountability that transcended national boundaries. Hermione's position with the International Commission had evolved into something resembling Deputy Director of Research. Her analytical capabilities and comprehensive understanding of corruption patterns making her indispensable to investigations that were uncovering evidence of systematic failures across multiple countries. Her work required extensive travel that had broadened her perspective, while also creating personal challenges as she balanced professional obligations with maintaining relationships with friends and family. The Commission's latest report, released just days earlier, had documented corruption networks that operated across national boundaries with sophisticated coordination that suggested decades of careful planning and resource development. The scope of these networks was staggering, encompassing not just magical governments, but financial institutions, media organizations, and even some international magical corporations that had profited from regulatory capture and suppressed competition. Ron's experience as a junior aura in the reformed law enforcement system provided ground-level perspective on how institutional changes were actually being implemented in daily practice. His reports from the field revealed both encouraging progress and persistent problems that highlighted the challenge of changing organizational culture that had developed over many years of tolerance for corruption and shortcuts. The most significant success had been the implementation of new evidence handling procedures that made it much more difficult to suppress or destroy materials that might exonerate innocent suspects. These changes had already prevented several potential wrongful convictions, while also providing additional protection for witnesses whose testimony might be crucial to exposing ongoing criminal activities. But the reforms had also encountered resistance from officials who found the new transparency requirements burdensome or who genuinely believed that previous procedures had been adequate for their purposes. This resistance was usually subtle rather than overt, taking the form of bureaucratic delays, resource allocation disputes, and arguments about the necessity of maintaining certain traditional practices for efficiency or security reasons. Luna's work with the reformed Department of Mysteries had focused on developing new methods for detecting deception and verifying the authenticity of evidence, her unconventional approach to magical research proving valuable for addressing problems that had stumped more traditional investigators. Her insights into the psychological dynamics of corruption had helped identify warning signs that could prevent future institutional failures. The department's research had revealed disturbing patterns in how systematic corruption developed over time, beginning with small compromises that seemed reasonable under specific circumstances, but gradually expanding into networks of mutual protection that made accountability increasingly difficult to achieve. Understanding these patterns was crucial for designing safeguards that could interrupt the corruption process before it became entrenched. The international scope of their work had created opportunities for sharing best practices and coordinating responses to cross-border criminal activities, but it had also revealed the complexity of managing relationships between magical governments that had very different approaches to questions of sovereignty and international cooperation. Some countries were enthusiastic participants in reform efforts, while others remained skeptical about external involvement in their internal affairs. Harry's meeting with representatives from the American magical government had been particularly challenging, as their federal system created jurisdictional complications that made it difficult to implement the kind of centralized oversight mechanisms that had been effective in Britain. The Americans were interested in learning from British experiences, but insisted on adapting any reforms to fit their own constitutional framework and political traditions. Similar challenges had emerged in discussions with magical governments in Asia and Africa, where colonial histories created understandable suspicion about European-led reform efforts that might be perceived as attempts to impose foreign values or institutional arrangements. Building trust and finding common ground required patience and cultural sensitivity that sometimes conflicted with the urgent need to address ongoing injustices. The economic dimensions of institutional reform had proven more complex than anyone had anticipated, as the corruption networks they were dismantling had created financial relationships that affected everything from magical transportation systems to international trade in magical materials. Addressing these problems required expertise in magical economics that was in short supply and often complicated by the secretive nature of many wizarding business practices. Gringotts Bank had emerged as a crucial ally in these efforts, the Goblin's legendary discretion and financial expertise proving invaluable for tracing monetary flows that had enabled corruption, while also providing mechanisms for compensating victims of wrongful conviction. Their cooperation had been essential for understanding how bribes and other corrupt payments had been processed and concealed over many years. But the bank's involvement also raised questions about the extent to which their traditional neutrality in wizarding political conflicts could be maintained when their services were being used to support major institutional reforms. Some Goblin leaders expressed concern that closer cooperation with human magical governments might compromise their independence or create obligations that could prove problematic in future conflicts. The first anniversary of Sirius's official exoneration had been marked by ceremonies that celebrated the progress achieved while acknowledging the ongoing challenges that remained. The day included both public events that highlighted successful reforms and private gatherings where participants could reflect on personal costs and continuing responsibilities. Harry's speech at the public ceremony had emphasized themes of persistence and vigilance, reminding audiences that protecting democratic institutions required active participation from citizens who understood that freedom and justice were never permanently secured. The applause had been sustained and emotional, but Harry had also noticed faces in the crowd that reflected skepticism about whether the changes implemented so far would prove sufficient to prevent future failures. The private gathering at Grimmauld Place that evening had provided an opportunity for honest assessment of what had been accomplished and what challenges lay ahead. The conversation had been both celebratory and sobering, as participants recognized that their work had achieved historic changes while also creating new responsibilities that would require sustained effort for years to come. Amelia Bones had used the occasion to announce her decision to step down as Minister for Magic at the end of her term, citing both personal exhaustion and a belief that democratic governance required regular leadership transitions that prevented the accumulation of excessive power in individual positions. Her announcement had surprised many observers, but was consistent with principles of accountability that had been central to the reform movement. The succession process had already begun, with several qualified candidates emerging who represented different approaches to continuing and expanding the institutional changes that had been implemented. The campaign would provide an opportunity to debate the future direction of reform efforts while also testing public support for maintaining the transparency and accountability measures that had been established. Sirius's decision to accept a teaching position at Hogwarts represented both recognition of his expertise in questions of justice and institutional failure, and acknowledgement that educating the next generation about these issues was crucial for preventing future corruption. His courses would focus on the historical development of magical legal systems and the social factors that could enable or prevent systematic failures. The appointment had generated some controversy among parents who remained uncomfortable with Sirius's criminal history, despite his official exoneration and the comprehensive evidence of his innocence. These concerns reflected broader tensions within wizarding society about how to balance accountability for past actions with recognition of institutional failures that had enabled wrongful accusations. McGonagall's support for the appointment had been crucial for overcoming this opposition, her reputation for sound judgment providing credibility that helped convince skeptical observers. Her own experience during the Valentine's Day crisis had deepened her understanding of the challenges facing democratic institutions and the importance of education in maintaining public support for accountability measures. The curriculum changes at Hogwarts reflected broader efforts to ensure that young wizards and witches understood both their rights within the legal system and their responsibilities as citizens in a democratic society. These changes had encountered resistance from some traditionalist educators who preferred to maintain focus on technical magical skills rather than political and legal literacy. But the student response had been overwhelmingly positive, with many young people expressing appreciation for education that helped them understand how their magical society functioned and what role they might play in protecting or improving its institutions. The enthusiasm suggested that the next generation would be better prepared to prevent the kind of systematic failures that had enabled so much suffering. As winter approached, and Harry reflected on the transformation that had occurred since his discovery of Sirius's letter, he felt a complex mixture of satisfaction and uncertainty about what lay ahead. The corruption that had enabled his godfather's wrongful conviction had been exposed, and its perpetrators held accountable, but the work of building and maintaining just institutions would continue for the rest of their lives. The international dimension of their efforts had created opportunities for positive change that extended far beyond what any of them had imagined when their investigation began. But it had also revealed the scope of challenges facing democratic governance in magical societies that had little experience with transparency and accountability as organizing principles. The personal costs of their work had been severe, with relationships strained by the demands of intensive political activity and the constant security concerns that accompanied high-profile roles in controversial reform efforts. But the achievements were equally significant, with systematic changes implemented that would protect future generations from the kind of institutional failures that had destroyed so many lives. Harry's relationship with Sirius had developed into something more complex and meaningful than either of them had expected, built on shared commitment to justice and reform, rather than simple familial obligation or nostalgic idealization of the past. Their work together on the Foundation had provided opportunities for collaboration that drew on both Harry's moral authority and Sirius's hard-earned expertise in navigating institutional resistance. The ongoing challenges were substantial and would require continued vigilance from people who understood that democratic institutions needed active protection from both external threats and internal corruption. The Valentine's Day crisis had demonstrated that opponents of reform were willing to use violence to protect their interests, while subsequent political developments had revealed more subtle forms of resistance that required different strategies to address effectively. As Sirius worked on his memoirs in the transformed study at Grimmauld Place, Harry understood that their story was far from complete. The foundation they had built for just and accountable governance was solid, but would require constant maintenance and occasional renovation to remain effective in changing circumstances. The principles they had fought for were sound, but implementing them consistently would challenge everyone involved for years to come. The wizarding world had been fundamentally changed by their work, but change created both opportunities and responsibilities that would test their commitment to justice and democracy in ways they were still discovering. Harry and his allies had proven that even the most entrenched corruption could be exposed and addressed when people were willing to risk everything for the truth. But they had also learned that protecting those gains would require the same courage and determination that had been necessary to achieve them in the first place. The morning sun cast long shadows across the rebuilt courtyard of the Ministry of Magic as Harry Potter walked through the memorial garden that had been established to honor those who had fallen during the Valentine's Day crisis and the broader struggle for institutional reform. 2 years had passed since his discovery of Sirius's letter in his parents' vault, and the transformation of wizarding society had exceeded even the most optimistic projections of what comprehensive reform might accomplish. The memorial itself reflected the values that had driven their movement from its earliest days: transparency, accountability, and remembrance of those whose suffering had catalyzed change. Each name was accompanied by a brief description of the person's contributions to the cause of justice, while interactive displays allowed visitors to learn about the systematic failures that had made their sacrifices necessary. Harry paused before the memorial tablet, dedicated to Remus Lupin, whose death during the Grimmauld Place assault had represented not just a personal loss, but the elimination of one of the few remaining connections to his parents' generation and their struggle against authoritarianism. The inscription captured both his individual heroism and his role in the broader movement. A teacher who understood that education and justice were inseparable, and who gave his life protecting both. The garden's design emphasized continuity between past sacrifice and future responsibility, with pathways that led from the memorial tablets to living installations that represented ongoing reform efforts. The message was clear. Honoring the dead required continuing their work rather than simply preserving their memory in static monuments. Sirius approached from the direction of the ministry entrance, his appearance reflecting the physical and psychological healing that had occurred during 2 years of freedom and meaningful work. His foundation for victims of wrongful conviction had become a model for similar organizations in other countries, while his teaching at Hogwarts had helped educate a generation of young wizards and witches about their rights and responsibilities as citizens in a democratic society. Their relationship had evolved into something more complex and satisfying than either had initially anticipated, built on shared commitment to principles of justice and accountability rather than simple familial obligation or attempts to recreate relationships that had been lost to tragedy and injustice. The foundation of trust they had established through working together on institutional reform provided a stronger basis for genuine connection than nostalgic idealization could ever have offered. The occasion for this morning's visit was the 2nd anniversary of Sirius's official exoneration, but the day would also mark several other milestones in the ongoing development of reformed magical institutions. The International Commission's final report on corruption in magical governments would be released, while new bilateral agreements for cooperation in fighting transnational magical crime would be signed by representatives from 12 countries. Hermione joined them as they walked toward the ministry entrance, her role as Deputy Director of the International Commission having evolved into something resembling a cabinet-level position in magical diplomacy. Her work coordinating reform efforts across multiple countries had required skills in negotiation and cultural sensitivity that complemented her analytical capabilities, while also providing opportunities to influence positive change on a scale that would have been impossible working within any single national government. The Commission's final report represented the culmination of more than 18 months of intensive investigation that had documented corruption networks spanning continents and involving hundreds of officials in positions of public trust. But perhaps more importantly, the report included comprehensive recommendations for preventing similar failures that had already been implemented in several countries with encouraging results. Ron's experience as a mid-level supervisor in the reformed Aura service provided practical perspective on how institutional changes were actually affecting daily law enforcement activities. His reports from the field consistently emphasized both the improvements that had been achieved and the ongoing challenges that required constant attention from people committed to maintaining high standards of professional conduct. The new evidence handling procedures had virtually eliminated the kind of systematic evidence suppression that had enabled Sirius's wrongful conviction, while enhanced oversight mechanisms had made it much more difficult for individual officials to abuse their authority without detection. But these improvements had also created administrative burdens that required additional resources and training that some departments struggled to provide consistently. Luna's work developing new methods for detecting deception and verifying evidence had produced innovations that were being adopted by magical law enforcement agencies around the world. Her unconventional approach to magical research had proved particularly valuable for addressing problems that had stumped traditional investigators, while her insights into the psychology of corruption had informed training programs designed to help officials recognize and resist institutional pressures toward unethical behavior. The Department of Mysteries had become a leader in developing technologies and procedures that enhanced transparency while protecting legitimate security interests, a balance that required constant calibration as political circumstances evolved and new threats emerged. Luna's role in this work had expanded her influence while also providing opportunities to apply her unique talents to challenges that matched her interests and capabilities. As they entered the ministry building, Harry reflected on how dramatically the atmosphere had changed since their first visits during the early phases of their investigation. The air of secrecy and defensive bureaucracy that had characterized the old system had been replaced by an openness that invited citizen engagement while maintaining appropriate protections for sensitive information and ongoing investigations. The transformation was visible in everything from the physical layout of offices to the attitudes of staff members who understood that their role was serving the public rather than protecting institutional prerogatives. Visitors were welcomed rather than treated as potential threats, while transparent procedures made it possible for citizens to understand how their government operated and what recourse they had if problems arose. But perhaps most significantly, the cultural changes within the ministry had created an environment where whistleblowing and ethical concerns were treated as valuable contributions rather than threats to institutional stability. The protection systems established for people who reported misconduct had been tested several times with positive results that encouraged others to come forward when problems arose. The morning's ceremonies began in the renovated Wizengamot chamber, where international representatives would witness the signing of new cooperation agreements that formalized relationships between magical governments committed to principles of transparency and accountability. The symbolism was deliberate. The same chamber where Sirius's wrongful conviction had been overturned would now host agreements designed to prevent similar failures from occurring anywhere in the magical world. Harry's role in the ceremony was largely ceremonial, but his presence represented the grassroots origins of the reform movement and the principle that institutional change must ultimately serve individual justice rather than abstract political goals. His brief remarks emphasized themes of vigilance and continued commitment that had been central to their work from its earliest days. Amelia Bones delivered the primary address, her perspective shaped by 2 years of experience implementing reforms while navigating the complex political pressures that accompanied any attempt at comprehensive institutional change. Her speech emphasized both achievements and ongoing challenges, acknowledging that the work of building just and accountable governance was never complete. The international cooperation agreements represented a new phase in magical diplomacy, establishing frameworks for sharing information and coordinating responses to corruption that operated across national boundaries. But they also included safeguards designed to protect sovereignty and prevent the kind of external interference that had historically complicated relationships between magical governments. The most innovative aspect of these agreements was the establishment of independent oversight mechanisms that could investigate allegations of corruption or institutional failure without being subject to political pressure from the governments involved. These mechanisms were designed to operate with the kind of independence that had made Harry's original investigation effective while providing greater resources and legal authority. As the formal ceremonies concluded and participants moved to more informal discussions about implementation challenges and future priorities, Harry found himself reflecting on the distance they had travelled since his discovery of Sirius's letter. What had begun as a personal mission to help his godfather had evolved into a global movement that was fundamentally reshaping how magical societies understood questions of justice, accountability, and democratic governance. The international response to their work had validated the universal applicability of principles that some critics had dismissed as naive idealism, unsuited to the practical challenges of governing complex magical societies. But the success of reform efforts in multiple countries with very different political traditions had demonstrated that transparency and accountability could strengthen rather than weaken governmental effectiveness. Sirius's afternoon lecture at Hogwarts provided another opportunity to assess progress and identify ongoing challenges in the work of institutional reform. His courses had become among the most popular offerings at the school, with students expressing enthusiasm for education that helped them understand their role as citizens in maintaining democratic institutions. The curriculum changes implemented at Hogwarts reflected broader recognition that civic education was essential for preventing the kind of systematic failures that had enabled widespread corruption to flourish undetected for so many years. Young wizards and witches were learning not just technical magical skills, but also the principles and practices necessary for effective participation in democratic governance. The student response had exceeded all expectations, with many graduates going on to careers in law enforcement, government service, or journalism that emphasized ethical conduct and public accountability. The generational change represented by these young people suggested that the institutional reforms implemented through their movement would have lasting support from citizens who understood their importance. Harry's visit to his old dormitory revealed both continuity and change in the Hogwarts experience, with traditions maintained alongside new opportunities for students to engage with contemporary political and social issues. The balance reflected broader themes in their reform work, preserving valuable aspects of magical culture while eliminating practices that enabled injustice or discrimination. The evening brought a private gathering at Grimmauld Place, where the core group that had initiated the reform movement could reflect on achievements and discuss future priorities without the formal constraints that accompanied their public roles. The conversation was both celebratory and thoughtful, acknowledging remarkable progress while recognizing ongoing responsibilities. Luna's analysis of global reform efforts revealed patterns that suggested their approach could be successfully adapted to magical societies with very different historical experiences and cultural traditions. The principles of transparency and accountability appeared to have universal applicability, while specific implementation mechanisms could be customized to fit local circumstances and constitutional frameworks. Hermione's perspective on international cooperation emphasized both opportunities and challenges created by closer relationships between magical governments that had traditionally maintained strict independence from external influence. The coordination necessary for effective reform sometimes conflicted with principles of sovereignty that were deeply embedded in magical political culture. Ron's experiences in reformed law enforcement highlighted both improvements in professional conduct and persistent challenges that required ongoing attention from supervisors committed to maintaining high ethical standards. The cultural changes within Aura service had been remarkable, but sustaining those changes would require constant reinforcement and occasional intervention when problems arose. The conversation eventually turned to the question of Harry's own future role in reform efforts, a topic that had been complicated by his desire to maintain some degree of normal life while also fulfilling responsibilities that came with his position as the movement's most visible symbol. His upcoming enrollment at a magical university would provide opportunities for advanced education, while also creating some distance from day-to-day political management. But the moral authority he had gained through his leadership of the original investigation could not simply be set aside, and Harry understood that he would continue to have opportunities and obligations to contribute to reform efforts throughout his life. The challenge was finding ways to remain engaged while also allowing space for other people to provide leadership and direction. As the gathering concluded, and participants prepared to return to their various responsibilities, Harry felt a complex mixture of satisfaction and anticipation about what lay ahead. The corruption that had enabled his godfather's wrongful conviction had been not just exposed, but addressed through comprehensive reforms that were already preventing similar failures in multiple countries. The personal costs had been significant, with relationships tested by the demands of intensive political activity and the ongoing security concerns that accompanied high-profile roles in controversial reform efforts. But the achievements were equally remarkable, with systematic changes implemented that would protect future generations from institutional failures that had destroyed so many lives. The foundation they had established for just and accountable governance was proving its strength through successful responses to various challenges and pressures that tested every aspect of the reforms they had implemented. The principles they had fought for were being validated by practical success in improving outcomes for ordinary citizens who interacted with magical institutions. But perhaps most importantly, Harry understood that their work had demonstrated the power of principled action when confronted with seemingly overwhelming institutional resistance. The lesson was not that change was easy or that good intentions automatically produced positive results, but that determined effort, guided by clear moral principles, could achieve transformations that seemed impossible until they happened. As he prepared to leave Grimmauld Place for his own home, Harry looked back at the transformed house that had become a symbol of positive change emerging from historical darkness. Sirius had succeeded in creating something beautiful and meaningful from the wreckage of his family's legacy of pure-blood supremacy and institutional corruption. The work of reform would continue for generations, requiring vigilance and commitment from people who understood that justice and democracy were active processes rather than passive states that could be achieved once and then taken for granted. Harry and his allies had proven that change was possible when people were willing to risk everything for principles that mattered more than personal convenience or safety. The wizarding world had been fundamentally transformed by their efforts, but that transformation had also created new responsibilities and opportunities that would shape the lives of everyone who had participated in the movement. The story they had started with Harry's discovery of Sirius's letter would continue to unfold through the actions of people committed to building and maintaining institutions worthy of the sacrifices that had made them possible. As Harry walked through the London streets toward home, he carried with him both the satisfaction of meaningful achievement and the knowledge that the work of justice was never truly complete. The corruption that had destroyed so many lives had been exposed and addressed, but protecting the gains they had made would require the same courage and determination that had been necessary to achieve them in the first place. The weight of Sirius's letter seemed to grow heavier with each passing hour as Harry lay awake in Ron's bedroom at the Burrow, staring at the ceiling and listening to his best friend's steady breathing. Sleep had become impossible since returning from Diagon Alley, his mind churning with the devastating implications of what he had discovered in his parents' vault. 3 times he had read the letter by Wandelwhite under his blankets, and with each reading the magnitude of the injustice became more staggering. Sirius Black, the man Harry had grown up believing was responsible for his parents' deaths, had been innocent all along. Not only innocent, but actively working to expose the real traitor, even as Peter Pettigrew orchestrated the downfall of the Potter family. The details Sirius had included in his letter painted a picture of systematic deception that went far beyond simple betrayal. Peter had not merely revealed the Potter's location to Voldemort. He had manipulated the entire Secret Keeper arrangement, positioning himself as the perfect double agent while maintaining his facade of loyal friendship. The cunning required for such a long-term deception suggested a level of strategic thinking that made Harry's skin crawl. But what disturbed Harry even more than Peter's betrayal was the complete failure of the wizarding justice system to investigate Sirius's case properly. According to the letter, Sirius had been arrested immediately after the explosion on that London street, charged with multiple murders, and sentenced to Azkaban without a trial. No investigation into his claims of innocence, no examination of the evidence he had gathered, no consideration that perhaps the obvious suspect might not be the guilty party. Harry rolled onto his side, careful not to wake Ron, and pulled the letter from beneath his pillow for what felt like the 100th time. Even in the dim light filtering through the bedroom window, he could make out the urgent strokes of Sirius's handwriting, the desperation evident in every line as his godfather had raced to document the truth before it was too late. The most haunting passage came near the end of the letter, where Sirius described his growing certainty that he would not survive to see justice done. "I can feel the walls closing in, Harry," Sirius had written. "Peter knows I suspect him, and he's getting desperate. If something happens to me before I can expose him, promise me you'll use this evidence to clear my name. Not for my sake, but because the truth matters. Because your parents died believing their friend had betrayed them, and they deserved better than that." Harry's chest tightened as he imagined his parents' final moments, their trust shattered by what they believed was Sirius's betrayal. The knowledge that they had died, thinking one of their closest friends had sold them to Voldemort, was almost unbearable. But even worse was the realization that their real betrayer had escaped justice entirely, living free while an innocent man rotted in the worst prison the wizarding world had ever created. The soft creak of footsteps on the stairs interrupted Harry's brooding, and he quickly stuffed the letter back under his pillow. Mrs. Weasley's voice drifted up from the kitchen below, probably starting breakfast preparations despite the early hour. The familiar sounds of the burrow waking up provided a comforting normalcy that felt increasingly precious as Harry contemplated the dangerous path ahead of him. Because there would be a path ahead. That much had become clear during his sleepless night of planning. The evidence Sirius described in his letter was still out there, hidden in locations around magical Britain, waiting for someone with the knowledge and determination to retrieve it. The letter included specific instructions for accessing these caches, along with detailed descriptions of their contents. A memory crystal containing Sirius's recollection of Peter's meeting with Lucius Malfoy. Photographs taken with a magical camera that captured not only images, but also the magical signatures of the subjects. Testimony from other Order members who had witnessed Peter's suspicious behavior. Documents in Peter's own handwriting that revealed his communications with known Death Eaters. The evidence was comprehensive and damning, exactly the kind of proof that should have prevented Sirius's wrongful imprisonment if anyone had bothered to look for it. But therein lay the fundamental problem. No one had looked. No one had questioned the convenient narrative that painted Sirius as the obvious culprit. The entire wizarding justice system had failed so completely that an innocent man had been condemned without even a pretense of due process. Harry's anger at this failure was matched only by his growing suspicion about why it had happened. Could such a massive oversight really be attributed to mere incompetence? Or had there been deliberate efforts to suppress the truth? The more Harry considered the circumstances surrounding Sirius's arrest, the more convinced he became that something darker than simple negligence was at work. The sound of Ron stirring in the next bed brought Harry's attention back to his immediate surroundings. His best friend rolled over, mumbling something incoherent about Quidditch, then settled back into deeper sleep. Harry envied Ron's ability to rest peacefully, unburdened by knowledge that could change everything they thought they knew about the wizarding world. But that burden was Harry's to bear now, and with it came the responsibility to act. The question was how to proceed without alerting the wrong people to what he had discovered. If there had indeed been a deliberate cover-up of Sirius's innocence, then revealing his knowledge too quickly or to the wrong person could result in the evidence disappearing permanently. Harry's first instinct had been to take the letter directly to Dumbledore, trusting that the headmaster would know how to handle such explosive revelations. But his growing doubts about adult authority, combined with Dumbledore's apparent failure to investigate Sirius's case thoroughly, made that option seem increasingly problematic. How could the leader of the Order of the Phoenix have been so completely deceived about one of his own members? Either Dumbledore's judgment was fatally flawed, or he had known more about Sirius's situation than he had ever admitted. The possibility that Dumbledore might have deliberately allowed Sirius to remain imprisoned for reasons related to the greater good was too disturbing to contemplate, but Harry could no longer dismiss it entirely. The headmaster's tendency to withhold crucial information in the name of protecting Harry had already created dangerous situations. What if his willingness to sacrifice individuals for larger strategic goals extended to allowing innocent people to suffer when their freedom might complicate his plans? These dark thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Hermione's voice from downstairs, apparently having arrived early via flu powder to help with breakfast preparations. Harry felt a surge of relief at her presence, knowing that her analytical mind and research skills would be invaluable in planning his next moves. But he also felt apprehensive about sharing his burden with her, knowing that once he revealed the truth about Sirius's letter, there would be no going back. Harry quietly got dressed and made his way downstairs, finding Hermione in the kitchen, helping Mrs. Weasley prepare breakfast while discussing the upcoming school year. Her bushy hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, and she looked more relaxed than Harry had seen her all summer. The sight of her calm competence made his decision for him. He needed her help, and more importantly, she deserved to know the truth. After breakfast, Harry managed to catch Hermione's attention and gesture toward the garden, indicating his desire for a private conversation. She followed him outside, her expression shifting from casual friendliness to concern as she noticed his obvious distress. "Harry, you've been acting strangely since yesterday," she said, without preamble, settling onto one of the wooden benches Mrs. Weasley had placed among her vegetable gardens. "What happened at Gringotts? And don't try to tell me it was nothing, because you've barely spoken since you got back, and you look like you haven't slept at all." Harry sat beside her, pulling Sirius's letter from his pocket with hands that trembled slightly, despite his efforts to remain calm. "Hermione, what I'm about to show you will change everything. Once you read this, you'll understand why I can't just turn it over to Dumbledore or the Ministry and hope they handle it properly." Hermione's expression grew serious as she recognized the gravity of his tone. She accepted the letter with careful hands, her eyes widening as she read the date and saw Sirius's signature. By the time she finished reading, her face had gone pale, and her hands were shaking as much as Harry's had been. "This is impossible," she whispered, looking up at Harry with a mixture of shock and disbelief. "Sirius Black has been in Azkaban for 12 years. Everyone knows he betrayed your parents. The entire wizarding world believes he's guilty." Harry nodded grimly. "And that's exactly the problem. Everyone believes it because no one bothered to investigate. They took the easy answer, the obvious suspect, and they never looked any deeper. Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit, while the real traitor walked free." Hermione read through the letter again, her analytical mind clearly working to process the implications of what Sirius had written. "The evidence he describes," she said slowly. "If it really exists, if it's as comprehensive as he claims, then this represents the most catastrophic failure of justice in modern wizarding history." "Not just a failure," Harry said, his anger building as he spoke. "A deliberate abandonment of basic principles. Sirius was never given a trial, Hermione, never had a chance to present his evidence or defend himself. They just assumed he was guilty and threw him into the worst prison in the wizarding world." Hermione's expression shifted from shock to indignation as the full scope of the injustice became clear to her. "But Harry, if this letter is genuine, if Sirius really gathered all this evidence, then why didn't anyone else know about it? Surely Professor Dumbledore would have investigated thoroughly, especially regarding a member of the Order of the Phoenix." Harry had been dreading this part of the conversation, knowing that his growing doubts about Dumbledore's role would be difficult for Hermione to accept. "That's exactly what's been bothering me," he said carefully. "Either Dumbledore knew about the evidence and chose not to act on it, or he failed to investigate properly despite having every reason to do so. Either way, it doesn't reflect well on his judgment or his commitment to justice. Hermione was quiet for a long moment, clearly struggling with the implications of Harry's words. The possibility that Dumbledore might have deliberately allowed an innocent man to remain imprisoned was clearly difficult for her to process. "You think Professor Dumbledore might have known Sirius was innocent?" Harry shrugged, feeling the weight of his suspicions settling over him like a heavy cloak. "I don't know what to think anymore. But I do know that I can't just hand this letter over to him and hope he handles it appropriately. Too much time has already been lost, and too many people have failed Sirius already. If I'm going to help him, I need to do it right." Hermione studied the letter again, paying particular attention to Sirius's detailed descriptions of the hidden evidence. "These locations he mentions," she said thoughtfully. "Some of them are quite specific. A memory crystal hidden in the old Black family mausoleum. Photographs concealed in a safety deposit box at a Muggle bank in London. Documents cached in the abandoned Order safe house in Wales." Harry nodded, having memorized every detail during his sleepless night of planning. "The question is how to retrieve that evidence safely, without alerting the wrong people to what we're doing. If there was a deliberate cover-up of Sirius's innocence, then the people responsible for that cover-up might still be in positions of power." Hermione's expression grew thoughtful as her natural problem-solving instincts took over. "We'll need to research the legal procedures for presenting new evidence in wizarding criminal cases. We'll also need to understand the political dynamics that might have led to Sirius's wrongful conviction. And most importantly, we'll need to verify the authenticity of this letter and the evidence it describes before we do anything irreversible." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for her immediate acceptance of the challenge, despite the obvious dangers and complications involved. "You're willing to help me with this? Even though it means going against Dumbledore's authority and potentially putting ourselves at risk?" Hermione looked at him with an expression of fierce determination that reminded Harry why she had been sorted into Gryffindor despite her scholarly tendencies. "Harry, if Sirius Black really has been wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years, then helping him isn't just the right thing to do, it's our moral obligation. The fact that it might be dangerous or politically complicated doesn't change that." They spent the rest of the morning walking through Mrs. Weasley's garden, discussing the practical challenges of investigating Sirius's case while keeping their activities secret from the adults around them. Hermione's analytical approach to the problem helped Harry organize his chaotic thoughts and develop a systematic plan for moving forward. The first step would be verifying the letter's authenticity through magical analysis. Hermione suggested consulting some of the more obscure texts in the Hogwarts library about document verification spells and techniques. If they could prove the letter was genuine, that would provide a foundation for everything else they planned to do. The second step would be researching the legal framework for challenging wrongful convictions in the wizarding justice system. Hermione was confident that the Hogwarts library contained extensive resources on wizarding law, including precedents for overturning criminal sentences when new evidence became available. The third step would be the most dangerous: actually retrieving the evidence Sirius had described in his letter. This would require careful planning and probably some help from people they could trust completely. The locations Sirius had chosen were scattered across magical Britain, and accessing them safely would require both magical skill and considerable courage. As they walked back toward the burrow for lunch, Harry felt a mixture of apprehension and determination settling over him. The path ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but for the first time since discovering Sirius's letter, he felt like he had a clear direction forward. Ron joined them as they reached the kitchen, immediately noticing the serious expressions on his friends' faces. "Is everything all right? You two look like you've been discussing something rather intense." Harry exchanged a quick glance with Hermione, and she nodded slightly, indicating her agreement that Ron should be included in their plans. They would need his loyalty and courage for what lay ahead, and keeping him in the dark would only create more problems later. "Ron," Harry said quietly, making sure Mrs. Weasley was out of earshot, "we need to talk to you privately after lunch. There's something important we need to share with you, something that's going to change how we think about a lot of things." Ron's expression grew serious as he recognized the gravity of his friend's demeanor. "This is about whatever was in that letter you found at Gringotts, isn't it?" Harry nodded, feeling the familiar weight of the letter in his pocket. "Among other things, yes. But Ron, once we tell you what we've discovered, there's no going back. You'll be part of this, whether you want to be or not, and it's going to be dangerous." Ron's response was immediate and characteristically loyal. "When have I ever backed down from danger when my friends needed help? Whatever you've discovered, whatever you need to do about it, I'm with you." The simple confidence in Ron's voice helped settle some of Harry's lingering doubts about the path they were choosing. With Hermione's analytical skills and Ron's unwavering loyalty, he might actually have a chance of exposing the truth about Sirius's innocence and forcing the wizarding world to confront its massive failure of justice. That afternoon, while Mrs. Weasley was busy with household chores and the twins were experimenting with their latest prank inventions, the three friends gathered in the abandoned chicken coop at the far end of the Burrow's property. The location provided privacy and protection from eavesdropping charms, making it ideal for sensitive discussions. Harry pulled out Sirius's letter and handed it to Ron, watching his friend's expression change from curiosity to shock to outrage as he read through the devastating revelations. By the time Ron finished reading, his face was flushed with anger, and his hands were clenched into fists. "This is mental," Ron said, his voice tight with controlled fury. "They just threw him into Azkaban without a trial, without even bothering to check if he might be innocent. How is that possible in a civilized society?" Hermione's expression was grim as she responded to Ron's questions. "It's possible because the wizarding justice system is fundamentally flawed, designed to serve the interests of those in power rather than to ensure actual justice. What happened to Sirius could happen to anyone who becomes inconvenient to the wrong people." Harry nodded, feeling the familiar anger rising in his chest as he contemplated the scope of the failure. And it's not just Sirius who suffered. Think about all the people who trusted the system to protect them, only to discover that justice depends entirely on whether you have the right connections or enough political influence to matter. The three friends spent the rest of the afternoon planning their investigation, establishing timelines, and identifying the resources they would need to prove Sirius's innocence. The task ahead of them was daunting, but their shared commitment to justice provided the foundation for everything that would follow. As the sun began to set over the Burrow, Harry felt a sense of purpose and determination unlike anything he had ever experienced. The discovery of Sirius's letter had changed everything, transforming him from a passive victim of circumstances into an active agent of justice. The wizarding world had failed Sirius Black catastrophically, but if Harry had anything to say about it, that failure would not stand unchallenged. The weight of the letter in his pocket no longer felt like a burden. It felt like a weapon he could use to fight back against a system that had failed too many people for too long. Tomorrow, their real work would begin. 3 days had passed since Harry shared Sirius's letter with Ron and Hermione, and the weight of their shared secret had begun to transform their entire approach to the wizarding world around them. What had once seemed like a community of trusted adults working to protect Harry now appeared riddled with potential threats and hidden agendas. Every conversation with Mrs. Weasley carried the possibility of inadvertent revelation. Every owl delivery might bring news that would complicate their plans. Even the familiar comfort of the Burrow felt precarious when measured against the magnitude of what they were attempting. Harry found himself studying the adults around him with new intensity, searching for signs that might reveal who could be trusted and who might represent a threat to their investigation. Mr. Weasley's position at the Ministry made him potentially valuable as a source of information, but it also made him dangerous if he felt obligated to report their activities to his superiors. Mrs. Weasley's fierce protectiveness might lead her to sabotage their efforts if she believed they were putting themselves at risk. The challenge of recruiting additional help without exposing their mission had kept Harry awake for another sleepless night. But by morning, he had settled on his first choice. Luna Lovegood possessed several qualities that made her uniquely valuable to their cause, not least of which was her father's position as editor of the Quibbler. If they were going to expose the truth about Sirius's innocence, they would need access to media outlets that operated independently of Ministry influence. More importantly, Luna's unconventional perspective on the wizarding world might allow her to see connections and possibilities that more traditional thinkers would miss. Her willingness to believe in seemingly impossible things could be exactly what they needed when challenging assumptions that the entire magical community had accepted without question for over a decade. The opportunity to approach Luna came when Mrs. Weasley announced her plans to visit Diagon Alley again for last-minute school supplies, including a stop at the Lovegood residence to deliver some hand-me-down robes that Ginny had outgrown. Harry volunteered to accompany her, ostensibly to help carry packages, but actually to create an opportunity for private conversation with Luna. The Lovegood house stood in stark contrast to the burrow's comfortable chaos, its unusual cylindrical shape and artistic decorations creating an atmosphere of whimsical eccentricity that perfectly reflected its inhabitants. Luna greeted them at the door with her characteristic dreamy expression, but Harry noticed the sharp intelligence in her pale eyes as she took in his obvious nervousness. Mrs. Weasley busied herself with Luna's father, discussing community news and sharing gossip about mutual acquaintances, while Harry and Luna retreated to the garden, ostensibly to examine Mr. Lovegood's collection of unusual plants. The moment they were out of earshot, Luna's demeanor shifted from vague friendliness to focused attention. "You have something important to tell me," she said, without preamble, her voice carrying none of its usual dreamy quality. "Something that's been keeping you awake and making you look over your shoulder constantly. Something about Sirius Black." Harry started, surprised by her directness and unsettled by her apparent ability to read his thoughts so accurately. "How did you know?" Luna smiled, an expression that was both gentle and knowing. "You forget that my father and I make it our business to pay attention to things other people prefer to ignore. We've always suspected that the official story about Sirius Black was incomplete at best. The Ministry's version of events had too many convenient coincidences and too few inconvenient questions." Harry felt a surge of relief at her words, recognizing that he had chosen his ally well. Luna's willingness to question official narratives would make her invaluable in challenging the accepted wisdom about Sirius's guilt. Without further hesitation, he pulled the letter from his pocket and handed it to her. Luna read through Sirius's letter with the same focused intensity Harry had seen her apply to her father's research, occasionally pausing to reread particularly significant passages. When she finished, she looked up at Harry with an expression of sadness mixed with determination. "This explains so much," she said quietly, carefully folding the letter and returning it to Harry. "The gaps in the official story, the reluctance of certain ministry officials to discuss the case, the way Professor Dumbledore always changes the subject when Sirius Black's name comes up in conversation." Harry leaned forward eagerly, recognizing an opportunity to gather information that might support their investigation. "You've noticed Dumbledore avoiding discussions about Sirius?" Luna nodded, her expression growing more serious. "My father has attempted to interview Professor Dumbledore several times over the years about inconsistencies in various ministry accounts of the war period. Every time Sirius Black's case comes up, the professor becomes evasive and insists that some matters are too painful or too complex for public discussion." The confirmation of Harry's suspicions about Dumbledore's behavior sent a chill through him, but it also strengthened his resolve to pursue their investigation independently of adult oversight. If Dumbledore had been deliberately avoiding scrutiny of Sirius's case, that suggested either complicity in the cover-up or a troubling willingness to sacrifice individuals for larger strategic considerations. "Luna," Harry said carefully. "I need to ask you something that could put you and your father in danger. Hermione, Ron, and I are planning to investigate Sirius's case thoroughly and gather evidence to prove his innocence. We're going to need help from people who aren't afraid to challenge authority and who have access to resources the Ministry can't easily control." Luna's response was immediate and unwavering. "Of course we'll help. The Quibbler has always been committed to exposing truth that others prefer to keep hidden. If Sirius Black has been wrongfully imprisoned, then bringing that truth to light isn't just the right thing to do. It's exactly what my father and I have dedicated our lives to achieving." Harry felt another wave of gratitude for Luna's instant commitment, but he also felt obligated to ensure she understood the full scope of what they were contemplating. "This isn't just about clearing one man's name," he continued. "If we're right about this, if Sirius really has been innocent all these years, then we're talking about exposing massive corruption and incompetence that goes to the very heart of the wizarding justice system. People with a lot of power and influence are going to want to stop us." Luna's pale eyes sparkled with something that might have been anticipation rather than fear. "Harry, my father and I have spent years investigating stories that powerful people preferred to keep buried. We've survived Ministry harassment, professional sabotage, and more than a few direct threats. If anything, a case with this much potential for exposing institutional corruption is exactly the kind of challenge we've been preparing for." Their conversation was interrupted by the return of Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Lovegood from inside the house, but not before Luna had quietly assured Harry that she would discuss their situation with her father that evening and contact him with their decision within 24 hours. The casual way she mentioned this timeline suggested that she already knew what their answer would be. The journey back to the Burrow passed in comfortable conversation about school preparations and upcoming Quidditch seasons, but Harry's mind was racing with possibilities opened up by Luna's enthusiastic support. Access to the Quibbler would provide them with a media platform that operated completely independently of Ministry influence. Mr. Lovegood's connections in the alternative journalism community could help them reach audiences that the Daily Prophet would never allow to hear their story. More immediately, Luna's offer to help also solved their most pressing logistical challenge. The evidence locations Sirius had described in his letter were scattered across magical Britain, and accessing them safely would require both local knowledge and magical expertise that Harry and his friends currently lacked. Luna's unconventional background and her father's extensive network of contacts could provide exactly the kind of specialized assistance they needed. That evening, Harry shared the results of his conversation with Luna, with Ron and Hermione, in their usual meeting place in the abandoned chicken coop. Hermione's reaction was characteristically analytical, immediately grasping the strategic implications of having the Quibbler's support, while also recognizing the potential complications. "Having access to an independent media outlet could be crucial for controlling how our story gets told," she said thoughtfully. "But we'll need to be careful about timing. If we reveal our evidence too early, before we've gathered everything Sirius described, we might give his enemies time to suppress or destroy what we haven't found yet." Ron's response was more emotional, but equally insightful. "Luna's brilliant, and her father's got more courage than half the Ministry put together. But Harry, are you sure we're not putting them at risk by involving them? If this really is as big as we think it is, the people we're going up against aren't going to hesitate to hurt anyone who gets in their way." Harry had been wrestling with exactly that concern since his conversation with Luna, torn between his need for help and his desire to protect the people who offered it. But Luna's own words had helped him resolve the dilemma. "They're already at risk," he pointed out. "Anyone who challenges official narratives the way the Quibbler does is automatically a target for people who benefit from suppressing the truth. At least this way, they'll have advance warning about what they're facing." Hermione nodded, her expression showing that she had reached the same conclusion. "And frankly, we need their help if we're going to have any chance of success." The scope of what we're attempting is too large for 3 teenagers to handle alone, especially when we're working against people with decades of experience in suppressing inconvenient information. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of an owl bearing the Quibbler's distinctive purple wax seal. Luna's message was brief but definitive. Father and I discussed your proposal and are honored to assist in any way possible. Father suggests meeting tomorrow evening at our house to discuss strategy and resource allocation. He also mentioned that he has some additional information about ministry cover-ups during the post-war period that might prove relevant to your investigation. Harry felt a mixture of excitement and apprehension as he read Luna's message aloud to his friends. The promise of additional information was encouraging, but it also suggested that their investigation might uncover corruption and misconduct that extended far beyond Sirius's individual case. Ron whistled softly as he absorbed the implications of Luna's message. Additional information about ministry cover-ups. Bloody hell, Harry, what if Sirius's case isn't the only wrongful conviction they've been hiding? What if this is just the tip of the iceberg? Hermione's expression grew thoughtful as she considered Ron's suggestion. That would actually explain a lot about why the cover-up has been so effective. If there were multiple cases of wrongful imprisonment or suppressed evidence, the people responsible would have every incentive to maintain the official narrative at all costs. Harry nodded, feeling the familiar mixture of anger and determination that had been driving him since his discovery of Sirius's letter. Then we'll expose all of it, he said firmly. Every wrongful conviction, every suppressed piece of evidence, every official who chose career advancement over justice. If that's what it takes to free Sirius and prevent this from happening to anyone else, then that's what we'll do. The next evening found Harry, Ron, and Hermione seated around the Lovegood family's kitchen table, which was covered with documents, photographs, and what appeared to be several years' worth of investigative notes. Mr. Lovegood greeted them with the same intense enthusiasm his daughter had shown, immediately launching into a detailed explanation of his research into ministry misconduct during the chaotic post-war period. The scope of what Mr. Lovegood had uncovered was staggering. According to his files, Sirius's case was part of a larger pattern of judicial failures that had affected dozens of cases during the immediate aftermath of Voldemort's first defeat. In the rush to demonstrate decisive action against Death Eater sympathizers, the Ministry had abandoned normal legal procedures in favor of quick convictions based on minimal evidence. Most of these cases involved actual Death Eaters who deserved punishment, regardless of procedural irregularities, Mr. Lovegood explained, his usually eccentric demeanor replaced by focused professionalism. But scattered among them were several individuals whose guilt was questionable at best. People who were convicted based on testimony from witnesses who later recanted, evidence that was never properly authenticated, or confessions obtained under circumstances that would never have been acceptable in peacetime. Luna spread several photographs across the table, each showing groups of prisoners being transported to Azkaban during the months following Voldemort's defeat. The images were disturbing enough on their own, but Luna's commentary made them even more chilling. Father managed to obtain these through contacts at the Daily Prophet, who were concerned about the lack of transparency in the post-war prosecutions, she explained. Notice how many of the prisoners appear confused or are actively protesting their innocence, even as they're being loaded onto the boats to Azkaban. Harry studied the photographs with growing horror, recognizing that what they were seeing represented a systematic breakdown of justice that had affected far more people than just Sirius. The implications were overwhelming, but they also provided crucial context for understanding why Sirius's case had been handled so carelessly. Hermione was taking careful notes as Mr. Lovegood continued his briefing, her analytical mind clearly working to organize the information into a coherent understanding of the larger pattern. This explains why the cover-up has been so thorough, she said slowly. If acknowledging Sirius's innocence opens the door to questioning other convictions from the same period, it could expose institutional failures that would destroy public confidence in the entire wizarding justice system. Mr. Lovegood nodded approvingly at her analysis. Exactly. The people responsible for these failures have spent the last 12 years building their careers and consolidating their power. Admitting that they condemned innocent people to Azkaban would destroy them professionally and possibly result in criminal charges. They have every incentive to suppress any evidence that challenges the official narrative. Ron's face was flushed with anger as he absorbed the full scope of what they were discussing. So Sirius has been rotting in Azkaban all these years, not just because they made a mistake, but because fixing that mistake would be inconvenient for the people who made it. Harry felt his own anger building as Ron's words crystallized the fundamental injustice they were confronting. Sirius's continued imprisonment wasn't just the result of incompetence or bureaucratic inertia. It was the product of deliberate choices made by people who valued their own careers more than the freedom of an innocent man. Mr. Lovegood leaned back in his chair, his expression growing serious as he addressed the group's mounting outrage. What you're feeling now, this anger at the systematic betrayal of justice, this is exactly what will fuel the work ahead of you. But you must understand that the people you're challenging have had 12 years to perfect their cover-up and eliminate potential threats. They won't hesitate to use every resource at their disposal to stop you. Luna placed a reassuring hand on Harry's arm as she spoke. But they also have a crucial weakness that we can exploit. Their entire defense depends on maintaining the fiction that these cases were handled properly. If we can prove definitively that even one case was botched as badly as Sirius's, it will call all the others into question. Harry looked around the table at the faces of his allies, feeling a surge of gratitude for their commitment, despite the obvious dangers ahead. Mr. Lovegood's research had provided crucial context for their investigation, but more importantly, it had shown them that they weren't just fighting for Sirius's freedom. They were fighting for the principle that justice should not depend on political convenience or institutional reputation. As the evening wound down, they finalized their plan for the next phase of their investigation. Luna and her father would continue gathering background information about the other questionable cases from the post-war period, building a comprehensive picture of the institutional failures that had made Sirius's wrongful conviction possible. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione would begin the dangerous work of retrieving the evidence Sirius had hidden, starting with the most accessible locations and working their way up to the more challenging ones. The first target would be the safety deposit box at the Muggle Bank in London, which Sirius had chosen specifically because it would be outside the reach of wizarding surveillance and security measures. According to his letter, the box contained photographs and documents that would provide crucial corroborating evidence for the more dramatic revelations contained in his memory crystal. As they prepared to leave the Lovegood house, Mr. Lovegood pulled Harry aside for a private conversation. His usual eccentricity was completely absent as he spoke with the gravity of someone who had spent years investigating dangerous truths. "Harry," he said quietly, "what you're undertaking will require more courage than most adult wizards possess. You'll be challenging people who have the power to destroy your reputation, your career prospects, and possibly your freedom. Are you certain you're prepared for that level of commitment?" Harry met Mr. Lovegood's intense gaze without flinching, feeling the weight of Sirius's letter in his pocket and the memory of 12 years of wrongful imprisonment driving his determination. "Mr. Lovegood, Sirius Black has already paid a price that I can barely comprehend for crimes he didn't commit. If exposing the truth means accepting some personal risk, then that's a trade I'm willing to make." "Mr." Lovegood smiled, an expression that transformed his entire face and revealed the steel beneath his eccentric exterior. "Then you have everything you need to succeed: courage, loyal friends, and most importantly, the absolute certainty that you're fighting for something that matters more than your own safety." As they walked back toward the burrow under a star-filled sky, Harry felt a sense of purpose and determination unlike anything he had ever experienced. The path ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, But for the first time since discovering Sirius's letter, he felt confident that they had assembled the resources and allies necessary to expose the truth. The wizarding world had failed Sirius Black catastrophically, but that failure would not stand unchallenged. Tomorrow, their real work would begin, and Harry was ready to face whatever consequences that work might bring. Justice had been delayed for 12 years, but it would not be denied forever. The narrow alleyways of Knockturn Alley had never felt more threatening than they did on this grey October morning, as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Luna made their way deeper into London's most notorious magical district. 3 weeks had passed since their meeting with Mr. Lovegood, and their systematic investigation of Sirius's evidence caches had already yielded disturbing results that confirmed every suspicion detailed in his letter. The Muggle Bank safety deposit box in London had contained exactly what Sirius had promised: dozens of photographs showing Peter Pettigrew, in both human and rat form, meeting with known Death Eaters throughout the summer and autumn of 1981. More damaging still were the documents in Peter's own handwriting, detailing information he had passed to Voldemort's forces, including detailed maps of Order safe houses and the personal schedules of prominent Order members. But perhaps most shocking of all had been the memory crystal they had retrieved from the abandoned Order safe house in Wales. Hermione's research into memory extraction techniques had allowed them to view Sirius's recollection of confronting Peter about his suspicious activities, a confrontation that had taken place just 5 days before the Potters' deaths. The memory showed Peter's panicked confession and his desperate attempts to justify his betrayal as necessary for his own survival. Armed with this evidence, they had spent the last 2 weeks developing a comprehensive understanding of Peter's movements during the final months before Voldemort's first defeat. Mr. Lovegood's contacts in the alternative journalism community had provided additional information about Peter's activities that painted a picture of systematic espionage spanning nearly a year. The pattern that emerged was chilling in its scope and sophistication. Peter had not simply revealed the Potter's location in a moment of weakness or desperation. He had conducted a sustained campaign of intelligence gathering that had compromised multiple Order operations and resulted in the deaths of several members beyond James and Lily Potter. Now they were pursuing their most dangerous lead yet, following reports of a suspicious animagus matching Peter's description that had been spotted in Knockturn Alley's network of hidden passages and abandoned buildings. Luna's unconventional approach to magical investigation had provided the breakthrough they needed, identifying patterns in the reported sightings that suggested Peter was using the area as a base of operations. The challenge was finding him without alerting either the Ministry or the Death Eaters to their activities. Both groups had reasons to prevent Peter's capture, though for very different purposes. The Ministry wanted to maintain the fiction of Sirius's guilt, while any remaining Death Eater sympathizers would want to eliminate Peter before he could provide testimony about their wartime activities. Hermione had spent days researching magical tracking techniques, eventually discovering an obscure branch of detection magic that could identify animagus transformations based on residual magical signatures. The spells were complex and required precise wand work, but they offered the possibility of locating Peter even when he was in his rat form. Ron had contributed his extensive knowledge of the Weasley family's various business dealings in Knockturn Alley, providing crucial intelligence about the area's layout and the locations where someone trying to remain hidden might establish a temporary base. His brother's misadventures had given him detailed information about passages and hiding places that most law-abiding wizards would never discover. Luna's role was perhaps the most crucial of all. Her ability to think in ways that conventional magical investigators would never consider had led them to focus on the older, more abandoned sections of Knockturn Alley, where someone desperate to remain hidden might feel safe from casual discovery. Harry felt the familiar weight of his invisibility cloak in his bag as they approached the entrance to Knockturn Alley proper, but he knew that conventional concealment methods would be insufficient for what they were attempting. If Peter was indeed hiding in the area, he would be hyper-alert to any signs of magical surveillance or investigation. The key to their plan was patience and systematic coverage of the most likely hiding spots, combined with Luna's innovative tracking techniques and Hermione's careful magical analysis of any anomalous readings they encountered. They had agreed to spend no more than 4 hours in active searching to minimize their exposure to the various dangers that Nocturne Alley presented to teenage investigators. Their first target was a cluster of abandoned shops near the intersection of Nocturne Alley and a narrow side passage that local merchants claimed had been experiencing unusual rat infestations over the past several months. The timing of these reports coincided perfectly with other intelligence, suggesting that Peter had been moving between temporary hiding places in response to increased ministry patrols following recent Death Eater arrests. Hermione cast the detection spells with methodical precision, her wand movements creating complex patterns in the air that generated faint magical emanations visible only to their trained eyes. The initial readings were disappointing, showing only the normal magical signatures associated with abandoned buildings and residual enchantments from previous commercial activities. But as they moved deeper into the passage, Luna suddenly held up her hand in a gesture demanding complete silence. Her pale eyes were focused on something the others could not see, her entire body tense with concentration as she processed information from senses that operated beyond normal magical detection. "There," she whispered, pointing toward a narrow gap between two buildings that appeared barely wide enough for a human being to squeeze through. Something unnatural has been passing through that space repeatedly, something that shifts between forms and leaves traces of transformation, magic. Harry felt his heart rate increase as they approached the gap Luna had identified. If Peter was indeed using this passage, they were about to confront the man responsible for his parents' deaths and Sirius's wrongful imprisonment. The moment carried years of built-up anger and frustration, but Harry forced himself to remain focused on their immediate tactical requirements. Ron positioned himself to block any potential escape route, while Hermione prepared binding spells designed specifically to prevent animagus transformation. Luna continued her specialized detection work, tracking the magical signatures that had led them to this location. The passage opened into a small courtyard, surrounded by crumbling walls and littered with debris from decades of neglect. At first glance, the space appeared completely abandoned, but closer examination revealed subtle signs of recent habitation. A small alcove in one wall had been cleared of debris and showed evidence of being used as a sleeping area. Scraps of food and empty bottles suggested that someone had been living there intermittently for several weeks. Hermione's magical analysis confirmed Luna's suspicions about animagus activity. The detection spells revealed clear evidence of repeated transformations, with magical signatures matching the profile of a human-to-rat shapeshifter. More disturbing still were the traces of dark magic that permeated the area, suggesting that whoever had been using this space had been in contact with practitioners of forbidden magical arts. As they examined the evidence more closely, Harry noticed something that made his blood run cold. Scattered among the debris were several copies of the Daily Prophet, all featuring headlines about recent ministry activities and Order of the Phoenix operations. Someone had been using this location to monitor current events and track the activities of people who might pose a threat to their continued freedom. But the most damning evidence came when Luna discovered a small cache hidden beneath a loose stone in the courtyard wall. Inside were documents that confirmed their worst suspicions about Peter's current activities. Letters written in his distinctive handwriting detailed information about ministry security procedures, order member locations, and planned operations against remaining Death Eater cells. Peter Pettigrew was not simply hiding from justice. He was actively working as a spy and informant, selling information to the highest bidder while maintaining his facade of being safely dead. The scope of his ongoing betrayal was staggering, encompassing not just his historical crimes, but continued acts of treason that endangered everyone working to maintain peace in the wizarding world. Ron's face was flushed with anger as he read through Peter's correspondence. "He's been selling out everyone this entire time," he said through gritted teeth. "Not just your parents, Harry, but every single person who trusted him with their lives." Before anyone could respond, A faint scratching sound from the passage behind them announced the arrival of someone approaching their location. Luna immediately began casting concealment charms, while Hermione prepared her binding spells. Harry felt his scar beginning to tingle, a sensation he had learned to associate with the presence of dark magic, or people connected to Voldemort. The figure that emerged from the passage was instantly recognizable, despite the years that had passed since Harry had last seen him. Peter Pettigrew looked even more rat-like than Harry remembered, his features pinched and nervous as he clutched a small bundle of scrolls against his chest. His eyes darted constantly between potential escape routes as he approached his hiding place, clearly aware that his activities had put him in constant danger from multiple enemies. Peter's shock at discovering 4 teenagers in his secret refuge was absolute and immediate. His first instinct was to transform into his animagus rat form, but Hermione's binding spell caught him mid-transformation, leaving him trapped in a grotesque state between human and animal that was both disturbing and pathetic to witness. The scrolls he had been carrying scattered across the courtyard as Peter struggled against the magical restraints, revealing additional evidence of his ongoing espionage activities. Maps of Ministry security installations, detailed profiles of current Order members, and what appeared to be intelligence reports about Harry's own activities and whereabouts. "Harry!" Peter gasped, his voice a mixture of terror and desperate cunning. "You don't understand what's really happening here. I never wanted to betray anyone, but they forced me to cooperate. Voldemort is back, Harry, and he's building power faster than anyone realizes. I was gathering intelligence to protect people, not to harm them." The transparent attempt at manipulation only increased Harry's anger, but he forced himself to remain focused on their immediate objectives. They needed to get Peter into custody safely and extract him from Nocturne Alley without alerting either Ministry patrols or Death Eater sympathizers to what they had accomplished. Hermione's research into truth-revealing potions had prepared them for exactly this situation. She produced a vial of Veritaserum that Mr. Lovegood had managed to acquire through his contacts in the potion-making community, along with the legal documentation that would make Peter's testimony admissible in any future legal proceedings. But before they could administer the potion, the sound of multiple apparitions in the passage behind them announced the arrival of unwelcome complications. Several figures in dark robes emerged from the shadows, their faces hidden behind masks that Harry recognized with growing alarm as Death Eater regalia. The lead figure spoke in a cold, aristocratic voice that Harry immediately identified as belonging to Lucius Malfoy. "Pettigrew, you pathetic fool, your usefulness has come to an end. Lord Voldemort has decided that your knowledge represents too great a security risk to be allowed to continue." Peter's terror increased exponentially as he recognized the voices of his supposed allies. He began struggling against Hermione's binding spell with renewed desperation, his transformation partially reversing as panic overrode the magical restraints holding him. Luna reacted first, her unconventional combat training proving invaluable as she cast a series of defensive spells that created temporary barriers between their group and the Death Eaters. Her magic operated on principles that conventional dark magic defenses were not designed to counter, buying them precious seconds to organize their response. Ron's curse work had improved dramatically during their weeks of preparation, and his stunning spells forced the Death Eaters to take cover behind the courtyard's crumbling walls. But Harry could see that they were severely outnumbered and would not be able to maintain their defensive position for long. Harry made a split-second decision that would define everything that followed. Instead of attempting to retreat with their prisoner, he used his connection to Voldemort's mind to project a burst of magical energy that temporarily disoriented the attacking Death Eaters. The technique was dangerous and unpredictable, but it provided the opening they needed to escape with Peter still in custody. Hermione's prepared portkey activated exactly as planned, transporting their entire group along with their prisoner to the safe house that Mr. Lovegood had prepared for exactly this type of emergency. The location was protected by an extensive array of concealment charms and security measures that would prevent both Ministry detection and Death Eater pursuit. As they materialized in the safe house's main room, Harry realized that their successful capture of Peter Pettigrew had fundamentally altered the scope of their investigation. They were no longer simply gathering evidence to prove Sirius's innocence. They were now in possession of a living witness whose testimony could expose corruption and criminal activity that reached into the highest levels of the wizarding government. Peter's attempts to negotiate for his freedom became increasingly desperate as the full scope of his situation became clear to him. He offered information about Death Eater activities, Ministry security vulnerabilities, and even details about Voldemort's current whereabouts in exchange for protection from both his former allies and legal prosecution. But Harry was no longer interested in bargains or negotiations. Peter Pettigrew had betrayed his parents, destroyed Sirius's life, and continued to endanger innocent people for over a decade. The time for mercy or compromise had passed long ago. Luna's expertise with truth detection magic proved invaluable as they began the process of extracting Peter's full confession under the influence of Veritaserum. The testimony that emerged was even more damaging than Sirius's letter had suggested, revealing layers of betrayal and corruption that extended far beyond Peter's individual crimes. The confession included detailed accounts of ministry officials who had been bribed or blackmailed into suppressing evidence of Peter's survival. Names of Wizengamot members who had deliberately avoided investigating Sirius's case to prevent uncomfortable revelations about their own wartime activities. Financial records showing payments from Death Eater sympathizers to journalists and ministry employees in exchange for maintaining the official narrative about Sirius's guilt. Most shocking of all was Peter's revelation that several high-ranking ministry officials had known about his survival for years, but had chosen to maintain the cover-up rather than admit their earlier failures. The scope of the conspiracy was staggering, encompassing dozens of people in positions of authority who had valued their own careers and reputations more than justice for an innocent man. As the full scope of Peter's testimony became clear, Harry realized that they were no longer dealing with a simple case of wrongful conviction. They had uncovered evidence of systematic corruption that threatened the fundamental integrity of the wizarding government. The challenge now was figuring out how to expose this corruption without giving the people responsible time to destroy evidence or eliminate witnesses. Hermione was already taking detailed notes and organizing the evidence they had gathered into a comprehensive case that could be presented to honest officials within the ministry. But the question remained of identifying which officials could be trusted with information that could destroy the careers and reputations of their colleagues. Ron's suggestion that they bypass the ministry entirely and take their evidence directly to the international wizarding community was beginning to seem like their best option. The corruption they had uncovered was too extensive and too deeply entrenched to be addressed through normal internal channels. Luna's father arrived at the safe house that evening, with additional research that confirmed their worst suspicions about the scope of the cover-up. His investigation had identified at least 30 other cases from the post-war period where evidence had been suppressed or investigations had been deliberately sabotaged to protect people in positions of power. As they worked through the night to organize their evidence and plan their next moves, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling over him like a heavy cloak. They had succeeded in capturing Peter Pettigrew and extracting his confession, but in doing so, they had opened a door to revelations that could shake the wizarding world to its foundations. The battle in Nocturne Alley had been just the beginning. The real fight was about to begin, and Harry was no longer certain that they were prepared for the magnitude of what they were confronting. But as he looked around at the faces of his allies, he saw the same determination that had carried them this far. They had come too far to turn back now, and Sirius's freedom was finally within reach. The wizarding world was about to learn that justice delayed was not justice denied, and that sometimes the most important battles were fought not by adults in positions of authority, but by young people who refused to accept that corruption and injustice were simply the way things had to be. The emergency meeting in Amelia Bones's private study had been arranged through channels so secret that even her most trusted assistants remained unaware of the gathering, taking place in the heart of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. 2 days had passed since Harry's group had successfully captured Peter Pettigrew, and the explosive testimony they had extracted under Veritaserum had created a crisis that threatened to expose corruption reaching into the highest levels of the Ministry of Magic. Amelia Bones sat across from Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Luna, with an expression that mixed professional skepticism with growing horror as she reviewed the evidence they had presented. The memory crystals showing Peter's confessions played in continuous loops on her desk, each revelation more damaging than the last to the reputation and integrity of the wizarding justice system she had dedicated her life to serving. The documents spread across her desk painted a picture of systematic corruption that made her years of experience investigating dark magic seem almost quaint by comparison. Peter's detailed testimony had implicated dozens of ministry officials in a conspiracy that had not only enabled his escape from justice, but had actively worked to suppress evidence of his survival and continued criminal activities. Miss Bones studied the financial records that showed payments from known Death Eater sympathizers to journalists, ministry employees, and even members of the Wizengamot in exchange for maintaining the official narrative about Sirius Black's guilt. The scope of the bribery was staggering, encompassing people she had worked with for years and trusted implicitly with the most sensitive aspects of magical law enforcement. But perhaps most disturbing of all were Peter's revelations about Barty Crouch Sr.'s direct involvement in suppressing evidence of Sirius's innocence. According to the confession, Crouch had been presented with proof of Peter's survival as early as 1983, but had chosen to bury the evidence rather than admit that his rush to demonstrate decisive post-war justice had resulted in the wrongful imprisonment of an innocent man. Harry watched Amelia's expression carefully as she processed the implications of what they had uncovered. Her reputation for honesty and integrity was legendary within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but the evidence they were presenting challenged assumptions that formed the foundation of her entire career. The question was whether her commitment to justice would outweigh her institutional loyalty when confronted with proof of such massive systemic failure. Amelia looked up from the documents with an expression that mixed professional admiration with deep concern. "The quality of your investigation is remarkable," she said slowly, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had spent decades evaluating evidence and testimony. "The magical authentication of these documents is flawless. The chain of custody for your evidence is properly documented, and Peter Pettigrew's confession under Veritaserum meets every legal standard for admissibility in wizarding courts." She paused, her fingers drumming against her desk as she contemplated the enormity of what she was confronting. "But you must understand that what you're asking me to do goes far beyond simply correcting a single wrongful conviction. If even half of these allegations are accurate, we're talking about corruption that reaches into every branch of the ministry and extends back more than a decade." Hermione leaned forward, her analytical mind focused on the practical challenges of exposing the conspiracy they had uncovered. "Miss Bones, we understand the magnitude of what we're presenting, but that's exactly why we came to you. Your reputation for integrity is the only reason we felt safe approaching anyone within the ministry with this information." Luna's pale eyes were fixed on Amelia with an intensity that seemed to look beyond surface appearances to deeper truths. "The corruption has been allowed to fester for so long because people who knew better chose to look the other way rather than confront uncomfortable realities," she said in her characteristically direct manner. "The question is whether you're going to be another person who finds reasons to avoid taking action, or whether you're going to be the one who finally demands accountability." Amelia's response was immediate and definitive, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had spent her entire career fighting for justice, even when it was politically inconvenient. "Miss Lovegood, I have never avoided confronting uncomfortable realities when they involved violations of wizarding law, regardless of who might be implicated. What concerns me is not the political ramifications of this investigation, but whether we can conduct it safely, given the scope of the resistance we're likely to encounter. Ron shifted uncomfortably in his chair as he contemplated the implications of Amelia's words. "When you say safely," he asked carefully, "are you talking about physical danger or professional consequences?" Amelia's expression grew grimmer as she considered her response. "Both, Mr. Weasley. The people implicated in this conspiracy have spent years building their power and eliminating threats to their positions. They have access to resources and connections that could make life very difficult for anyone who threatens to expose them. More importantly, if Peter Pettigrew's testimony is accurate about Death Eater involvement in maintaining this cover-up, we could be dealing with people who are willing to use deadly force to protect their secrets." Harry felt a chill as he absorbed the full implications of what Amelia was telling them. Their investigation had moved beyond the realm of academic research or political activism into territory where their lives could be at genuine risk, but the knowledge only strengthened his determination to see justice done, regardless of the personal cost. "Miss Bones," Harry said firmly, "Sirius Black has been suffering in Azkaban for 12 years because of these people's crimes. If there's a chance that confronting them might be dangerous, that's a risk I'm willing to accept. The alternative is allowing them to continue destroying innocent lives to protect their own reputations." Amelia studied Harry's expression with the intensity of someone evaluating a potential partner in extremely dangerous work. She saw determination mixed with anger, but also the kind of moral clarity that had driven her own career in law enforcement. Her decision was made in that moment, though the full implications would not become clear until much later. "Very well," she said, her voice taking on the crisp efficiency of someone transitioning from contemplation to action. "I'm going to initiate a formal investigation into the allegations you've presented. But we're going to do it carefully and systematically to minimize the risk that evidence will be destroyed or witnesses will be intimidated before we can act." She began organizing the documents on her desk with practiced efficiency, her mind already working through the complex logistics of investigating colleagues and superiors without alerting them to the scope of her activities. "The first step will be verifying Peter Pettigrew's confession through independent investigation of his specific claims. We'll need to examine financial records, interview potential witnesses, and cross-reference his testimony against other sources of information about the post-war period." Hermione pulled out her carefully organized notes from their weeks of investigation, offering them to Amelia as a foundation for her official inquiry. "We've already begun some of this work," she explained. "Mr. Lovegood's research into other questionable cases from the same period provides crucial context for understanding how systematic these failures were." Amelia accepted Hermione's notes with obvious appreciation for their thoroughness and organization. "This level of preparation will save us weeks of preliminary investigation," she said approvingly. "But moving forward, you must understand that this becomes an official ministry investigation with all the legal protections and restrictions that entails. Your role will necessarily be limited to providing testimony and evidence, while the actual investigative work must be conducted by authorized personnel." Luna's expression suggested she had anticipated this restriction and was not entirely comfortable with it. "Miss Bones, the people you're investigating have spent years perfecting their ability to operate within official ministry channels while avoiding accountability. Are you certain that limiting yourself to official procedures won't give them opportunities to interfere with your investigation?" The question was pointed and uncomfortable, but Amelia's response demonstrated why she had earned her reputation for both integrity and effectiveness. "Miss Lovegood, I appreciate your concern, but operating outside official channels would compromise the legal validity of anything we discover. More importantly, it would give the people we're investigating grounds to challenge our findings as politically motivated or procedurally invalid." She paused, her expression growing more serious as she continued. "However, that doesn't mean we can't be creative about how we conduct our official investigation. There are procedures for handling cases involving potential corruption of ministry personnel that include special protections against interference and evidence tampering. I intend to invoke all of those procedures to ensure this investigation receives the attention and resources it deserves. The meeting was interrupted by the arrival of Amelia's most trusted assistant, a sharp-eyed witch named Rebecca Clearwater, who had worked in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for nearly 2 decades. Her expression suggested she was aware that something significant was developing, though the specifics of the investigation were being kept strictly confidential. "Miss Bones," Rebecca said quietly, "Minister Fudge's office has been asking questions about your schedule and whether you're available for an urgent meeting this afternoon. They seemed particularly interested in whether you've been conducting any special investigations that might require his input or oversight." Amelia's expression didn't change, but Harry noticed a subtle tension in her posture that suggested the minister's interest was both unwelcome and potentially problematic. "Please inform the minister's office that I'm currently reviewing some complex legal matters that require careful analysis before I can provide any meaningful briefings," she replied smoothly. "Schedule the meeting for next week when I'll have more substantive information to share." After Rebecca left, Amelia turned back to Harry's group with an expression that mixed determination with growing concern. "That inquiry confirms something I was afraid of," she said grimly. "Word of your investigation has already reached people in positions of authority, which means we have less time to act than I had hoped." Ron's face flushed with anger as he grasped the implications of the minister's sudden interest. "They're already trying to interfere with your investigation before you've even officially started it," he said indignantly. "How is that possible unless someone's been watching us or monitoring our activities?" Amelia nodded, her expression reflecting years of experience dealing with political pressure and institutional resistance to uncomfortable investigations. "It's possible that your activities in Nocturne Alley were observed by ministry surveillance, or that Death Eater sympathizers reported your capture of Peter Pettigrew to contacts within the government. Either way, we're now operating under the assumption that hostile forces are aware of our investigation and will attempt to interfere with it." Luna's unconventional perspective proved valuable once again, as she identified implications that more conventional thinkers might have missed. "If they're already trying to pressure you before they know what evidence we've gathered, that suggests they're more worried about what we might discover than what we've already found," she observed, "which means there are probably additional secrets they're desperate to protect." The afternoon was spent developing a comprehensive strategy for moving forward, despite the obvious opposition they were likely to face. Amelia's plan involved multiple parallel tracks of investigation designed to make it difficult for any single act of interference to derail their entire effort. The first track would focus on verifying Peter's testimony through independent investigation of his specific claims about bribery and evidence suppression. This would involve careful examination of ministry financial records and personnel files, conducted under the authority of special corruption investigation procedures that provided some protection against political interference. The second track would involve interviewing other potential witnesses from the post-war period, particularly Order of the Phoenix members who might have had knowledge of Sirius's evidence-gathering activities. This was potentially the most dangerous aspect of the investigation, as it would necessarily involve contacting people who might be sympathetic to the conspirators or who might inadvertently reveal information to the wrong people. The third track would focus on building a legal framework for prosecuting the people implicated in Peter's confession. This required careful research into precedents for corruption cases and preparation of charges that would be difficult to dismiss on technical grounds. As evening approached, Amelia made a decision that would prove crucial to everything that followed. Instead of releasing Peter Pettigrew into general ministry custody, where he might be vulnerable to assassination or intimidation, she arranged for him to be held in a specially secured location under the protection of Auras, whose loyalty she had personally verified. The decision was controversial and technically exceeded her authority, but Amelia justified it as necessary to protect a crucial witness whose testimony could expose corruption reaching into the highest levels of government. The precedent was thin, but her reputation for integrity provided some protection against immediate challenges to her decision. That evening, as Harry and his friends prepared to return to their normal routines while Amelia began her official investigation, they received news that confirmed their worst suspicions about the scope of the opposition they were facing. Rita Skeeter's latest Daily Prophet article included subtle references to teenage troublemakers conducting unauthorized investigations into ministry affairs, along with implications that such activities might constitute sedition or interference with official business. The article was clearly a warning shot, designed to intimidate them into abandoning their investigation while providing plausible deniability for the people who had inspired it. But the transparent attempt at manipulation only strengthened Harry's resolve to see justice done, regardless of the personal consequences. Hermione's analysis of the article revealed sophisticated knowledge of their activities that could only have come from sources within the ministry or from Death Eater surveillance networks. The timing of the publication, just hours after their meeting with Amelia Bones, suggested coordination between political opponents and media allies that confirmed the scope of the conspiracy they were challenging. Ron's response was characteristically direct and defiant. "Let them try to intimidate us," he said angrily. "We've got evidence that proves their entire story is a lie, and we've got Amelia Bones conducting an official investigation that they can't easily suppress. If they want to fight us publicly, we'll give them more truth than they can handle." Luna's observation was more strategic, but equally determined. "They're using the Daily Prophet because they don't dare act more directly while Amelia's investigation is active," she pointed out. "That suggests they're more vulnerable than they want us to believe, and that public opinion might be their weak point if we can get the real story to the right audiences." As they returned to the burrow that night, Harry felt a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration that reflected the magnitude of what they had accomplished. They had successfully presented their evidence to an honest ministry official who was willing to risk her career to pursue justice. They had secured Peter Pettigrew in protective custody, where his testimony could be properly documented and verified. Most importantly, they had forced the conspiracy into the open, where its actions could be observed and challenged. The warning shot from Rita Skeeter's article proved that their enemies were worried enough to risk exposure through retaliation. But Harry also understood that the real battle was just beginning. The people they were challenging had spent years perfecting their ability to suppress inconvenient truths and eliminate threats to their power. The investigation that Amelia Bones was conducting would face obstacles and opposition that would test every aspect of their evidence and resolve. As he lay awake that night, listening to Ron's steady breathing and contemplating the events of the past several weeks, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling over him once again. They had come too far to turn back, and Sirius's freedom was finally within reach. But the cost of that freedom was becoming clear, and Harry was no longer certain that any of them would emerge from this battle unchanged. The wizarding world was about to discover that justice delayed was not justice denied, but achieving that justice would require courage and sacrifice that went far beyond anything Harry had previously imagined. The conspiracy that had kept Sirius imprisoned was fighting back, and the outcome was no longer certain. The emergency session of the Wizengamot had been called with barely 24 hours' notice, a clear indication that Minister Fudge was feeling the pressure from Amelia Bones's investigation and the mounting evidence of corruption within his administration. Harry stood in the public gallery alongside Ron, Hermione, and Luna, watching as the most powerful witches and wizards in magical Britain filed into the ancient courtroom, with expressions ranging from curiosity to barely concealed panic. The past week had brought revelations that shook the wizarding world to its foundations. Amelia's official investigation had not only confirmed every detail of Peter Pettigrew's confession, but had uncovered additional evidence of corruption that reached far beyond anything they had initially suspected. Financial records subpoenaed from Gringotts showed systematic bribery involving dozens of ministry officials, Wizengamot members, and Daily Prophet journalists spanning more than a decade. But perhaps most damaging of all had been the discovery of Barty Crouch Sr.'s private files, which contained detailed documentation of his deliberate suppression of evidence regarding Sirius Black's innocence. The files revealed that Crouch had not only known about Peter's survival as early as 1983, but had actively worked to prevent any investigation that might expose his rush to judgment in the immediate post-war period. Minister Fudge's attempts to control the narrative had become increasingly desperate as each new revelation undermined the credibility of his administration. His initial strategy of discrediting Harry's group as misguided teenagers had backfired spectacularly when Amelia Bones publicly endorsed their investigation and presented their evidence to the full Wizengamot. The Daily Prophet's coverage had shifted dramatically after Rita Skeeter's editor received undeniable proof that several of his staff writers had been accepting payments to suppress stories about ministry corruption. The newspaper's sudden conversion to aggressive investigative journalism had created a media firestorm that made it impossible for Fudge to maintain his previous stance of denial and deflection. Harry watched as Fudge entered the courtroom with an entourage of advisers whose nervous expressions suggested they were aware that their careers hung in the balance. The minister's usual confidence had been replaced by a brittle defensiveness that became more apparent with each passing day as new evidence emerged to contradict his administration's official positions. Dumbledore's arrival drew particular attention from the assembled crowd, as rumours had been circulating for days about his role in the systematic failures that had enabled Sirius's wrongful imprisonment. The headmaster's testimony before the Wizengamot 3 days earlier had revealed uncomfortable truths about his willingness to sacrifice individuals for what he perceived as the greater good, creating a fundamental schism within the Order of the Phoenix that threatened to tear apart the organization entirely. Augusta Longbottom's entrance commanded immediate respect from even the most jaded political observers in attendance. Neville's grandmother had emerged as one of the most powerful voices for reform, using her extensive political connections and unimpeachable reputation to rally support for comprehensive changes to the wizarding justice system. Her endorsement of Harry's investigation had provided crucial legitimacy that made it impossible for opponents to dismiss their evidence as youthful idealism or political manipulation. The session began with Amelia Bones presenting her official findings to the assembled Wizengamot, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had spent weeks meticulously documenting every aspect of the corruption they had uncovered. The evidence she presented was comprehensive and devastating, leaving no doubt that Sirius Black had been wrongfully imprisoned while a massive conspiracy worked to suppress the truth about his innocence. Peter Pettigrew's testimony under veritaserum provided the foundation for everything that followed. His confession, detailing not only his original betrayal of the Potter family, but his continued activities as a spy and informant throughout the years of Sirius's imprisonment. The scope of his ongoing treachery was staggering, encompassing intelligence operations that had endangered dozens of innocent people while enriching the Death Eater sympathizers who had purchased his services. But the most shocking revelations came when Amelia presented evidence of the systematic bribery and evidence suppression that had enabled Peter's crimes to remain hidden for so long. Financial records showed payments totaling hundreds of thousands of galleons flowing from known Death Eater sympathizers to ministry officials, Wizengamot members, and media figures in exchange for their cooperation in maintaining the fiction of Sirius's guilt. The list of implicated officials read like a who's who of wizarding society's most respected institutions: department heads who had buried inconvenient evidence, aurors who had ignored credible reports of Peter's survival, and prosecutors who had refused to investigate legitimate questions about the original case against Sirius. The corruption was so extensive that it called into question the integrity of virtually every major legal proceeding from the post-war period. Minister Fudge's response to these revelations was a masterclass in political desperation, disguised as righteous indignation. He stood before the Wizengamot and delivered a speech that attempted to reframe the investigation as a politically motivated attack on his administration by disgruntled teenagers with personal grudges against the ministry. The minister's strategy might have worked in normal circumstances, but the evidence against him was too comprehensive, and the sources too credible for such tactics to succeed. When he attempted to discredit Harry's role in the investigation, Augusta Longbottom rose from her seat and delivered a response that silenced the entire courtroom. "Minister Fudge," she said, with the quiet authority that had made her one of the most respected voices in wizarding politics, "you stand accused of participating in a conspiracy that condemned an innocent man to 12 years in Azkaban, while allowing the real criminal to walk free and continue his treacherous activities. Your response to these charges is to attack the courage and integrity of the young people who risked their lives to expose this injustice. That response tells us everything we need to know about your fitness to continue serving as our minister." The impact of Augusta's words was immediate and decisive. Several Wizengamot members who had been wavering in their support for the investigation publicly endorsed calls for Fudge's resignation, while others demanded immediate implementation of comprehensive reforms to prevent such failures from occurring again. Dumbledore's testimony proved to be one of the most complex and emotionally charged moments of the entire session. The headmaster's attempts to explain his failure to investigate Sirius's case thoroughly revealed a pattern of decision-making that prioritized strategic considerations over individual justice in ways that many found deeply troubling. His admission that he had suspected irregularities in Sirius's case, but had chosen not to pursue them because doing so might complicate his broader plans for combating Voldemort, created an uproar that required several minutes to restore order. The revelation that he had deliberately sacrificed an innocent man's freedom to avoid political complications that might interfere with his long-term strategy shocked even his most loyal supporters. Harry watched with mixed emotions as the man he had once trusted implicitly struggled to defend decisions that seemed increasingly indefensible with each new piece of evidence. Dumbledore's complex motivations might have been understandable from a strategic perspective, but the human cost of his choices was becoming impossible to ignore. The session's most dramatic moment came when Severus Snape unexpectedly requested permission to address the Wizengamot regarding his knowledge of events surrounding the Potter family's betrayal. His testimony revealed that he had harbored suspicions about Peter's loyalty for months before the attack, but had been unable to act on those suspicions due to his precarious position as a double agent. Snape's revelation that he had attempted to warn Dumbledore about potential security breaches within the Order, only to be dismissed as overly paranoid, added another layer of complexity to the failures that had enabled the tragedy. His testimony suggested that the conspiracy to suppress evidence of Sirius's innocence had been even more extensive than previously suspected, involving not just active corruption, but willful blindness to warning signs that might have prevented the entire catastrophe. The testimony continued throughout the day, with witness after witness providing evidence of the systematic failures that had enabled such a massive miscarriage of justice. Former Aurors spoke about investigations that had been shut down without explanation. Ministry employees testified about pressure to suppress evidence or redirect resources away from cases that might prove embarrassing to their superiors. Perhaps most damaging of all was testimony from Gringotts officials who revealed that ministry representatives had attempted to pressure the bank into suppressing evidence found in Harry's parents' vault. The Goblin witnesses described threats and attempted bribes designed to prevent them from cooperating with any investigation into the hidden compartment that had contained Sirius's letter. As evening approached and the session moved toward its conclusion, it became clear that the evidence presented was too overwhelming for any conventional political response. The corruption was too extensive, the human cost too terrible, and the ongoing security implications too serious for the Wizengamot to take any action short of comprehensive reform. The vote to demand Minister Fudge's immediate resignation passed by a margin that surprised even the most optimistic reform advocates. More importantly, the Wizengamot voted to establish a special commission with broad investigative powers to examine all cases from the post-war period where similar irregularities might have occurred. But the session's final moments provided a reminder that their victory came with serious ongoing dangers. As the Wizengamot members filed out of the courtroom, several Death Eater sympathizers among the audience made threats that were barely concealed as expressions of political opinion. The message was clear. Exposing the truth about Sirius's case had made enemies of people who were willing to use violence to protect their interests. Augusta Longbottom approached Harry's group as they prepared to leave, her expression mixing satisfaction with concern about the challenges that lay ahead. "You've accomplished something remarkable," she said quietly. "But you must understand that the people you've exposed won't simply accept defeat and fade away quietly. They'll look for opportunities to retaliate, and you'll need to be extremely careful about your security going forward." Luna's response reflected the same unconventional wisdom that had been so valuable throughout their investigation. "Mrs. Longbottom, we've always known that exposing corruption would be dangerous. But allowing it to continue would have been even more dangerous, not just for Sirius, but for everyone who might become the next victim of a system that values political convenience over justice." The journey back to the burrow that evening passed in contemplative silence as Harry and his friends processed the magnitude of what they had witnessed. The emergency Wizengamot session had vindicated everything they had risked to expose, but it had also revealed the full scope of the institutional failures they were working to reform. Hermione was the first to break the silence, her analytical mind already working through the practical implications of the day's events. "The special commission they've established will have the authority to review hundreds of cases from the post-war period," she observed. "If even a fraction of those cases involved the same kind of corruption we found in Sirius's situation, we're talking about a complete restructuring of how magical justice operates in Britain." Ron's response was more emotional, but equally insightful. "The look on Fudge's face when Augusta told him off was worth everything we've been through," he said with satisfaction. "But you heard those threats from the Death Eater sympathizers. This isn't over just because we've exposed the truth." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility that had been driving him since his discovery of Sirius's letter in his parents' vault. The truth was finally coming to light, and the people responsible for Sirius's suffering were being held accountable. But the cost of that accountability was becoming clear, and Harry understood that they would need to remain vigilant against retaliation from the enemies they had made. As they approached the burrow, Harry saw lights in windows that suggested the entire Weasley family was waiting to hear about the day's events. The warm glow provided a comforting contrast to the cold realities of wizarding politics they had been navigating for weeks, reminding him that their fight for justice was ultimately about protecting the people and communities they cared about most. The corruption they had exposed would take years to fully investigate and address, but the foundation for that work had been established. Sirius's exoneration was no longer a question of if, but when, and the broader reforms necessary to prevent similar failures were finally being taken seriously by people in positions of authority. But as Harry looked back toward London and the ministry that was even now beginning the process of fundamental reform, he felt a mixture of satisfaction and apprehension about what lay ahead. They had won a crucial victory, but the war for justice and accountability was far from over. The enemies they had made would not simply disappear, and the challenges of implementing meaningful reform would test everyone involved in ways they were only beginning to understand. The wizarding world was changing, but change was never easy or safe. Harry and his allies had proven that even the most entrenched corruption could be exposed when people were willing to risk everything for the truth. Now they would have to prove that they could protect those gains against the inevitable counterattack from the forces they had defeated. The ancient stone corridors of the Ministry of Magic had never felt more charged with anticipation than they did on this grey November morning, as Sirius Black walked free from the formal hearing that had finally cleared his name. 12 years, 4 months, and 17 days after his wrongful imprisonment began, The Wizengamot had unanimously voted to overturn his conviction and issue a full public apology for the catastrophic failures that had enabled such a massive miscarriage of justice. Harry stood in the corridor outside courtroom 10, watching through the partially open door as his godfather signed the final documents that would officially restore his legal status and civil rights. The transformation in Sirius, since his release from Azkaban 3 weeks earlier, had been remarkable. But the man emerging from the courtroom still bore the unmistakable marks of his ordeal in ways that no amount of healing or time would ever fully erase. The years of wrongful imprisonment had changed Sirius in fundamental ways that went far beyond the physical deterioration caused by prolonged exposure to Dementors. His once natural confidence had been replaced by a cautious wariness that never quite disappeared, even in moments of triumph. His easy charm had been tempered by a hard-earned understanding of how quickly trust could be betrayed and innocence could be weaponized by those in power. But perhaps most significantly, his perspective on justice and accountability had been shaped by the direct experience of systematic failure in ways that made him a powerful advocate for the reforms that Harry's investigation had set in motion. His testimony before the Special Commission established by the Wizengamot had been devastating in its detailed description of the human cost of institutional corruption and the urgent need for comprehensive changes to prevent similar failures. Hermione stood beside Harry, her analytical mind clearly working through the complex emotions surrounding this moment of vindication. The formal hearing had been a formality, given the overwhelming evidence of Sirius's innocence that had been presented over the past several weeks, but the symbolic importance of his official exoneration could not be understated. After more than a decade of being branded as a traitor and mass murderer, Sirius Black was finally being acknowledged as the innocent victim of a corrupt system. Ron's presence provided a grounding influence for the group, his straightforward loyalty offering stability in a situation that was emotionally overwhelming for everyone involved. His family's support throughout the investigation had been crucial to its success, and his mother's fierce protectiveness had extended to include Sirius as soon as she understood the true circumstances of his imprisonment. Luna's unconventional perspective had proven invaluable throughout the process of Sirius's reintegration into wizarding society, her ability to see beyond surface appearances helping her understand the complex psychological challenges he faced as he adjusted to freedom after so many years of wrongful captivity. Her father's continued coverage of the story in the Quibbler had helped maintain public pressure for comprehensive reforms, even as other media outlets moved on to newer controversies. The courtroom doors opened fully as the final participants in the hearing began to emerge, their expressions ranging from satisfaction to barely concealed relief that this chapter of wizarding history was finally being brought to a proper conclusion. Amelia Bones led the procession, her face showing the exhaustion of someone who had spent weeks documenting every aspect of the corruption that had enabled Sirius's wrongful conviction. Behind her came members of the Special Commission, whose investigation had uncovered evidence of similar failures in dozens of other cases from the post-war period. Their work was far from complete, but Sirius's case had provided the foundation and precedent for addressing systematic problems that had been festering in the wizarding justice system for more than a decade. Augusta Longbottom's emergence from the courtroom drew respectful attention from everyone present, her role in championing reform having elevated her to something approaching elder stateswoman status within the wizarding political establishment. Her endorsement of the investigation had provided crucial legitimacy during the early phases when opposition forces were attempting to discredit Harry's evidence as the product of youthful idealism or political manipulation. But it was Sirius himself who commanded the most attention as he finally stepped into the corridor, his legal vindication complete and his freedom officially restored. The crowd of supporters, journalists, and curious onlookers who had gathered to witness this historic moment fell silent as he paused to address the assembled group. His voice carried the weight of someone who had endured unimaginable suffering, but had emerged with his fundamental humanity intact, despite everything the corrupt system had done to destroy him. Today marks the end of 12 years of wrongful imprisonment, but it also marks the beginning of something much more important. The investigation that led to my exoneration has exposed corruption and institutional failures that affected far more than just my individual case. He paused, his eyes finding Harry in the crowd and holding his gaze with an expression that mixed gratitude with determination. The young people who risked their lives to expose the truth about my innocence have shown us what real courage looks like when confronted with systematic injustice. They refused to accept that corruption was simply the way things had to be, and their example must guide us as we work to ensure that what happened to me never happens to anyone else. The applause that followed was sustained and emotional, reflecting not just celebration of Sirius's vindication, but recognition of the broader significance of what had been accomplished through Harry's investigation. The exposure of the conspiracy that had enabled his wrongful conviction had fundamentally changed how the wizarding world understood questions of justice, accountability, and institutional reform. Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions as he watched Sirius address the crowd with the dignity and grace of someone who had survived the worst the system could inflict, while maintaining his commitment to making that system better for everyone. The man he had grown up believing was responsible for his parents' deaths had been transformed into a symbol of resilience and reform that would inspire others facing similar injustices. As the formal proceedings concluded and the crowd began to disperse, Harry found himself walking beside Sirius through the ministry corridors for the first time as free men without the shadow of wrongful conviction hanging over their relationship. The experience was surreal and emotionally overwhelming, representing the culmination of everything they had worked to achieve since Harry's discovery of the hidden letter in his parents' vault. Their conversation was interrupted by the approach of several journalists seeking comments about the broader implications of Sirius's exoneration for ongoing reform efforts. Rita Skeeter's transformation from ministry lapdog to aggressive investigative reporter had made her one of the most persistent voices demanding accountability from officials who had participated in the cover-up. "Mr. Black," she said, with the intensity of someone who had staked her professional reputation on exposing corruption wherever it might be found, "your case has become a symbol of everything that was wrong with the post-war justice system. What message do you have for other victims of similar failures who are still waiting for their own vindication?" Sirius's response demonstrated the thoughtful consideration he had given to his role as an advocate for broader reform efforts. "Every person who suffered injustice because of the failures exposed by this investigation deserves the same level of attention and resources that my case received. The Special Commission's work is just beginning, and it must be supported by everyone who believes that justice should not depend on political convenience or institutional reputation." The interview continued for several more minutes, but Harry found his attention drifting as he contemplated the broader implications of what they had accomplished. Sirius's freedom was important in its own right, but it also represented proof that even the most entrenched corruption could be exposed and addressed when people were willing to risk everything for the truth. The afternoon brought a private gathering at Grimmauld Place, the Black family home that Sirius was reclaiming after years of abandonment during his imprisonment. The house bore the unmistakable signs of neglect and the lingering influence of dark magic that had characterized the Black family for generations, but Sirius was determined to transform it into something that reflected his commitment to reform and justice. Harry's first visit to the house was emotionally charged, representing not just a reunion with his godfather, but an introduction to the family history that connected him to the wizarding world in ways he was only beginning to understand. The portraits of Sirius's ancestors provided a stark reminder of the pure-blood supremacist ideology that had shaped wizarding society for centuries and created the conditions that had enabled corruption to flourish unchecked. Mrs. Weasley's presence at the gathering provided a comforting maternal influence that helped ground the emotional intensity of the occasion in practical concerns about food, comfort, and the simple human connections that had sustained them throughout their investigation. Her fierce protectiveness had extended to include Sirius as soon as she understood the circumstances of his wrongful conviction, and her support had been crucial during his difficult readjustment to freedom. The evening brought revelations about the ongoing challenges facing the reform movement as opponents regrouped and developed new strategies for resisting change. Several members of the Special Commission had received threats designed to intimidate them into abandoning their investigations, while others faced professional pressure from colleagues who preferred to maintain the status quo rather than confront uncomfortable truths about past failures. Most disturbing of all were reports that Death Eater sympathizers were attempting to recruit new members by exploiting fears about the instability created by the exposure of ministry corruption. The argument that reform efforts were weakening Magical Britain's defenses against dark forces had some superficial appeal, particularly among people who had benefited from the previous system's willingness to overlook inconvenient evidence in favor of quick convictions. Hermione's analysis of these developments was characteristically thorough and insightful, identifying patterns in the opposition's tactics that suggested coordination between political opponents and criminal elements. "The people we've exposed aren't simply accepting defeat and moving on," she observed. "They're actively working to undermine the reform process by creating new crises that will divert attention from their own accountability." Ron's response reflected his growing understanding of the complex political dynamics they were navigating. "So what do? We can't just ignore the threats and hope they go away, but we also can't let ourselves be distracted from the work that still needs to be done." Luna's unconventional perspective provided valuable insights into the psychological dimensions of the resistance they were facing. The people who enabled Sirius's wrongful conviction aren't just defending their careers or reputations, she pointed out. They're defending their fundamental worldview about how power should operate in wizarding society. Admitting they were wrong about something this important would require them to question everything they've believed about their own righteousness and competence. Sirius's contribution to this discussion was shaped by his direct experience of how institutional failures could destroy individual lives while serving the broader interests of those in power. "The corruption we've exposed wasn't just about money or political advancement," he said quietly. "It was about maintaining a system where certain people's suffering was considered acceptable collateral damage for other people's convenience." As the evening progressed, their conversation turned to the practical challenges of implementing the reforms that the Special Commission was developing. The changes being proposed were comprehensive and far-reaching, encompassing everything from new procedures for handling criminal investigations to enhanced oversight of prosecutorial decisions and judicial accountability measures. But the scope of the proposed changes also made them vulnerable to opposition from people who had built their careers within the existing system and saw reform as a threat to their professional interests. The challenge was building sufficient political momentum to overcome this resistance while maintaining public support for changes that might be disruptive in the short term, even as they provided better outcomes over time. Harry's role in this process was evolving from that of an investigator, exposing corruption, to that of an advocate for comprehensive reform, a transition that required different skills and created new kinds of pressure. His celebrity status provided a platform for reaching audiences that more conventional reform advocates could not access, but it also made him a target for opponents who sought to discredit the entire movement by attacking his credibility or motivations. The gathering concluded with a renewed commitment to supporting the Special Commission's ongoing work while remaining vigilant against the various forms of retaliation they were likely to face from opponents of reform. Sirius's vindication had provided crucial momentum for broader changes, but translating that momentum into lasting institutional reform would require sustained effort and continued courage from everyone involved. As Harry prepared to leave Grimmauld Place that evening, Sirius pulled him aside for a private conversation that would prove to be one of the most important exchanges of their developing relationship. The formal setting of the ministry hearing had not provided opportunities for the kind of personal connection they both needed to process the emotional complexity of their situation. "Harry," Sirius said quietly, "I want you to understand something about what you've accomplished. Exposing the truth about my case wasn't just about freeing one wrongfully imprisoned man. You've shown an entire generation that justice is possible even when the people in power would prefer to maintain convenient lies rather than confront uncomfortable truths." The weight of Sirius's words settled over Harry as he contemplated the broader implications of their investigation. What had begun as a personal mission to help his godfather had evolved into something much larger, a fundamental challenge to the assumption that institutional failures were simply inevitable aspects of how complex societies operated. But perhaps most importantly, Harry understood that his relationship with Sirius was being built on a foundation of shared commitment to justice and reform, rather than simple familial obligation or nostalgic idealization of the past. They had both been transformed by the experience of fighting corruption and would continue to be shaped by the ongoing work of implementing meaningful change. As Harry walked through the London streets toward his return journey to the borough, he felt a sense of accomplishment, tempered by awareness of the challenges that lay ahead. Sirius's freedom had been achieved, but the broader work of reform was just beginning. The enemies they had made would not simply disappear, and the task of building a more just and accountable wizarding society would test everyone involved in ways they were only beginning to understand. The corruption that had enabled Sirius's wrongful conviction had been exposed, and its perpetrators were being held accountable. But preventing similar failures would require ongoing vigilance and sustained commitment to principles that were easier to proclaim than to implement consistently. Harry and his allies had proven that change was possible, but they had also learned that protecting those changes would be just as difficult as achieving them in the first place. The owl that arrived at the borough 3 weeks after Sirius's official exoneration carried news that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of the wizarding world's political development. International magical governments across Europe had begun launching their own investigations into potential judicial failures, creating a ripple effect that transformed Harry's local campaign for justice into a global movement for reform that no single government could control or contain. Harry sat in the Weasley family kitchen, reading correspondence from magical ministries in France, Germany, and Italy, each describing corruption scandals that bore disturbing similarities to what they had exposed in Britain. The pattern was consistent and troubling. Post-war justice systems that had prioritized quick convictions over thorough investigations, creating opportunities for the kind of systematic failures that had enabled Sirius's wrongful imprisonment. The international response had been triggered partly by diplomatic pressure from reform advocates within the British ministry, but more significantly by media coverage that had spread beyond the Quibbler to include mainstream publications throughout the magical world. Rita Skeeter's investigative reporting had been translated into multiple languages, creating public pressure for accountability that transcended national boundaries. Hermione's analysis of these developments revealed strategic implications that went far beyond simple solidarity between reform movements. "The corruption we exposed wasn't unique to Britain," she observed, studying maps that showed the geographic distribution of similar scandals. "There appears to have been coordination between certain elements across national boundaries, suggesting that some of the forces we're fighting operate on an international scale." But while the international response to their investigation had created new opportunities for comprehensive reform, it had also attracted dangerous attention from enemies who saw the global movement as a threat to their fundamental interests. Reports filtered in daily about Death Eater recruitment activities that explicitly cited the political instability created by reform efforts as evidence that magical society needed stronger authoritarian leadership. Most disturbing of all were intelligence reports suggesting that Voldemort himself was actively exploiting the chaos created by corruption scandals to position himself as a force for order and stability. His message to potential followers was sophisticated and appealing to people who felt overwhelmed by the pace of change. The exposure of institutional failures proved that democratic governance was fundamentally inadequate for magical society's complex needs. Ron's response to these developments was characteristically direct and concerned. "So we've exposed corruption and made things better for people like Sirius, but we've also made it easier for you-know-who to recruit followers who think the entire system needs to be torn down and rebuilt under his control?" Luna's unconventional perspective helped frame the dilemma in ways that were both reassuring and challenging. "The corruption was always there," she pointed out. "We didn't create the problems that Voldemort is exploiting. We just made them visible. The alternative was to let the rot continue spreading until it destroyed everything worth preserving about our society." The truth of Luna's observation was reinforced by events that unfolded throughout December as the scope of international investigations continued to expand. Magical governments in Eastern Europe uncovered evidence of systematic collaboration between corrupt officials and Death Eater sympathizers that dated back to the immediate aftermath of Voldemort's first defeat. The networks they discovered were sophisticated and well-funded, suggesting long-term planning that went far beyond opportunistic exploitation of post-war chaos. Harry found himself at the center of discussions about how to respond to these revelations without inadvertently strengthening the very forces they were trying to combat. His role as the primary catalyst for exposing corruption had made him a symbol of reform, but it had also made him a target for enemies who understood that discrediting him could undermine public confidence in the entire movement. The challenge was particularly acute because some of the most effective opposition came from people who were genuinely concerned about stability rather than simply trying to protect their own corrupt interests. Well-meaning wizards and witches who had initially supported reform efforts began questioning whether the pace of change was creating more problems than it was solving. Sirius's experience provided crucial perspective on these concerns, his years of wrongful imprisonment having taught him hard lessons about the human cost of prioritizing stability over justice. The people arguing for slower, more gradual reform are essentially asking victims of corruption to continue suffering while their oppressors are given time to adjust to new accountability standards, he observed during one of their strategy sessions at Grimmauld Place. The first major test of the reform movement's resilience came when Death Eaters launched coordinated attacks against 3 different international investigation sites, clearly intending to destroy evidence and intimidate witnesses. The attacks were sophisticated and well-planned, targeting locations where the most damaging evidence was being stored and analyzed by teams of investigators from multiple countries. The attack on the British investigation headquarters was thwarted largely due to security measures that Amelia Bones had implemented based on Harry's warnings about potential retaliation. The Death Eaters who attempted to infiltrate the facility were captured, providing crucial intelligence about the scope and organization of the opposition they were facing. But the attacks in France and Germany were partially successful, resulting in the destruction of significant amounts of evidence and the injury of several investigators. The message was clear. The forces opposing reform were willing to use violence to protect their interests, and they had the resources and coordination necessary to strike at multiple targets simultaneously. Harry's response to these attacks marked a fundamental shift in his understanding of the conflict they were engaged in. This wasn't simply about exposing past corruption or implementing better procedures for future cases. They were fighting against an organized conspiracy that had deep roots throughout magical society and was willing to use deadly force to maintain its power. The decision to accept offers of protection from international magical governments was difficult but necessary, creating a situation where Harry found himself under constant surveillance by auras from multiple countries who were committed to ensuring his safety. The arrangement was both reassuring and constraining, providing security while limiting his freedom to investigate independently. Hermione's parents faced a particularly complex challenge as the international scope of the conflict became clear. Their daughter's involvement in exposing corruption had made them potential targets for retaliation, but the protection offered by magical authorities required them to maintain complete secrecy about their knowledge of the wizarding world's political crisis. The strain of maintaining this secrecy while constantly worrying about their daughter's safety created tensions that tested the entire family's resilience. Hermione's decision to continue her involvement in reform efforts despite these pressures demonstrated the kind of courage that had made their investigation possible in the first place. Ron's family faced different but equally serious challenges, as their support for the reform movement made them targets for Death Eater recruitment efforts disguised as pure-blood solidarity appeals. The Weasleys' well-known blood status and financial struggles made them attractive candidates for supporters who portrayed the political crisis as evidence that traditional hierarchies needed to be restored. Mrs. Weasley's response to these approaches was swift and decisive, but the fact that they were being made at all revealed how effectively the opposition was exploiting social divisions that the reform movement had not adequately addressed. The message that corruption scandals proved the need for stronger authoritarian leadership had particular appeal among people who felt overwhelmed by rapid social change. The Burrow came under direct attack on a grey January morning, with Death Eaters using the cover of heavy snow to approach undetected until they were close enough to begin casting destructive spells at the house itself. The assault was clearly intended to send a message about the consequences of supporting reform efforts, but it also provided an opportunity to demonstrate the effectiveness of the protection measures that had been implemented. Harry's response to the attack revealed how much his magical abilities had developed during months of intensive preparation for exactly this kind of confrontation. His connection to Voldemort's mind, which had once been a source of vulnerability, now provided advance warning of Death Eater activities that allowed him to coordinate defensive measures with remarkable effectiveness. The battle lasted less than 10 minutes, but its intensity was extraordinary, as Harry coordinated with Ron, Hermione, Luna, and several members of the Weasley family to repel attackers who were clearly well-trained and highly motivated. The defensive spells they had practiced for months proved their effectiveness under actual combat conditions. But perhaps most importantly, the attack provided evidence of coordination between Death Eater cells that confirmed intelligence reports about Voldemort's systematic exploitation of the political crisis. The attackers were equipped with detailed information about the Burrow's layout and the defensive measures that had been implemented, suggesting surveillance that could only have been conducted with significant resources and planning. Hermione's quick thinking during the battle proved crucial when she recognized that several of the attackers were using spells that she had seen referenced in confiscated Death Eater documents from other countries. The magical signatures were consistent with techniques that had been used in the attacks on international investigation sites, confirming that they were dealing with a truly global conspiracy. The aftermath of the attack brought rapid responses from multiple international magical governments, each offering additional resources and support for protecting the people who had been instrumental in exposing corruption. But these offers also came with implicit expectations about coordination and information sharing that threatened to transform the grassroots reform movement into something more institutionalized and potentially less flexible. Harry's meeting with representatives from the International Confederation of Wizards marked a crucial turning point in his understanding of the political forces he was navigating. The Confederation's interest in his work was both flattering and concerning, representing recognition of its importance while also suggesting attempts to co-opt or control the movement he had started. The Confederation's proposal for creating an international commission on magical justice reform was appealing in its scope and ambition, but Harry recognized that such institutionalization might dilute the moral clarity that had made their original investigation so effective. The challenge was accepting help and resources without losing control over the fundamental principles that had guided their work. Sirius's counsel proved invaluable during these negotiations, his experience with both the benefits and dangers of institutional authority providing crucial perspective on how to maintain independence while accepting necessary support. The goal is to use their resources without becoming dependent on their approval, he advised. The moment we start moderating our positions to maintain their support, we've lost the thing that made us effective in the first place. Luna's father's reporting on these developments helped maintain public awareness of the issues at stake, while avoiding the kind of sensationalisms that might undermine serious reform efforts. The Quibbler's coverage focused on the human stories behind the political maneuvering, reminding readers that the ultimate goal was protecting innocent people from the kind of systematic failures that had destroyed so many lives. The international magical community's response to their work culminated in an unprecedented gathering of reform advocates from across Europe, held at a secure location that had been warded by specialists from multiple countries. The conference provided an opportunity to coordinate strategies and share resources while maintaining the independence that had made their original investigation possible. Harry's address to this gathering marked his emergence as a recognized leader in the international reform movement, but it also represented a commitment to principles that would guide his actions, regardless of the personal costs involved. "We didn't expose corruption to become politicians or to build careers in reform advocacy," he told the assembled delegates. "We did it because innocent people were suffering, while corrupt officials protected their own interests. That principle must continue to guide everything we do." The conference concluded with agreements for enhanced cooperation between national investigations, while maintaining the grassroots character that had made the movement effective. More importantly, it established protocols for sharing intelligence about Death Eater activities that threatened reform efforts, creating a coordinated response to the violent opposition they were facing. But as Harry returned to Britain after the conference, he understood that the international dimension of their work had fundamentally altered the stakes of everything they were attempting. They were no longer fighting simply for justice in individual cases or even for reform of British magical institutions. They had become part of a global struggle between forces that believed in accountability and transparency and those that preferred to maintain power through secrecy and intimidation. The scope of this struggle was both inspiring and terrifying, representing opportunities for comprehensive reform that could benefit millions of people while also creating dangers that threatened everyone involved in the movement. Harry's role had evolved from that of a teenager seeking justice for his godfather to that of a symbol of resistance against corruption that operated on an international scale. As he contemplated the challenges ahead, Harry felt a mixture of determination and apprehension that reflected the magnitude of what they had accomplished and the even greater challenges that lay ahead. The exposure of corruption had created opportunities for positive change, but it had also triggered a coordinated response from enemies who were willing to use violence to maintain their power. The battle for justice and accountability was entering a new phase that would test everyone involved in ways they were only beginning to understand, but Harry remained committed to the principles that had guided him since his discovery of Sirius's letter in his parents' vault. The wizarding world was changing, and despite the dangers involved, that change represented hope for a better future for everyone who believed that justice should not depend on political convenience or institutional reputation. The emergency alarms that echoed through the Ministry of Magic at dawn on February 14th announced the beginning of what would become known as the Valentine's Day Crisis, a coordinated assault by Death Eater forces that targeted the heart of the wizarding government while reform leaders gathered for what was supposed to be a routine oversight hearing. Harry felt his scar burning with unprecedented intensity as he raced through the ministry's corridors alongside Ron, Hermione, and Luna, all of them understanding that this attack represented Voldemort's decisive attempt to exploit the political chaos their investigation had created. The scale and coordination of the assault was staggering in its scope and precision. Death Eaters had simultaneously struck at the Ministry building itself, Hogwarts Castle, where several reform advocates were meeting with McGonagall, and Grimmauld Place, where Sirius was working with international investigators. The timing was clearly designed to eliminate key figures in the reform movement, while demonstrating Voldemort's ability to strike at multiple targets, despite the enhanced security measures that had been implemented. Amelia Bones coordinated the Ministry's defense from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, her voice carrying over the chaos as she directed auras to critical positions throughout the building. Her years of experience in law enforcement had prepared her for many contingencies, but the sheer audacity of attacking the Ministry directly during daylight hours revealed an enemy confidence that was both shocking and terrifying. The Death Eaters who had infiltrated the building moved with military precision, their tactics suggesting extensive reconnaissance and inside knowledge of ministry security procedures. Their primary objectives appeared to be the destruction of evidence rooms where corruption investigation materials were stored, and the elimination of key witnesses whose testimony had been crucial to exposing the conspiracy that had enabled Sirius's wrongful conviction. Harry's connection to Voldemort's mind provided crucial tactical intelligence about enemy movements, but it also revealed the Dark Lord's strategic thinking in ways that were deeply disturbing. Voldemort wasn't simply trying to destroy the reform movement through violence. He was attempting to demonstrate that democratic institutions were fundamentally inadequate for protecting magical society against determined enemies. The battle in the Ministry's main atrium was unlike anything Harry had experienced during his previous encounters with Death Eaters. The enemy forces were better organized and more heavily armed than in previous engagements, suggesting access to resources and training that went far beyond what individual cells could have provided independently. Hermione's tactical analysis proved invaluable as she identified patterns in the Death Eater assault that revealed their command structure and priority objectives. "They're not just trying to cause maximum damage," she observed during a brief lull in the fighting. "They're specifically targeting evidence storage areas and witness protection facilities. This is about destroying our investigation as much as it is about killing reform advocates." Ron's curse work had reached near professional levels during the months of preparation for exactly this kind of confrontation, his stunning spells and defensive barriers providing crucial protection for Ministry employees who were trapped in the crossfire. His knowledge of the building's layout, gained through his father's work connections, proved essential for evacuating non-combatants while maintaining defensive positions. Luna's unconventional combat techniques continued to confuse and disorient Death Eaters who had prepared for more traditional magical dueling tactics. Her ability to think in ways that conventional dark arts training did not anticipate made her one of their most effective fighters, despite her apparent lack of formal combat experience. The attack on Hogwarts was simultaneously being coordinated by Severus Snape, whose loyalties had finally been tested beyond their breaking point by the crisis surrounding Sirius's vindication. His decision to openly support the reform movement, despite the obvious danger to his position as a double agent, represented a crucial turning point that would affect everything that followed. McGonagall's leadership during the Hogwarts assault demonstrated why she had been chosen as Dumbledore's successor, her tactical brilliance and fierce protectiveness creating a defensive perimeter that held despite overwhelming enemy numbers. The Death Eaters had clearly expected the school to be more vulnerable without Dumbledore's direct presence, but they had underestimated both the faculty's competence and the students' willingness to fight for principles they believed in. The battle at Grimmauld Place posed the greatest personal stakes for Harry, as Sirius found himself confronting enemies who were specifically targeting him for elimination. The symbolism was deliberate and cruel. The man whose wrongful conviction had started the entire reform movement would be murdered just as his vindication was creating the possibility for meaningful change. But Sirius's years in Azkaban had not broken his spirit or his determination to fight for justice, and his defensive capabilities had been enhanced by months of preparation with international aura specialists. The house's ancient protective enchantments, reinforced by modern security measures, created a fortress that proved more difficult to breach than the attackers had anticipated. The coordination between the three battle sites created tactical challenges that tested every aspect of their preparation and planning. Communication spells allowed Harry to maintain contact with defenders at Hogwarts and Grimmauld Place while participating in the Ministry battle, but the mental strain of processing information from multiple sources while engaging in intense magical combat pushed him to his absolute limits. The turning point came when Peter Pettigrew made his final betrayal, attempting to deliver crucial intelligence about Ministry defenses directly to the Death Eater assault teams. His escape from protective custody had been carefully planned and executed with inside help, confirming that corruption within the ministry remained a serious problem despite the reforms that had been implemented. But Peter's betrayal also provided an opportunity that Harry was prepared to exploit. The intelligence he delivered was partially fabricated, designed to lure Death Eater forces into defensive positions where they could be surrounded and eliminated by reserve aura teams that had been positioned specifically for this contingency. The battle reached its climax when Voldemort himself appeared in the Ministry atrium, his presence immediately shifting the balance of the conflict through sheer magical power and the psychological impact of his arrival. His decision to participate directly in the assault, rather than operating through subordinates, revealed how seriously he viewed the threat posed by the reform movement. Harry's confrontation with Voldemort took place in the same courtroom where Sirius had been officially exonerated just months earlier, the symbolic significance adding emotional weight to their magical duel. The contrast between Harry's commitment to justice and accountability and Voldemort's embrace of power without limitation could not have been more stark. The duel itself was brief but extraordinarily intense, both combatants drawing on every aspect of their magical training and natural abilities. Harry's connection to his enemy provided tactical advantages, but it also created vulnerabilities that Voldemort was skilled at exploiting. The outcome remained uncertain until intervention from unexpected allies shifted the balance decisively. Snape's arrival at the crucial moment, accompanied by Order members whose loyalties had been clarified by the crisis, provided the support Harry needed to force Voldemort's retreat. But more importantly, the Professor's decision to openly oppose his former master, despite the obvious consequences, demonstrated the kind of moral courage that the reform movement had been trying to inspire. The simultaneous conclusion of battles at all three locations marked a tactical victory for the forces defending democratic institutions. But the cost was severe, and the implications were troubling. Several reform advocates had been killed or seriously injured, while the destruction of evidence and the assassination of key witnesses had significantly complicated ongoing corruption investigations. Most disturbing of all was the revelation that Death Eater infiltration of the Ministry had been more extensive than anyone had suspected, with several officials who had publicly supported reform efforts revealed as double agents working to sabotage investigations from within. The scope of this betrayal called into question the security of the entire reform process. The immediate aftermath of the Valentine's Day crisis brought international attention that transformed the British reform movement into a global cause célèbre. But it also revealed the limitations of democratic institutions when confronted by enemies who rejected the fundamental premises of peaceful political competition. Voldemort's willingness to use direct violence against government facilities had crossed lines that changed the nature of the conflict entirely. The wine glass exploded in a shower of crimson liquid and glittering shards, spraying Aunt Marge's considerable bulk with what had been a rather expensive Bordeaux just moments before. 8-year-old Harry Potter watched in mounting horror as the purple-faced woman shrieked, her bloated features contorting with rage as burgundy droplets dripped from her chin onto her floral print dress. Uncle Vernon's face had gone beyond red, past purple, and settled into a shade that reminded Harry uncomfortably of raw beef. The massive man's tiny eyes bulged as he turned his furious gaze from the destroyed wine glass to his nephew, who stood frozen beside the dining table with his hands at his sides, knowing with absolute certainty that he had somehow caused this disaster, despite never touching the glass. It had happened again. The strange, impossible things that Uncle Vernon called freakishness, and that made Aunt Petunia's face pinch with disgust and fear. Harry had been standing quietly in the corner as instructed, listening to Aunt Marge's endless complaints about dog breeding and property taxes when she had begun one of her favorite topics of conversation. Namely, how Harry was clearly a bad seed who would end up in prison just like his worthless father, and how the Dursleys were saints for putting up with such obvious criminality in their own home. The familiar burning sensation had built in Harry's chest as Aunt Marge's voice grew louder and more vicious, describing how his father had probably been a drunk and a wastrel who had gotten himself and his wife killed in a car crash while driving under the influence. The heat behind Harry's ribs had intensified with each cruel word until something inside him seemed to snap with an almost audible crack, and then the wine glass had simply burst apart, as if someone had struck it with a hammer. "Marge," Vernon muttered through gritted teeth, his voice deadly quiet in a way that made Harry's stomach clench with terror. "Perhaps you could clean yourself up in the guest bathroom while I have a word with the boy." Aunt Marge's piggy eyes glittered with malicious satisfaction as she dabbed at her wine-stained dress with a napkin. "Oh yes, Vernon. I do think the boy needs to learn some proper discipline. In my day, children who caused such disruptions would have felt the sting of a good cane across their backside." Harry tried to back toward the kitchen, but Uncle Vernon's massive hand clamped down on his shoulder with crushing force, thick fingers digging into the hollow above his collarbone, hard enough to leave bruises. The boy's thin frame seemed to shrink even further as Vernon's grip tightened, and Harry could smell the alcohol on his uncle's breath, mixed with the stench of stale cigarettes and perspiration. Aunt Petunia appeared in the doorway, her horse-like face creased with anxiety as she took in the scene of destruction. She said nothing, but Harry caught the quick, fearful glance she shot toward her husband and the way her knobby hands twisted together in front of her apron. She never intervened when Vernon's temper reached this particular pitch, though Harry sometimes caught her watching these episodes with something that might have been guilt flickering in her pale eyes. "Right then," Vernon said, his voice still carrying that terrible, controlled fury that was somehow worse than his usual shouting. "The cupboard. Now. And you'll stay there until I decide you've learned your lesson about disrupting decent people's dinner with your freakish nonsense." The cupboard under the stairs had been Harry's bedroom for as long as he could remember, though calling it a bedroom was generous. The space was barely large enough for a grown person to crouch in, let alone for a child to sleep comfortably night after night. A thin mattress that reeked of mold covered most of the floor, and Harry's few possessions were crammed onto a makeshift shelf that Uncle Vernon had installed years ago. His school clothes hung from a single hook, and his broken glasses sat on the shelf alongside a few battered paperback books that Aunt Petunia had grudgingly allowed him to keep. But being sent to the cupboard during one of Uncle Vernon's rages was different from simply sleeping there. When Harry was being punished, Vernon would push the heavy bolt home from the outside, sealing Harry into the cramped darkness for hours or sometimes days at a time. No food, no water, no trips to the bathroom, unless Aunt Petunia decided to show mercy, which happened rarely when Vernon was in one of his moods. Harry stumbled through the narrow doorway and collapsed onto the musty mattress, pulling his knees up to his chest as the bolt slammed home with a sound like a gunshot. The darkness was absolute, the kind of suffocating blackness that seemed to press against his eyes and make him forget what the world looked like beyond these four walls. Hours passed. Harry dozed fitfully, waking periodically to the sounds of the house settling around him or the distant murmur of adult conversation from the living room. His stomach cramped with hunger, and his throat felt dry and scratchy, but he had learned years ago that crying or begging only made his punishments longer and more severe. Sometime around midnight on the second day of his confinement, as Harry lay curled on his side, trying to ignore the persistent ache in his empty stomach, something strange began to happen. The burning sensation in his chest that had preceded the wine-glass incident returned, starting as a warm glow behind his ribs and gradually intensifying until it felt like a small sun had taken up residence in his body. The feeling was not entirely unpleasant, though it was certainly unsettling. Harry had experienced variations of this sensation before during moments of extreme emotion or stress, but never with this particular quality of focused intensity. As the warmth spread through his limbs, he became aware of a peculiar tingling in his fingertips, as if tiny sparks were dancing across his skin. Harry pressed his palms against the wooden wall of the cupboard, partly to brace himself, and partly out of curiosity about the strange energy flowing through him. The moment his hands made contact with the wood, he gasped in surprise. The wall felt different somehow, not quite as solid as it should have been. When he pushed experimentally, his fingers seemed to sink slightly into the surface, as if the wood had softened under his touch. A wild idea began to form in Harry's mind. If his freakishness could make wine glasses explode, perhaps it could do other things as well. Perhaps it could help him escape from this horrible little prison that had confined him for so much of his short life. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated on the warm energy flowing through his body, trying to direct it toward his hands and the wall they were pressed against. The tingling intensified, and he felt something that was almost like electricity crackling between his palms and the wood. When he opened his eyes and looked down, he could barely make out a faint, silvery glow emanating from where his skin touched the wall. Slowly, carefully, Harry began to push harder against the wooden surface. To his amazement and growing excitement, his hands gradually sank deeper into the wall, as if it were made of thick mud rather than solid timber. The wood seemed to flow around his fingers like warm honey, and Harry realized with a thrill of possibility that he was actually creating an opening. It took the better part of an hour, working with careful, quiet movements to avoid attracting attention from upstairs. But eventually, Harry managed to carve a hole in the cupboard wall, large enough for his slight frame to squeeze through. The opening led directly into the space behind the stairs, where the Dursleys stored cleaning supplies and seasonal decorations, and from there, Harry knew he could reach the back door of the house. Harry gathered his few possessions with trembling hands, stuffing his extra clothes into a pillowcase, along with his broken glasses and the small collection of books. His heart hammered against his ribs as he squeezed through the hole he had created, marveling at the smooth edges where his strange power had somehow melted the wood into a perfect circular opening. The rest of the house was silent and dark as Harry crept through the storage area and into the kitchen. Aunt Petunia had left a loaf of bread on the counter, and Harry grabbed several slices along with a small jar of jam, adding them to his makeshift bag. He also filled a plastic water bottle from the tap, knowing that wherever he ended up, he would need something to drink. The back door key hung on its usual hook beside the refrigerator, and Harry's hands shook only slightly as he turned it in the lock. The night air hit his face like a cool blessing after the stifling atmosphere of the cupboard, and for a moment Harry simply stood on the back step, breathing deeply and savoring the feeling of space around him. But he could not linger. Uncle Vernon would eventually check the cupboard, and when he discovered both the hole and Harry's absence, his rage would be volcanic. Harry needed to put as much distance as possible between himself and Privet Drive before dawn brought the inevitable search. He slipped through the back garden and out into the narrow alley that ran behind the row houses, his bare feet silent on the cool concrete. The neighborhood was utterly quiet at this hour, with only the occasional streetlight casting pools of yellow illumination across the empty sidewalks. Harry had never been outside alone at night before, and despite his fear and uncertainty, there was something exhilarating about the freedom to walk wherever he chose without asking permission or enduring suspicious glares. Harry wandered the streets of Little Whinging for nearly an hour before exhaustion and the weight of his situation began to catch up with him. He needed somewhere to rest and think, somewhere safe where he could figure out what to do next. The idea of returning to number 4 Privet Drive made his stomach turn with dread, but he had nowhere else to go, and no one who might help him. As he turned onto a side street, lined with neat suburban homes much like the Dursleys, Harry noticed that one of the houses had a garden shed tucked into the back corner of the property. The structure looked sturdy and well-maintained, and when Harry tested the door, he found it unlocked. Inside, the shed smelled of lawn-mower fuel and fertilizer, but it was dry and offered protection from both the elements and any searching eyes. Harry made himself a nest among the gardening tools and settled down to eat some of his stolen bread and jam. The food tasted better than anything Aunt Petunia had ever served him, perhaps because he had chosen to eat it rather than having it grudgingly provided after he had completed his endless list of chores. As he ate, Harry tried to formulate some kind of plan. He could not stay in the shed indefinitely, and he had no money, no friends, and no relatives other than the Dursleys who might take him in. The prospect of sleeping rough and scavenging for food was terrifying for an 8-year-old, but it still seemed preferable to returning to the cupboard under the stairs and Uncle Vernon's increasingly violent punishments. Harry was so absorbed in his worried thoughts that he almost missed the soft sound of footsteps approaching the shed. He froze, clutching his pillowcase of possessions and listening intently for any sign that he had been discovered. The footsteps paused just outside the door, and Harry held his breath, praying desperately that whoever was out there would simply move on. Instead, a young girl's voice spoke softly through the thin wooden walls. "I know someone's in there. You don't have to be afraid. I won't tell anyone." Harry remained silent, his heart pounding so loudly that he was certain it could be heard from outside the shed. The voice was clearly that of a child, probably close to his own age, but that did not necessarily mean of safety. Children could be just as cruel as adults, sometimes more so, and Harry had learned through painful experience that seeking help from strangers rarely ended well for him. "My name is Hermione," the girl continued, her voice patient and oddly mature for someone who sounded so young. "I live in the house right there, and I saw you come into our garden. You look like you might be hurt or scared, and I thought maybe you needed help." Something in the girl's tone made Harry hesitate. There was no mockery or suspicion in her voice, just genuine concern and an offer of assistance that seemed to come without strings attached. Harry had encountered so little genuine kindness in his life that he barely recognized it when he heard it, but some instinct told him that this Hermione person might be different from the adults and children who had always treated him as a burden or a target. Slowly, carefully, Harry pushed open the shed door and peered out into the moonlit garden. A girl of about his own age sat cross-legged on the grass a few feet away, holding what appeared to be a thick book in her lap. Her hair was a mass of brown curls that seemed to have a mind of their own, and her eyes were large and dark in her heart-shaped face. She wore a nightgown and slippers, as if she had come outside impulsively rather than planning to spend time in the garden. What struck Harry most forcefully about the girl was the complete absence of judgment or suspicion in her expression. She looked at his dirty clothes, his tangled hair, and his collection of possessions stuffed into a pillowcase without any sign of disgust or superiority. Instead, her face showed only concern and what might have been recognition, as if she understood exactly what his bedraggled appearance meant. "You've been hurt," she said simply, and it was not a question. "Someone has been hurting you, and you ran away to escape them." Harry nodded mutely, not trusting his voice to work properly. He had never spoken about his life with the Dursleys to anyone, partly because no one had ever asked, and partly because he had always assumed that adults would either not believe him or would somehow decide that he deserved whatever treatment he received. "Are you hungry?" Hermione asked, closing her book and setting it aside. "I could bring you something to eat, and maybe some clean clothes if you need them. My parents are doctors. Well, dentists, actually, and they know how to help people who have been hurt." The offer was so unexpected and generous that Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. He blinked them back furiously, unwilling to cry in front of this strange girl who had shown him more kindness in 5 minutes than he had received from his family in 8 years. "I don't have anywhere to go," Harry whispered, the admission torn from him almost against his will. "If I go back, he'll lock me up again, and it'll be even worse than before." Hermione's expression darkened, and for a moment she looked far older than her apparent age. "Then you won't go back," she said with quiet certainty. "We'll figure out something else." "What's your name?" "Harry Potter," Harry replied, surprised by how good it felt to introduce himself to someone who seemed genuinely interested in knowing who he was, rather than immediately deciding that his very existence was a problem to be solved. "Harry Potter," Hermione repeated thoughtfully. "That's a nice name. It suits you." She stood up and brushed grass from her nightgown. then looked down at him with an expression of determination that seemed oddly familiar, though Harry could not quite place where he might have seen it before. "Come on then, Harry Potter. Let's go wake up my parents and see about getting you somewhere safe to sleep tonight. Tomorrow we can figure out how to make sure no one ever hurts you again." As Harry gathered his meagre possessions and followed Hermione across the moonlit garden toward her house, he felt something unfamiliar stirring in his chest. It took him several moments to identify the sensation, since he had experienced it so rarely in his short life. Hope. For the first time since he could remember, Harry Potter was beginning to hope that his life might contain something other than fear, pain, and the grinding certainty that he was fundamentally unwanted. This curly-haired girl with her serious eyes and gentle voice had offered him kindness without expecting anything in return, and Harry found himself daring to believe that perhaps the world held more people like her than like the Dursleys. The house that Hermione led him toward was similar to number 4 Privet Drive in size and style, but something about it felt completely different from the home where Harry had spent his miserable childhood. Perhaps it was simply the knowledge that kind people lived here, or perhaps it was the warm light that glowed from several windows despite the late hour. Whatever the reason, Harry felt no fear as he approached the back door, only a growing sense that his life was about to change in ways he could barely imagine. Hermione paused at the door and turned to face him, her expression serious but not unkind. "My parents are good people, Harry, but they're going to be shocked when they see you. They'll probably want to take you to a doctor and maybe call the police about whoever hurt you. Is that all right?" Harry considered this for a moment. The idea of doctors and police had always terrified him, since Uncle Vernon had frequently threatened to have him locked away in an institution or juvenile detention facility if he continued to display signs of freakishness. But something about the way Hermione spoke of her parents made Harry believe that they might be different from the adults he had known before. "Yes," he said quietly. "I think that would be all right." Hermione smiled, and the expression transformed her entire face, making her look like the child she actually was, rather than the serious young person she had seemed in the garden. "Good," she said, reaching for the door handle. "Then let's go change your life, Harry Potter." The morning sky above Diagon Alley burned with unnatural fire as Voldemort's forces descended upon the heart of British magical commerce, their dark robes billowing like storm clouds against the dawn. From his concealed position atop the leaky cauldron, Harry Potter watched through enhanced magical scrying as Death Eaters moved through the ancient cobblestone streets with the confidence of conquerors who expected no meaningful resistance. But Voldemort had gravely miscalculated the nature of the opposition he would face. Instead of the divided, frightened magical community that had crumbled before his previous rise to power, the Dark Lord found himself confronting a coordinated international force that had spent 3 years preparing for exactly this moment. The trap had been set with meticulous care, using intelligence gathered through Harry's enhanced connection to Voldemort and strategic planning that drew upon the combined expertise of magical law enforcement agencies from across Europe. Every Death Eater movement had been anticipated, every escape route had been blocked, and every tactical advantage that Voldemort believed he possessed had been quietly neutralized. Harry activated his communication crystal, sending the prearranged signal that would coordinate the response of forces positioned throughout London's magical districts. The reply came immediately from Hermione, whose analytical brilliance had been instrumental in designing the complex tactical framework they were about to implement. "All international teams report ready for engagement." Hermione's voice reached him through their enhanced magical link, her tone carrying the calm confidence of someone whose theoretical preparations were about to be tested in actual combat. "Victor's team has secured the northern approaches. Fleur's group controls the southern exits, and Bill's curse breakers have neutralized the emergency portkey network that Voldemort planned to use for retreat." Harry felt a surge of pride and determination as he contemplated the extraordinary alliance that had assembled to face this threat. Representatives from magical law enforcement agencies across the continent had volunteered for this mission, recognizing that Voldemort's attack on British magical society represented a threat to the stability and security of the entire international magical community. The French Auror Division had contributed their finest tactical specialists, wizards whose expertise in coordinated magical combat exceeded anything that British magical law enforcement had developed during decades of institutional stagnation. The German magical police had provided advanced protective ward technology that created nearly impenetrable defensive barriers around civilian areas. Most significantly, the Bulgarian combat magic specialists from Victor's alma mater had brought with them theoretical and practical knowledge of fighting techniques specifically designed to counter dark magic. Their presence transformed what Voldemort had expected to be a one-sided assault into a comprehensive military engagement between evenly matched opposing forces. The battle began at precisely 9 o'clock in the morning, as Voldemort himself materialized in the center of Diagon Alley with the dramatic flair that had always characterized his public appearances. The Dark Lord clearly expected to find terrified shopkeepers and panicked civilians fleeing before his awesome power, but instead he discovered that the entire district had been evacuated and converted into a carefully prepared battlefield. Harry activated his enhanced magical perception, allowing him to observe the developing conflict from multiple perspectives simultaneously. Through his connection to Voldemort, he could monitor the Dark Lord's tactical decisions and emotional responses, while his communication links with the international forces provided real-time intelligence about the effectiveness of their coordinated assault. The opening phase of the battle demonstrated immediately why the international magical community had been so successful in previous conflicts with dark wizard organizations. Instead of the heroic individual dueling that characterized traditional British magical combat, the Allied forces employed sophisticated group tactics that maximized their collective magical power while minimizing individual risk. Victor Krum led the Eastern Assault Team with the precision of a military commander whose training had emphasized strategic thinking over dramatic gestures. His team moved through the battle zone like a well-oiled machine, each wizard contributing their specialized abilities to a coordinated effort that systematically dismantled Voldemort's defensive positions. Fleur Delacour's Vila heritage proved invaluable in the urban combat environment, her enhanced magical senses allowing her to detect concealed Death Eaters and hidden magical traps that might otherwise have compromised the Allied advance. Her team's responsibility for securing civilian evacuation routes had been accomplished with characteristic efficiency, ensuring that no innocent bystanders would be caught in the crossfire. Most remarkably, Bill Weasley's curse-breaking expertise had allowed the international forces to turn Voldemort's own magical preparations against him. The Dark Lord had spent months placing dark magic traps throughout Diagon Alley, expecting to use them to channel and control any opposition to his assault. Instead, Bill's team had systematically identified and repurposed these magical devices, creating a network of defensive systems that protected the Allied forces while hampering Death Eater movement. But the most significant advantage possessed by the International Alliance was their comprehensive understanding of Voldemort's strategic capabilities and limitations. Through 3 years of careful intelligence gathering and analysis, Harry and his allies had mapped the Dark Lord's magical signature, documented his preferred tactical approaches, and identified the psychological weaknesses that could be exploited in direct confrontation. Harry himself had spent countless hours studying every aspect of Voldemort's magical abilities, using his unique connection to observe the Dark Lord's spell-casting techniques and strategic thinking patterns. This intelligence had been shared with combat specialists throughout the international magical community, creating a comprehensive tactical database that gave every Allied wizard detailed knowledge of their opponent's capabilities. The result was a battle that unfolded with devastating precision from the Allied perspective. Every spell that Voldemort cast was anticipated and countered. Every tactical maneuver was predicted and neutralized. Every attempt to rally his forces was disrupted by targeted magical interference that had been designed specifically to exploit the Dark Lord's known weaknesses. Voldemort's growing frustration and rage were clearly visible through Harry's enhanced perception, as the Dark Lord realized that his supposedly overwhelming magical superiority was being systematically negated by opponents who understood his abilities better than he had imagined possible. For the first time in his long career of magical dominance, Voldemort found himself fighting an enemy that was genuinely prepared for everything he could bring against them. The destruction of Voldemort's remaining soul fragments had been proceeding simultaneously with the battle in Diagon Alley, as specialized teams executed coordinated strikes against the hidden locations where the Dark Lord's anchors to life had been concealed. Neville Longbottom led the assault on the cave by the sea, his expertise in environmental magic allowing him to neutralize the defensive spells that protected the locket hidden within. The attack on Gringotts Bank proceeded with the full cooperation of the Goblin Nation, whose fury over Dumbledore's financial crimes had made them eager allies in the effort to eliminate both threats to magical stability. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff was retrieved and destroyed with ceremonial efficiency that reflected centuries of goblin expertise in dealing with cursed magical artifacts. Most dramatically, the assault on Nagini, Voldemort's final and most protected soul fragment, was conducted by Harry himself as he moved through the battle zone toward his inevitable confrontation with the Dark Lord. The Great Serpent had been concealed within a protective magical bubble that Voldemort maintained through constant concentration, but Harry's enhanced connection allowed him to disrupt the Dark Lord's focus at precisely the moment when allied curse breakers struck the protective barrier. As each soul fragment was destroyed, Harry felt the reverberations through his connection to Voldemort, sensing the Dark Lord's growing desperation as his immortality strategy collapsed around him. The psychological impact of losing his anchors to life was clearly as devastating as the magical consequences, transforming Voldemort from a confident conqueror into an increasingly frantic wizard whose carefully constructed sense of invincibility was crumbling with each passing moment. The climax of the battle came as Harry finally confronted Voldemort directly in the ruins of what had once been Flourish and Blot's bookstore. The symbolism was not lost on either wizard as they faced each other surrounded by the scattered remnants of knowledge and learning that both had claimed to champion, but that only one had genuinely served. Harry approached this final confrontation with none of the fear or uncertainty that had characterized his previous encounters with dark magic. 3 years of intensive magical education, combat training, and psychological preparation had transformed him into a wizard whose capabilities far exceeded anything that Voldemort had anticipated or planned for. Most importantly, Harry was not alone. His magical connection to Hermione, Fleur, Victor, and his other allies meant that their combined power and wisdom were available to support him even in this most personal of confrontations. The golden light that had always appeared when Harry worked with his closest friends now manifested as a protective aura that seemed to burn away the darkness that surrounded Voldemort like a living shadow. The duel that followed was unlike any magical combat that had been witnessed in the British magical community for generations. Instead of the flashy spell exchanges that characterized traditional wizard dueling, Harry and Voldemort engaged in a sophisticated battle of magical theory and practical application that drew upon the deepest principles of magical practice. Voldemort's attacks were powerful and vicious, reflecting decades of experience in dark magic and a complete absence of moral restraint in the pursuit of victory. But every spell he cast was met with a counter that had been specifically designed to neutralize his particular magical signature, and every tactical advantage he attempted to exploit had already been anticipated and prepared for by Harry's international support team. The Dark Lord's growing desperation became evident as he began to abandon his usual strategic approach in favor of increasingly reckless magical assaults. His attempts to penetrate Harry's mental defenses were repelled by occlumency techniques that had been perfected through years of practice and theoretical study. His efforts to overwhelm Harry with raw magical power founded against protective barriers that drew upon the combined strength of the entire international alliance. Most significantly, Voldemort's attempts to exploit Harry's emotional vulnerability through psychological manipulation were completely ineffective against a young wizard who had spent years developing genuine self-confidence and emotional stability through positive relationships and meaningful accomplishments. The frightened, isolated child that the Dark Lord remembered no longer existed, replaced by a mature and capable wizard who understood his own worth and potential. The end came with surprising suddenness as Voldemort's final desperate attempt to cast the killing curse was turned back upon him by a combination of Harry's enhanced magical abilities and the protective power that flowed from his connections to his allies. The Dark Lord's own hatred and malice, amplified by the magical resonance that Harry had learned to control and direct, became the instrument of his final destruction. As Voldemort's body collapsed, and his fragmented soul was finally released from its artificial bindings to mortal existence, Harry felt the scar on his forehead burn with intensity that quickly faded to nothing as the magical connection that had linked them for so many years was finally severed. For the first time since infancy, Harry Potter was truly free from the shadow of the Dark Lord's influence. The aftermath of the battle revealed the complete success of the International Alliance's strategy. Every Death Eater who had participated in the assault on Diagon Alley had been captured or killed, and their support network throughout Britain had been systematically dismantled by coordinated raids that proceeded simultaneously with the main battle. Most importantly, the British magical community had witnessed a demonstration of what effective international cooperation could accomplish when it replaced the secretive, manipulative approach that had characterized their traditional response to dark wizard threats. The contrast between the Allied forces' professional competence and the institutional failures that had enabled Voldemort's rise could not have been more stark. As Harry stood among his allies in the ruins of Diagon Alley, watching as international magical law enforcement teams began the process of rebuilding and restoration, he reflected on how completely his life and the magical world had been transformed since his escape from Privet Drive. The frightened, abused child who had once hidden in a garden shed had become the leader of an alliance that had fundamentally changed the balance of power in magical society. The golden light that connected him to his closest friends pulsed with satisfaction and hope as they contemplated the possibilities that lay ahead. Voldemort was gone, his supporters were defeated, and the magical world was free to pursue the values of international cooperation, intellectual advancement, and moral leadership that represented its greatest potential for positive development. But even as they celebrated their victory over the forces of darkness, Harry and his allies knew that their work was far from finished. The corrupt institutions and authoritarian leaders who had enabled Voldemort's rise still needed to be held accountable, and the international magical community still needed to establish new frameworks for preventing future threats to peace and security. The war against Voldemort was over, but the larger struggle for the soul of magical society was just beginning. Harry Potter and his international alliance had proven that cooperation and competence could triumph over hatred and manipulation, but they would need to remain vigilant to ensure that the lessons of this victory were not forgotten as the magical world rebuilt itself for the challenges ahead. The future held promise and possibility in ways that Harry had never dared to imagine during his darkest moments. But it also held responsibilities that he was finally prepared to embrace with confidence and determination. The boy who had survived had become the man who would lead, and the magical world would be better for his leadership and the example he had set for others to follow. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle trembled with barely contained magical energy as Albus Dumbledore stood in the ruins of what had once been the Great Hall, his legendary composure finally cracking under the weight of his collapsing plans. 3 days had passed since Voldemort's defeat at the hands of Harry Potter's International Alliance, and the ramifications of that victory had shattered every assumption upon which Dumbledore had built his decades of political maneuvering. The emergency session of the Wizengamot had been called to address the crisis of leadership that Voldemort's death had created within British magical society, but Dumbledore's appearance before the assembled representatives carried none of the moral authority that had once made him the most respected figure in magical Britain. Instead, he faced a tribunal that had been presented with comprehensive evidence of his financial crimes, his systematic abuse of power, and his secret collaboration with the very dark wizard he had claimed to oppose. Harry Potter entered the chamber with the quiet confidence of someone whose moral authority had been earned through genuine sacrifice and principled action rather than political manipulation and carefully constructed public relations. At his side walked representatives of the International Confederation of Wizards, whose presence served as a reminder that British magical society was no longer isolated from the broader magical world's standards of accountability and justice. The charges against Dumbledore were read by Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, whose investigation had uncovered a pattern of corruption that extended back decades. Financial fraud through unauthorized access to the Potter family accounts, deliberate child endangerment through the placement of Harry with the Dursleys, conspiracy to undermine international magical law, and most damaging of all, secret negotiations with Voldemort that had compromised the security of the entire magical community. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Madame Bones announced, with the gravity befitting the historic nature of the proceedings, you stand accused of high crimes against the magical community, violations of international law, and conspiracy to commit acts of war against allied magical nations. How do you respond to these charges? Dumbledore's response revealed the calculating manipulator who had lurked beneath his grandfatherly facade for so many years. He made no attempt to deny the charges, instead arguing that his actions had been necessary to preserve the greater good, and that ordinary moral and legal constraints did not apply to someone bearing the responsibility for protecting magical society from existential threats. Members of the Wizengamot, he said with the same tone of benevolent authority that had once commanded unquestioning respect, you must understand that the decisions I made were guided by knowledge and responsibilities that extend far beyond conventional legal frameworks. The prophecy concerning Harry Potter required careful management, and the threat posed by Voldemort demanded strategies that simple-minded adherence to bureaucratic procedures could never have achieved. Harry stepped forward, his voice carrying across the chamber with the clarity of someone who had learned to speak truth to power without fear or hesitation. Professor Dumbledore, he said quietly, there was no prophecy that required me to be abused, no greater good that justified stealing from my family's accounts, and no moral framework that excuses your collaboration with a dark wizard who murdered my parents. The impact of Harry's words was immediate and devastating. Throughout the chamber, members of the Wizengamot who had once looked to Dumbledore for moral guidance found themselves confronting the reality of what his leadership had actually accomplished. Instead of protecting magical society, he had systematically undermined its institutions, violated its laws, and betrayed the trust of those who had depended on his integrity. Hermione Granger rose from her seat in the observer section, her analytical mind cutting through Dumbledore's rhetorical deflections with surgical precision. Distinguished members of the Wizengamot, she announced, Professor Dumbledore's defense relies on the assumption that his superior wisdom justified his violations of law and morality. But the evidence shows that his strategies consistently failed to achieve their stated objectives while causing enormous harm to innocent people. As Hermione presented her comprehensive analysis of Dumbledore's decision-making patterns, the assembled representatives found themselves confronting uncomfortable truths about the institutional failures that had enabled his abuse of power. The British magical establishment had allowed one man to accumulate unprecedented authority without meaningful oversight, creating conditions that made corruption and abuse inevitable. Fleur Delacour, representing the International Magical Education Consortium, addressed the chamber with the diplomatic authority of someone speaking for magical institutions throughout Europe. The international magical community has watched with growing alarm as British magical society has isolated itself under Dumbledore's leadership, she announced. "His actions have not only damaged your own institutions, but have threatened the stability and security of the broader magical world." The testimony that followed painted a devastating picture of Dumbledore's impact on international magical relations. His secretive approach to combating dark magic had undermined cooperative efforts that might have prevented Voldemort's return to power, while his manipulation of Harry Potter had violated treaties and agreements that had taken decades to negotiate. Most damaging was the revelation that Dumbledore's negotiations with Voldemort had been monitored by international intelligence services, who had documented his willingness to sacrifice Harry's life and the security of allied magical nations in pursuit of his own political objectives. The transcripts of these conversations, presented to the Wizengamot by representatives of the Global Magical Security Council, revealed a level of cynical calculation that shocked even his harshest critics. Victor Krum, speaking as a representative of the Eastern European Magical Alliance, provided context for understanding how Dumbledore's actions appeared to magical communities that had experience with authoritarian leaders who claimed to serve the greater good. "We have seen this pattern before," he announced grimly. "Leaders who accumulate power by claiming that normal moral rules do not apply to them inevitably become the very threats they claim to protect against." As the evidence accumulated, and witness after witness testified to the damage that Dumbledore's leadership had caused, the old wizard's composure finally began to crack completely. His attempts to maintain his image as a misunderstood hero serving a greater cause became increasingly desperate and incoherent, revealing the fundamental selfishness that had always motivated his actions. "You speak of harm and corruption," Dumbledore said with growing agitation. "But you fail to understand the scope of the responsibilities I have carried. The magical world required someone willing to make difficult decisions, someone prepared to sacrifice personal moral comfort for the protection of our civilization. History will vindicate my actions when you understand what I prevented." Harry's response carried the moral authority of someone who had actually made genuine sacrifices for the protection of others, rather than simply claiming credit for orchestrating other people's suffering. "Professor Dumbledore," he said with quiet intensity, "you prevented nothing. Every threat that magical society faced grew worse under your leadership. Every problem you claimed to solve became more dangerous because of your interference. Every person you claimed to protect was made less safe by your actions." The confrontation that followed would be remembered as one of the defining moments in the history of magical Britain. As Harry's words stripped away the last vestiges of Dumbledore's moral authority, the old wizard abandoned all pretense of serving anyone's interests beyond his own. In a final desperate attempt to retain control, he drew his wand and attempted to cast what appeared to be a powerful compulsion charm on the assembled Wizengamot. But Dumbledore had failed to account for the protective wards that the international magical community had established around the proceedings, or for the enhanced magical abilities that Harry had developed through years of proper education and training. As the Elder Wand, that symbol of magical dominance that Dumbledore had wielded for so many years, began to channel his desperate magic, it encountered resistance that its previous masters had never imagined possible. Harry's magic, amplified by his connections to Hermione, Fleur, Victor, and the broader international alliance, manifested as a wall of pure protective energy that not only blocked Dumbledore's attack, but turned its power back upon its caster. The compulsion charm, designed to override the free will of everyone in the chamber, instead struck Dumbledore himself with the full force of his own corrupted intentions. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The Elder Wand, unable to channel magic that was fundamentally opposed to its wielder's true nature, shattered in Dumbledore's grasp with a sound like breaking crystal. The backlash of magical energy that followed burned through Dumbledore's magical core like acid, severing his connection to the source of power that had made him one of the most feared and respected wizards of his generation. As Dumbledore collapsed to the floor of the chamber, his magical abilities destroyed by the consequences of his own corrupted ambitions, Harry felt no satisfaction or triumph. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of sadness for what the old wizard might have accomplished if he had chosen to serve others rather than his own desire for control and recognition. The Wizengamot's judgment was swift and unanimous. Dumbledore was stripped of all titles, honours and positions of authority within British magical society. His assets were seized to provide restitution for his victims, and he was sentenced to indefinite confinement in a secure facility where his knowledge of dangerous magic could not be used to harm others. More importantly, the trial had exposed the institutional failures that had enabled Dumbledore's abuse of power, leading to comprehensive reforms that would prevent any future accumulation of unchecked authority within British magical society. The Wizengamot voted to join the International Magical Cooperation Treaty, placing British magical institutions under the same oversight and accountability standards that governed magical communities throughout Europe. As the proceedings concluded and the international representatives prepared to return to their respective countries, Harry found himself surrounded by magical officials who wanted to discuss his plans for the future. The defeat of Voldemort and the exposure of Dumbledore's corruption had created a vacuum of leadership within British magical society, and many believed that Harry was the natural choice to help guide the community's reconstruction. But Harry's response reflected the lessons he had learned about the dangers of concentrated power and the importance of collaborative leadership. He had no desire to become another Dumbledore, accumulating authority and making decisions for others based on his own judgment of what served the greater good. Instead, Harry proposed the establishment of a council system that would distribute leadership responsibilities among representatives from different segments of magical society, with built-in checks and balances that would prevent any individual from gaining excessive influence. The new government would be transparent in its operations, accountable to international oversight, and committed to serving the interests of all magical citizens, rather than any particular faction or ideology. The proposal was enthusiastically endorsed by the International Confederation, whose representatives recognized the wisdom of creating institutions that could resist corruption while maintaining effectiveness. Over the following months, as British magical society began the process of rebuilding itself according to more democratic and accountable principles, Harry's collaborative approach proved far more successful than the authoritarian methods that had characterized previous magical leadership. Most importantly, the reforms created opportunities for magical citizens who had been marginalized or excluded by the old system to participate fully in their community's governance. House elves were granted legal rights and representation, werewolves and other magical beings were protected from discrimination, and the rigid class distinctions that had characterized traditional magical society were replaced with merit-based systems that valued contribution over heritage. As Harry stood in his study at Potter Manor one evening, reading reports about the progress of reconstruction efforts throughout magical Britain, he reflected on how completely his understanding of power and responsibility had evolved since his escape from Privet Drive. The frightened child who had once hidden in a garden shed had become a leader whose influence extended throughout the international magical community. But he had learned to use that influence in service of principles rather than personal ambition. Hermione's voice reached him through their permanent magical communication link, carrying news of her latest research project at the International Institute for Magical Studies. "Harry," she announced with obvious excitement, "I've been working on theoretical frameworks for preventing the kind of institutional corruption that enabled both Voldemort's rise and Dumbledore's abuse of power. I think we can create systems that will make future magical societies much more resistant to authoritarian manipulation." Harry smiled as he considered the irony of their situation. Two young people who had been dismissed as children, too young to understand the complexities of adult responsibility, had ended up designing governmental systems that were more effective and ethical than anything their supposed betters had managed to create. The golden light that appeared whenever Harry worked with his closest allies pulsed with satisfaction and hope as he contemplated the future they were building together. The magical world was becoming the kind of place where young people like themselves could grow up safe, educated, and free to pursue their potential without fear of abuse or manipulation. Most importantly, They had proven that the values of international cooperation, intellectual honesty, and moral courage were more powerful than the forces of hatred, deception, and authoritarian control that had once seemed invincible. The example they had set would inspire future generations of magical citizens to demand better from their leaders and to take responsibility for protecting the institutions that served their common good. As evening settled over Potter Manor, and Harry prepared for another night of peaceful sleep in the home his parents had prepared for him, he felt profound gratitude for the journey that had brought him to this moment. The boy who had survived had become the man who had led his community to something better than survival, and the magical world would be forever changed by the choices he had made and the example he had set for others to follow. The future stretched ahead, filled with possibility and promise, and Harry Potter faced it with the confidence of someone who had learned that even the darkest circumstances could be transformed through courage, wisdom, and the support of people who shared his commitment to making the world a better place for everyone. The crystal spires of New Beauxbatons Academy gleamed in the morning sunlight as Harry Potter walked through the corridors of the institution he had helped to design and establish. 5 years had passed since the defeat of Voldemort and the fall of Dumbledore, and the magical world had been transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible during the dark days of authoritarian manipulation and institutional corruption. The Academy itself stood as a testament to the principles of international cooperation and educational excellence that Harry and his allies had championed throughout their struggle against the forces of darkness. Unlike the isolated, tradition-bound approach that had characterized magical education in Britain for centuries, New Beauxbatons represented a fusion of the best practices from magical institutions throughout the world. Students from every magical community in Europe attended classes together, learning not only advanced magical theory and practice, but also the skills of diplomacy, cooperation, and ethical leadership that would enable them to build a better magical world for future generations. The curriculum emphasized critical thinking over rote memorization, practical problem-solving over abstract theoretical knowledge, and moral reasoning over blind obedience to authority. Harry's role as Director of International Magical Cooperation had evolved naturally from his leadership during the war against Voldemort, but he had insisted on creating institutional safeguards that would prevent the accumulation of unchecked power that had enabled previous generations of magical leaders to abuse their positions. His authority was limited by constitutional constraints, subject to regular democratic review, and balanced by a council of representatives from magical communities throughout Europe. As Harry entered his office in the Academy's administrative wing, he found Hermione Granger already present, reviewing the latest reports from the Global Magical Research Initiative that she had established to coordinate scholarly collaboration between institutions worldwide. Her work as Director of Magical Innovation had led to breakthroughs in theoretical understanding that were revolutionizing every aspect of magical practice, from healing and agriculture to transportation and communication. "Good morning, Harry," Hermione said, with the warm smile that had remained constant, despite the enormous responsibilities they had both assumed since the war's end. "I have some fascinating news from the research teams in Cairo and Beijing. They've successfully replicated the magical resonance techniques that we developed at Beauxbatons, and the initial results suggest applications that we never imagined possible." Harry settled into his chair, marveling as he often did at how completely their lives had been transformed since their first meeting in a garden shed on Privet Drive. The frightened, abused child and the lonely, brilliant girl had become leaders whose influence extended throughout the international magical community, but they had never lost sight of the values and relationships that had made their success possible. The magical bond that connected Harry and Hermione had continued to strengthen over the years, evolving from a simple resonance between their abilities into something approaching a permanent collaborative consciousness. They could communicate instantaneously across any distance, share complex theoretical insights without need for verbal explanation, and coordinate their magical abilities with precision that amazed even the most experienced researchers. Their relationship had also deepened into something that transcended friendship without losing any of the intellectual partnership that had always been its foundation. The love that had grown between them was built on mutual respect, shared values, and the kind of profound understanding that could only develop between people who had faced genuine danger together and emerged stronger for the experience. "Harry," Hermione continued, her tone becoming more serious, "I've also received intelligence reports from our monitoring stations that suggest some concerning developments in the Far East. There are indications that dark wizard activities may be increasing in regions where our international cooperation agreements have less influence. The challenge of maintaining peace and security in the post-Voldemort magical world was one that Harry and his colleagues approached with the lessons learned from previous failures, rather than relying on secrecy, manipulation, or the authority of individual leaders. They had created transparent institutions that shared information freely and responded to threats through coordinated international action. The Global Magical Security Council that Victor Crumb now directed had proven far more effective than the fragmented, nationalistic approaches that had characterized earlier responses to dark wizard threats. By sharing intelligence, coordinating resources, and maintaining open communication between magical law enforcement agencies worldwide, they had been able to identify and neutralize potential threats before they could develop into serious dangers. Victor himself had evolved from a talented but somewhat isolated student into one of the most respected figures in international magical law enforcement. His experience with different magical traditions and his natural leadership abilities had made him invaluable in building the cooperative relationships that underpinned the new global security framework. As if summoned by their discussion, Victor's image appeared in the communication crystal on Harry's desk, his expression carrying the focused intensity that had become his trademark in professional settings. "Harry, Hermione," he said in his heavily accented but now fluent English, "I have urgent news that requires immediate coordination between our agencies." The intelligence that Victor shared painted a picture of emerging dark wizard activities in Southeast Asia and the Pacific regions, areas where the international cooperation agreements that had proven so successful in Europe and the Americas had not yet been fully implemented. Several isolated magical communities had reported unusual phenomena that suggested the presence of dark wizards attempting to exploit political instabilities and cultural divisions. Most concerning were reports of magical artifacts being moved through underground networks that seemed designed to avoid detection by established monitoring systems. The patterns suggested that someone was attempting to recreate the kind of dark magic networks that had enabled Voldemort's rise to power, but with greater sophistication and better understanding of how to avoid the mistakes that had led to the Dark Lord's eventual defeat. Harry felt the familiar sensation of magical resonance as his abilities began to respond to the potential threat, but unlike his childhood experiences of uncontrolled magical outbursts, his power now manifested as focused analytical capability that helped him process and understand complex strategic information. The years of training and education had taught him to use his enhanced magical perception as a tool for problem-solving rather than a source of fear and uncertainty. "Hermione, can you correlate these reports with our research data on magical artifact trafficking?" Harry asked, his mind already beginning to develop strategic responses to the emerging threat. If someone is indeed attempting to rebuild dark wizard networks, they'll need access to specific types of magical resources and expertise that should be traceable through our monitoring systems. Victor nodded approvingly at Harry's analytical approach. "That is precisely what our field teams are investigating. We have already identified several potential smuggling routes and are coordinating with local magical authorities to establish surveillance and interdiction capabilities." As the morning progressed and additional intelligence arrived from monitoring stations throughout the Pacific region, a clearer picture began to emerge of the scope and sophistication of the dark wizard activities they were facing. Unlike Voldemort's approach, which had relied heavily on fear, intimidation, and the exploitation of existing political divisions, this new threat seemed to be focused on patient, systematic infiltration of magical institutions and the gradual accumulation of resources and influence. The strategy was more subtle and potentially more dangerous than anything they had previously encountered, requiring a response that emphasized long-term planning and international coordination rather than dramatic confrontation and decisive battle. It was exactly the kind of challenge that the new international magical order had been designed to address, but it would test the effectiveness of their cooperative institutions in ways that had not yet been fully explored. Fleur Delacour's arrival at the Academy that afternoon brought additional perspective and expertise to their strategic planning. Her role as Director of International Magical Cultural Exchange had made her an expert in the political and social dynamics that affected magical communities worldwide, and her insights into regional variations in magical practice proved invaluable for understanding the challenges they faced. "Harry, Hermione," Fleur said, as she joined them in the Academy's secure conference room. "I've been reviewing the intelligence reports from Victor's teams, and I believe Zatz's new Dark Wizard network is attempting to exploit cultural and political tensions Zat's a magical world has not adequately addressed since the end of the war." Fleur's analysis revealed that the emerging threat was not simply a matter of individual dark wizards pursuing personal power, but rather a sophisticated political movement that sought to undermine the international cooperation framework by appealing to nationalist sentiments and cultural grievances that had been suppressed rather than resolved during the post-war reconstruction period. The implications were sobering, but not insurmountable. The international magical community had learned valuable lessons from their experience with Voldemort about the importance of addressing root causes rather than simply responding to symptoms, and they had developed institutions and procedures specifically designed to handle complex political challenges through diplomatic and educational rather than purely military means. Over the following weeks, as intelligence continued to accumulate and the scope of the challenge became clearer, Harry found himself drawing upon every lesson he had learned during his years of education and leadership development. The skills of analysis, communication, and collaborative decision-making that had been cultivated at Beauxbatons proved as valuable in addressing complex international political problems as they had been in defeating dark wizards through direct magical combat. The response that emerged from their planning sessions reflected the mature, thoughtful approach that had become characteristic of post-war magical leadership. Rather than rushing to confront the emerging threat through dramatic action that might create additional instability, they developed a comprehensive strategy that emphasized prevention, education, and the gradual strengthening of international cooperative institutions. New educational exchange programs were established to promote understanding between magical communities that had been isolated from the international cooperation framework. Economic development initiatives were launched to address the material conditions that made some magical communities vulnerable to dark wizard recruitment. Most importantly, diplomatic efforts were intensified to bring previously excluded regions into the global magical governance system through negotiation and mutual benefit rather than coercion or intimidation. The success of this approach became evident over the following months as the dark wizard networks found themselves unable to gain the popular support and institutional access that their strategy required. Communities that might have been vulnerable to appeals based on grievance and resentment instead found themselves benefiting from increased international cooperation and support, making them resistant to the divisive rhetoric that dark wizards had historically used to build their movements. Most significantly, the transparent, accountable approach that characterized the new international magical order made it impossible for dark wizards to exploit the kind of institutional corruption and secrecy that had enabled previous threats to magical security. When everyone had access to accurate information and meaningful participation in governance, the lies and manipulations that formed the foundation of dark wizard movements lost their effectiveness. As autumn arrived at New Beauxbatons Academy, and Harry prepared for another year of students who would learn to approach magical challenges through cooperation critical thinking, and ethical reasoning, he reflected on how completely the magical world had been transformed since his escape from Privet Drive. The frightened, isolated child who had once hidden from adult authority had become a leader whose influence helped to shape the development of magical society throughout the world. But perhaps more importantly, the magical world itself had evolved from a collection of secretive, hierarchical communities that were vulnerable to manipulation and corruption into a global network of transparent, accountable institutions that served the interests of all magical citizens rather than the ambitions of individual leaders. The evening found Harry and Hermione walking through the gardens of Potter Manor, which had become not only their home, but also a center for the kind of informal diplomatic and scholarly collaboration that had proven so effective in building international understanding. The ancient estate that had once been simply a symbol of family heritage had become a place where young magical leaders from around the world could gather to learn from each other and develop the skills necessary for addressing the challenges of an increasingly connected magical world. As they paused beside the fountain that James and Lily Potter had installed decades earlier, Harry took Hermione's hand and felt the familiar golden light appear between their joined fingers. The magical resonance that had first manifested when they were frightened children seeking safety and understanding had evolved into something that symbolized the power of love, cooperation, and shared commitment to making the world a better place. "Hermione," Harry said quietly, "do you ever think about how different things might have been if I had never escaped from Privet Drive, or if you had never found me in your garden shed that night?" Hermione smiled with the warmth that had sustained Harry through every challenge they had faced together. "Harry," she replied, "I think that people who are meant to find each other always do, regardless of the circumstances. What matters is not the accidents of fate that brought us together, but the choices we made once we had the opportunity to build something better than what we had experienced before." As they stood together in the garden where Harry had played as a child and where he now planned the future of magical education and international cooperation, Harry felt profound gratitude for the journey that had brought him to this moment. The boy who had survived abuse and neglect had become a man who helped others thrive, and the magical world was a better place because of the love, wisdom, and determination that he and his allies had brought to the challenges they had faced. The golden light that connected Harry and Hermione pulsed with the rhythm of shared heartbeats as they contemplated the future they were building together. There would always be new challenges and new threats to the peace and security they had established, but they faced those challenges with the confidence of people who had learned that love, cooperation, and commitment to ethical principles were more powerful than any force that sought to divide and control. Most importantly, they had created institutions and traditions that would outlast their own leadership, ensuring that future generations of magical citizens would inherit a world where cooperation triumphed over conflict, where education was valued over ignorance, and where every person had the opportunity to develop their potential without fear of abuse or manipulation. As night settled over Potter Manor and Harry prepared for another day of service to the magical community he had helped to transform, he felt the deep satisfaction of someone who had not only survived his own trauma, but had used that experience to help others avoid similar suffering. The frightened child who had hidden in a cupboard under the stairs had become the confident leader who ensured that no child would ever again face such circumstances, while the adults responsible for their protection looked the other way. The future stretched ahead, filled with possibility and promise, and Harry Potter faced it surrounded by people who shared his commitment to making that future as bright as their collective wisdom, courage, and love could make it. The boy who had survived had become the man who had helped his world to flourish, and that world would continue to benefit from the example he had set and the institutions he had helped to build long after his own story had become part of magical history. The war against darkness was over, but the work of building light had only just begun, and Harry Potter was ready to continue that work for as long as his strength and wisdom could contribute to the greater good of all who called the magical world home. The Granger household at 3 in the morning possessed the particular quality of stillness that comes only in the deepest hours of night, when even the most restless sleepers have finally surrendered to dreams. Hermione led Harry through the back door into a kitchen that seemed impossibly bright and welcoming after the cramped darkness of the cupboard under the stairs. Copper pots hung from hooks above a large island, and the refrigerator was covered with what appeared to be school certificates and photographs of Hermione at various ages, always with the same wild curls and serious expression. Harry stood uncertainly in the doorway, clutching his pillowcase of possessions and trying to process the overwhelming normalcy of his surroundings. Everything in the kitchen spoke of a family that cared about each other, from the hand-drawn pictures held to the refrigerator with colourful magnets, to the neat stack of medical journals on the counter beside a half-finished crossword puzzle. "Wait here," Hermione whispered, gesturing for Harry to sit at the kitchen table. "I'm going to wake my parents. They might be a bit startled at first, but don't worry. They're good at helping people, and they'll know what to do." As Hermione disappeared up the stairs, Harry sank into one of the cushioned chairs and marvelled at the simple luxury of sitting somewhere clean and comfortable. The chair was upholstered in soft fabric that didn't smell of mould or dampness, and the table was large enough for an entire family to eat together without anyone being banished to stand in the corner. Within minutes, Harry heard the sound of hushed but urgent voices from upstairs, followed by footsteps on the stairway. Hermione reappeared first, now wearing a bathrobe over her nightgown, followed closely by 2 adults who were clearly her parents. The resemblance was unmistakable in their intelligent eyes and the way they moved with careful, measured steps that suggested people accustomed to working with precision. Dr. Daniel Granger was a tall, lean man with greying brown hair and the same serious expression that Harry had noticed in his daughter. His wife, Dr. Emma Granger, was petite with auburn hair pulled back in a hasty ponytail, and her face showed the particular combination of professional competence and parental concern that Harry had never seen directed toward himself. Both parents stopped short when they saw Harry sitting at their kitchen table, and Harry watched their expressions cycle through surprise, recognition, and what looked unmistakably like anger. Not anger at him, he realized with growing amazement, but anger on his behalf as they took in his appearance with the trained eyes of medical professionals. "Dear God," Dr. Emma Granger breathed, moving slowly toward Harry as if he were a frightened animal that might bolt at any sudden movement. "Sweetheart, can you tell us your name?" "Harry Potter," Harry replied, his voice barely above a whisper. He had rehearsed this moment during Hermione's absence, but actually, speaking to concerned adults who seemed to care about his welfare was more overwhelming than he had anticipated. "Doctor." Daniel Granger knelt down beside Harry's chair, bringing himself to eye level with the boy. "Harry, I'm Daniel, and this is my wife, Emma. Hermione told us that someone has been hurting you and that you needed help. Is that correct?" The gentle tone and direct question caught Harry off guard. Adults had never spoken to him this way before, as if his opinions and experiences mattered and deserved to be heard. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice to remain steady. Emma moved to the refrigerator and began pulling out items for what appeared to be a substantial meal. "Harry, when did you last eat something nutritious?" she asked, without turning around. "Hermione mentioned that you've been hiding in our garden shed, which suggests you've been on your own for at least a few hours." 2 days ago, Harry said quietly. "Uncle Vernon locked me in my room as punishment, and he doesn't usually bring food when he's angry." The effect of this simple statement was immediate and dramatic. Daniel's face darkened with barely controlled fury, while Emma's hand stilled on the refrigerator door. Hermione, who had been listening from the doorway, made a small sound of distress and moved to stand protectively near Harry's chair. "Harry," Daniel said carefully, his voice tight with the effort of remaining calm, "I need to ask you some questions, and I want you to know that you're completely safe here. No one is going to hurt you or force you to do anything you don't want to do. Can you tell us about the people you live with and why they would lock you away without food. Over the next hour, as Emma prepared an enormous breakfast, and Hermione sat beside him, offering quiet encouragement, Harry found himself telling the Granger family about his life at Privet Drive. The words came slowly at first, then in a rush, as years of suppressed fear and loneliness poured out of him. He told them about the cupboard under the stairs that served as his bedroom, about the endless list of chores that kept him busy from dawn until night, about the way the Dursleys spoke of his parents as drunken wastrels who had gotten themselves killed through their own stupidity. He described Uncle Vernon's explosive temper and the increasingly severe punishments that followed any sign of the freakishness that seemed to happen around Harry whenever he was particularly upset or angry. As Harry spoke, he watched the Grangers' faces carefully, expecting to see the familiar expressions of disbelief, annoyance, or moral judgment that he had learned to associate with adult attention. Instead, he saw only growing concern and a professional determination that reminded him of the way Hermione had looked when she decided to help him in the garden. Dr. Emma Granger set a plate in front of Harry that held more food than he typically saw in a week: scrambled eggs, bacon, toast with real butter, fresh fruit, and a large glass of milk that was so cold it made his teeth ache in the most wonderful way. Harry stared at the feast for a long moment, overwhelmed by the generosity and unsure of the proper etiquette for accepting such kindness. "Eat as much as you want," Emma said gently, settling into the chair across from him with her own cup of tea. "You're safe here, Harry, and we're going to make sure you stay safe." As Harry began to eat, marveling at the taste of food that had been prepared with care rather than grudging obligation, Daniel explained what would happen next. They would take Harry to the hospital for a thorough medical examination to document any injuries and ensure that he was healthy. They would contact the proper authorities to report the abuse and begin the process of removing Harry from the Dursley home permanently. "Most importantly," Daniel continued, "you won't be going back there, Harry. Not today, not ever. We'll figure out the legal details. But you'll stay here with us until we can find you a proper family who will love and care for you the way children deserve to be treated." Harry nearly choked on his eggs. The idea that he might be wanted, that adults might actually compete for the privilege of caring for him rather than viewing him as an unwelcome burden, was so foreign to his experience that he could barely comprehend it. It was Hermione who noticed first that something strange was happening to the kitchen around them. As Harry's emotions shifted from fear to hope to overwhelming gratitude, small, inexplicable phenomena began occurring throughout the room. The flowers in the vase on the windowsill suddenly burst into more vibrant bloom, their petals becoming fuller and their colours more intense. The milk in Harry's glass seemed to glow with a subtle inner light, and when he touched his fork to the plate, tiny sparks danced briefly across the metal surface. "Mum, Dad," Hermione said quietly, pointing toward the flowering vase, "I think something unusual is happening." Daniel and Emma followed their daughter's gaze and watched in fascination as more impossible things began to occur. The temperature in the room became noticeably more comfortable, as if Harry's presence had somehow adjusted the climate to the perfect level for everyone present. The morning sunlight streaming through the windows took on a golden quality that made everything in the kitchen look as if it had been touched by magic. Harry realized what was happening and felt his familiar panic begin to rise. The freakishness was manifesting again, just as it always did when his emotions became too intense. He pushed his chair back from the table and started to apologize, expecting the Grangers to react with the same fear and disgust that the Dursleys had always shown. Instead, Hermione reached out and took his hand in both of hers. "Harry, it's all right," she said firmly. "You're not doing anything wrong. Look." As soon as Hermione's skin made contact with Harry's, something remarkable happened. The chaotic energy that had been building around Harry suddenly focused and stabilized, flowing between them in a circuit that felt both natural and wonderful. Where their hands touched, a warm golden light appeared, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Emma gasped, and pointed to a small cut on Daniel's finger from where he had nicked himself while slicing fruit. As they watched, the wound began to close, healing completely within seconds until no trace of the injury remained. "That's not possible," Daniel whispered, staring at his unmarked finger. "Emma, are you seeing this?" Hermione squeezed Harry's hand tighter, and the golden light between them intensified. "I've been able to do things like this for as long as I can remember," she said, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "Make plants grow faster, help hurt animals feel better, sometimes know things that I shouldn't know. I thought I was the only one." Harry stared at her in amazement. "You mean you're freakish, too?" he asked, hardly daring to believe that he might not be alone in his strangeness. "We're not freakish," Hermione said, with certainty that seemed far beyond her 8 years. "We're special. We can do things that other people can't do, and that's not something to be ashamed of. That's something wonderful." The golden light continued to flow between their joined hands, and Harry felt a sense of completeness that he had never experienced before. The burning sensation in his chest that had always accompanied his strange episodes was still there, but now it felt warm and comforting rather than painful and frightening. Daniel and Emma exchanged glances that spoke of years of marriage and the ability to communicate without words. As medical professionals, they were trained to deal with facts and evidence, but the phenomena they were witnessing clearly fell outside the boundaries of conventional science. "All right," Emma said finally, her voice steady despite the extraordinary circumstances. "Let's assume for the moment that what we're seeing is real and that both Harry and Hermione have some kind of unusual abilities. The question is what we do with that information." Daniel nodded thoughtfully. "The first priority is still Harry's immediate safety and medical care. Everything else can be figured out once we know he's healthy and legally protected." Over the following hours, as the family prepared for their trip to the hospital, Harry found himself marveling at the casual efficiency with which the Grangers approached even the most overwhelming problems. Emma called the hospital to arrange for a private examination with a doctor who specialized in child abuse cases. Daniel contacted a solicitor who dealt with family law and child welfare issues. Hermione helped Harry select clean clothes from a box of items that Emma kept on hand for emergencies. Throughout the morning, small magical incidents continued to occur whenever Harry's emotions peaked. When he realized that the Grangers actually intended to keep their promise about protecting him, every light bulb in the house briefly flared brighter. When Emma gently cleaned a scrape on his arm with antiseptic, the wound healed completely under Hermione's touch, leaving only unblemished skin. The drive to the hospital should have been terrifying for Harry, who had never received medical care beyond basic first aid from Aunt Petunia. Instead, he found himself feeling calmer than he could ever remember being, partly because of Hermione's reassuring presence beside him, and partly because of the growing certainty that his life had fundamentally changed overnight. Dr. Sarah Jenkins, the pediatrician who examined Harry, was a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and gentle hands, who spoke to him as if he were a person deserving of respect rather than a problem to be solved. The examination itself was thorough, but not invasive, and Dr. Jenkins explained each step of the process so that Harry knew what to expect. The results were sobering but not surprising. Harry was significantly underweight for his age and showed clear evidence of chronic malnutrition. Old injuries that had healed improperly suggested a pattern of physical abuse extending back years. Most concerning to Dr. Jenkins was the evidence of psychological trauma, visible in Harry's extreme startle responses and his tendency to apologize for existing. However, Dr. Jenkins was also puzzled by some aspects of Harry's condition. Despite the clear signs of neglect and abuse, his overall health was better than she would have expected. Several old injuries showed evidence of accelerated healing, and his bone density was actually above average for a child of his age and circumstances. "It's almost as if something has been protecting him from the worst effects of his treatment," Dr. Jenkins explained to the Grangers during a private consultation. "I've seen many cases of child abuse, and typically this level of chronic malnutrition and trauma produces more severe long-term damage. Harry seems to have some kind of natural resilience that I can't fully explain." Daniel and Emma exchanged knowing glances, but said nothing about the magical phenomena they had witnessed. They had agreed during the drive to keep Harry and Hermione's abilities private until they better understood what they were dealing with. The legal proceedings moved with surprising speed once Dr. Jenkins submitted her report. Harry's case was assigned to a family court judge who took a dim view of child abuse, and emergency custody was granted to the Grangers within hours. Social services would conduct their own investigation, but the medical evidence was so compelling that there was no question of returning Harry to Privet Drive. When they returned to the Granger home that evening, Harry felt as if he were entering an entirely different world from the one he had known that morning. He had his own room, a space larger than the cupboard under the stairs and furnished with actual furniture designed for a child's comfort. Emma had prepared another enormous meal, and this time Harry ate without the constant fear that his food might be taken away as punishment for some imagined transgression. Most remarkably, he had Hermione, who seemed to understand instinctively that Harry needed time to adjust to being treated with kindness. She showed him how to use the shower in his bathroom, helped him organize his few possessions in the chest of drawers, and sat with him as he tentatively explored the idea that he might actually be safe. That night, as Harry lay in a real bed with clean sheets and a soft pillow, he reflected on the extraordinary chain of events that had brought him to this place. Less than 24 hours ago, he had been a powerless child, trapped in an abusive situation with no hope of escape. Now he was part of a family that seemed to actually want him, and he had discovered that his freakishness was not a shameful secret, but a gift that connected him to someone who might become the best friend he had ever had. The golden light that appeared whenever he and Hermione touched hands was still a mystery, but it no longer frightened Harry. Instead, it felt like a promise of possibilities he had never dared to imagine, a sign that his life might hold magic and wonder instead of fear and pain. As sleep finally claimed him, Harry Potter smiled for what might have been the first time in his young life. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and discoveries, but tonight he was safe, fed, and wanted. For a boy who had known so little kindness, that was magic enough. 3 days after Harry Potter had disappeared from Privet Drive, Daniel Granger sat in his dental practice office with a collection of documents spread across his desk that would have seemed impossible to accumulate just a week earlier. His methodical nature, honed by years of precise dental work, had served him well in navigating the labyrinthine bureaucracy surrounding child welfare cases. However, what he had discovered during his investigation was far more disturbing than simple negligence or abuse. The official records regarding Harry Potter's placement with the Dursley family contained discrepancies that would have been obvious to anyone who bothered to look carefully. Daniel had spent his morning at the family court records office, armed with the legal authority granted by Harry's emergency custody order, and what he found there made his blood run cold with rage. According to the documents on file, Vernon and Petunia Dursley had been receiving monthly payments of £500 since Harry was 15 months old. The payments were listed as coming from a charitable foundation called the Potter Legacy Trust, and they were specifically designated as compensation for Harry's care and upkeep. The problem was that Harry had clearly never benefited from these funds, which should have been more than adequate to provide him with proper clothing, nutrition, and living conditions. Daniel picked up his phone and dialed the number for Emma's practice. When his wife answered, her voice carried the particular tension that came from dealing with difficult patients all morning. "Emma, it's Daniel. Can you clear your schedule for this afternoon? I've found something regarding Harry's situation that requires immediate attention." "What kind of something?" Emma asked, and Daniel could hear the shift in her tone from professional courtesy to genuine concern. "The kind that suggests we're dealing with fraud, conspiracy, and deliberate child endangerment on a scale that goes far beyond what we initially suspected. I need to show you these documents, and then we need to contact that investigative reporter you mentioned last week." Emma was quiet for a moment, and Daniel could practically hear her mind working through the implications. "He'll cancel my afternoon appointments and meet you at home. Harry and Hermione are at the library with Mrs. Patterson from next door, so we can review everything, without worrying about them overhearing something that might upset them." 2 hours later, Daniel spread the documents across their dining room table as Emma examined each page with the same meticulous attention she brought to dental procedures. The pattern of financial irregularities was clear once someone took the time to look for it, but what disturbed them most was the evidence suggesting that multiple agencies had failed to conduct proper welfare checks, despite having both the authority and the responsibility to do so. "This Potter Legacy Trust," Emma said, holding up a bank statement that showed regular transfers to the Dursley account. "Do we have any information about who controls it or how the payments were authorized?" "That's where things become interesting," Daniel replied, pulling out another set of documents. "The trust is managed by a firm called Gringotts Financial Services, which claims to specialize in estate management for clients with unusual circumstances. Their offices are in London. But when I called this morning, the person I spoke with suggested that I should visit in person if I wanted detailed information about Harry's account." Emma frowned. "That's rather irregular for a financial institution. Most banks are perfectly capable of discussing account details over the phone with properly authorized individuals." "Exactly what I thought. But the person I spoke with, someone called Griphook, insisted that the Potter accounts were too complex for telephone consultation. He also mentioned something about additional protections and inheritance rights that weren't reflected in the standard documentation." As they continued reviewing the papers, the front door opened to admit Harry and Hermione, both carrying stacks of books from their library expedition. Harry still moved with the careful hesitation of someone expecting punishment for existing, but his posture had improved noticeably over the past few days. Hermione bounded into the room with her usual enthusiasm, stopping short when she saw the serious expressions on her parents' faces. "Is something wrong?" she asked, her sharp eyes immediately taking in the documents spread across the table. "This looks like important paperwork about something serious." Daniel and Emma exchanged glances. They had agreed to be honest with both children about the investigation into Harry's background, but they had also planned to wait until they had more complete information before sharing potentially upsetting details. "Come sit down, both of you," Emma said gently. "We've been looking into Harry's legal situation, and we've discovered some things that we think you should know about." As the family gathered around the dining table, Daniel began explaining what he had found. He kept his language simple and focused on facts rather than speculation. But Harry's face grew progressively paler as the implications became clear. "You mean Uncle Vernon was being paid to take care of me?" Harry asked, his voice small and confused. "But they always said I was a burden and that it cost them money to feed me and give me a place to sleep." £500 a month, Daniel confirmed grimly. "More than enough to provide proper food, clothing, healthcare, and living conditions. The money was supposed to ensure that you were well cared for, not locked in a cupboard and starved." Hermione reached over and took Harry's hand, and the familiar golden light appeared between their joined fingers. But if there was money for his care, and people knew he was supposed to be receiving it, why didn't anyone check to make sure he was actually being treated properly? "That," Emma said, with barely controlled anger, "is an excellent question. According to these records, social services should have been conducting regular welfare checks. The fact that no one noticed Harry's condition suggests either criminal negligence or active conspiracy." Harry stared at the documents, as if they were written in a foreign language. "I don't understand why anyone would care enough to leave money for me in the first place. Uncle Vernon always said my parents were worthless drunks who died because they were too stupid to wear seatbelts." Daniel leaned forward, his expression gentle but serious. "Harry, based on what we've learned so far, almost everything the Dursleys told you about your parents was a lie. Your father, James Potter, came from a wealthy family with extensive property holdings and investments. Your mother, Lily, was apparently a brilliant researcher who published papers in several scientific journals before her death. The golden light between Harry and Hermione's hands intensified as Harry's emotions shifted from confusion to something approaching hope. They were smart, he asked wonderingly. They were successful and important. More than that, Hermione said firmly. They loved you enough to make sure you would be financially secure even if something happened to them. They set up this trust to take care of you, which means they spent time thinking about your future and planning for your well-being. Emma pulled out a folder that contained photocopies of several academic papers. Harry, these are research articles that your mother published in chemistry and biochemistry journals. Her work was groundbreaking, particularly in the field of applied theoretical chemistry. From what I can tell, she was considered one of the most promising young scientists of her generation. As Harry carefully examined the papers, trying to understand the complex scientific language, Daniel continued his explanation. We're going to London tomorrow to visit this Gringotts firm and demand a complete accounting of your inheritance. If there's been financial fraud involved in your case, we need to document it properly for the authorities. What if they won't give us the information? Harry asked, clearly struggling with the concept that he might have legitimate rights that adults would be required to respect. Then we'll involve the police, the financial regulatory authorities, and every investigative journalist in London, Daniel replied with the quiet determination that had served him well in building his dental practice. Harry, you're not a burden or a charity case. You're the heir to what appears to be a substantial estate, and you have legal rights that have been systematically violated. Hermione squeezed Harry's hand tighter. We're going to make sure you get everything that belongs to you, she said with conviction. And we're going to make sure the people who hurt you are held accountable for what they did. The next morning found the Granger family boarding an early train to London. Harry had never been on a train before, and despite his nervousness about the day's agenda, he found himself fascinated by the countryside rushing past the windows. Hermione sat beside him with a thick book about financial law that she had somehow located in the local library, occasionally reading passages aloud that she thought might be relevant to their situation. Daniel and Emma had dressed for the occasion in their most formal attire, approaching the meeting with Gringotts as they would any important professional consultation. They had armed themselves with legal documentation, copies of all the relevant financial records, and a letter from their solicitor outlining Harry's rights as a minor heir. Gringotts Financial Services occupied an impressive building in the heart of London's financial district, with marble columns and brass fixtures that spoke of old money and established tradition. The receptionist who greeted them was a sharp-faced man who looked as if he had been carved from granite, with deep-set eyes that seemed to catalogue every detail of their appearance. We have an appointment with Griphook regarding the Potter accounts, Daniel announced, presenting their documentation with the confidence of someone accustomed to dealing with professional services. The receptionist examined their papers with minute attention, then nodded curtly. Griphook is expecting you. Please follow me to conference room 7. The conference room they were led to was impressive in the way that expensive professional offices always were, with leather furniture, polished wood panelling, and the kind of subtle luxury that suggested serious money. Griphook himself was a small, elderly man with sharp features and intelligent eyes that missed nothing. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, Griphook said, rising to greet them with old-fashioned courtesy, and you must be young, Mr. Potter. I have been managing your family's accounts for many years, and I confess that I have been concerned about your welfare for some time. Harry hung back slightly behind Daniel, still uncertain about how to interact with adults who seemed to view him as important rather than bothersome. Hermione, however, stepped forward with her characteristic directness. Mr. Griphook, she said politely, we've discovered that money was being paid to Harry's relatives for his care, but he was being treated very badly. We need to understand how that was allowed to happen and what can be done to fix it. Griphook's expression darkened as he gestured for them to take seats around the polished conference table. Miss Granger, I am afraid that what you have discovered represents only the tip of a very large and disturbing iceberg. The Potter accounts have been subject to unauthorized access for years, and the situation regarding young Mr. Potter's placement was arranged without proper consultation with this institution. Daniel leaned forward. What do you mean by unauthorized access? Griphook opened a thick folder and began laying out documents with the precision of someone accustomed to presenting complex financial information. The Potter Family Trust was established by James and Lily Potter shortly before their deaths, with very specific instructions regarding the management of their estates and the care of their son. According to their explicit wishes, Harry was never to be placed with Petunia Dursley under any circumstances. Emma gasped. The will specifically excluded Petunia. More than that. James and Lily Potter made detailed provisions for Harry's care that included alternative guardians, educational funding, and regular oversight by this institution. None of those provisions were honored. Instead, a person claiming authority over Harry's placement forged documents authorizing the payments to the Dursleys and blocked our access to the boy himself. Who? Harry asked quietly. Who had the authority to do that? Griphook's expression became grim. The individual in question is Albus Dumbledore, who claimed legal guardianship over you immediately following your parents' deaths. However, his authority was based on documents that we have since determined were fraudulent. Your parents specifically named other individuals as potential guardians, none of whom were ever contacted. Hermione's hand found Harry's as the implications sank in. So everything, she said slowly. The placement with the Dursleys, the abuse, the lies about his parents, all of it was orchestrated by this Dumbledore person. Furthermore, Griphook continued, Mr. Dumbledore has been accessing Harry's trust fund to make payments not only to the Dursleys but to various other individuals and organizations. The total amount of unauthorized withdrawals exceeds £200,000 over the past 7 years. The room fell silent as the family processed this information. Harry felt numb, unable to fully comprehend the scale of the betrayal that had shaped his entire life. Someone had deliberately placed him in an abusive situation, stolen his inheritance, and constructed an elaborate lie about his parents to justify it all. What can be done about it? Daniel asked finally. Griphook smiled, and the expression was not entirely pleasant. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, you have provided us with the legal standing we have needed for years to challenge Mr. Dumbledore's actions. As Harry's current legal guardians, you can authorize us to freeze all accounts, demand a full audit of the missing funds, and pursue criminal charges for fraud and embezzlement. More importantly, Griphook continued, we can restore Harry to his rightful inheritance, which is considerably more substantial than the trust fund alone. The Potter family estates include several properties, significant investment portfolios, and what I believe you would call intellectual property rights that generate ongoing income. How much? Emma asked quietly. Griphook consulted his documents. Conservative estimates place Harry's total inheritance at approximately £12 million, not including the properties themselves. By any measure, Mr. Potter is an extremely wealthy young man. Harry stared at Griphook as if the man had begun speaking in ancient Greek. £12 million was a number so large that he could not even properly imagine what it meant. The Dursleys had complained about the cost of feeding him a slice of bread with jam, and all along he had been worth more money than most people would see in several lifetimes. There's something else, Griphook added, his tone becoming more cautious. The Potter family properties include several locations with unusual characteristics that your parents felt would be important for Harry's development. I would like to arrange for you to visit the primary estate, Potter Manor, if you are amenable. What kind of unusual characteristics? Hermione asked, with the persistence that had already made her invaluable to Harry's investigation. Griphook hesitated, then seemed to reach a decision. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, has anyone ever mentioned to you that some families possess abilities that others might consider unusual or impossible? Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, and the golden light flickered briefly between their joined hands. "You know about the magic?" Harry said simply. "Indeed I do," Griphook replied with satisfaction, "and I believe that Potter Manor will provide you with answers to questions you are only beginning to ask." The carriage ride to Potter Manor took them through the countryside north of London, past rolling hills and ancient forests that seemed untouched by modern development. Griphook had provided them with a driver who navigated the increasingly remote roads with the confidence of someone familiar with the route. As they approached the estate, Harry felt a strange sensation in his chest, not unlike the burning feeling that preceded his magical episodes, but warmer and more welcoming. Hermione gasped and pointed ahead, where a magnificent stone manor house was coming into view, nestled against a backdrop of mountains and surrounded by extensive gardens. The house was larger than anything Harry had imagined could belong to a single family, with towers and wings that seemed to have been added over centuries of occupation. Gardens stretched in all directions, filled with plants that bloomed in impossible combinations of colors and seasons. Most remarkably, as their carriage approached the front entrance, the massive oak doors swung open of their own accord, and warm light spilled out to welcome them home. Harry felt tears pricking at his eyes as he realized that this place, this beautiful and impossible place, had been waiting for him all along. "This is your inheritance, Mr. Potter," Griphook said quietly as they stepped down from the carriage. "This is your true birthright, and it has been waiting for you to come home." Potter Manor stood before them like something from a fairy tale, its ancient stones warm with golden light despite the late afternoon hour. Harry had never seen anything so beautiful in his 8 years of life, from the ivy-covered towers that reached toward the cloudy Scottish sky to the elaborate gardens that seemed to shimmer with their own internal magic. As they approached the entrance, he felt the same welcoming sensation in his chest that had begun during their carriage ride, as if the very stones of the manor recognized him as their rightful heir. The front doors, carved from dark oak and bound with iron that gleamed like silver, opened silently at their approach. No one had touched them. No mechanical device was visible. Yet they swung wide with stately grace to reveal an entrance hall that took Harry's breath away. The ceiling soared 3 stories overhead, supported by columns of white marble veined with gold, and a magnificent staircase curved upward toward the upper floors with steps that seemed to glow with inner light. Most remarkably, the hall was clearly inhabited, despite having been empty for years. Candles burned in crystal sconces along the walls, casting dancing shadows that somehow managed to be welcoming rather than sinister. Fresh flowers filled massive urns, placed at regular intervals, their fragrance perfuming the air with the scent of roses and lavender. Everything spoke of a home that had been lovingly maintained in expectation of its owner's return. As the family stepped across the threshold, a figure appeared at the top of the grand staircase that made Harry gasp in surprise. The creature was unlike anything he had ever seen, standing perhaps 3 feet tall, with long ears that drooped nearly to his shoulders, and enormous eyes that held an intelligence clearly equal to any human. He wore what appeared to be a spotless toga made from rich fabric, and his bearing suggested dignity and purpose rather than servitude. "Master Harry Potter," the creature said, his voice carrying clearly across the vast space as he began descending the stairs with measured steps. "Creature has been waiting for Master to come home. Creature has kept the manor ready, just as Master's parents instructed before they went away." Harry stared in fascination, any fear quickly replaced by curiosity. The creature, this creature, moved with the careful grace of someone carrying out important duties, and his eyes held genuine warmth as they fixed on Harry's face. Griphook stepped forward with the air of someone making formal introductions. "Mr. Potter, may I present Creature, who has served the Potter family for generations. Creature, these are Mr. and Mrs. Granger, who have become Harry's guardians, and their daughter Hermione." Creature bowed deeply to Daniel and Emma, then turned to study Hermione with obvious interest. "The young miss has the sight," he observed with satisfaction. Creature can see the magic burning bright in her, just like it did in Master's mother. This is good. Master Harry will need strong friends for the trials ahead. Hermione stepped forward without hesitation, her natural curiosity overcoming any uncertainty about the unusual circumstances. "Hello, creature," she said politely. "It's wonderful to meet you. Can you tell us about this place, and about Harry's parents?" Creature's weathered face creased into what might have been a smile. "Young Miss asks good questions. Creature will show Master Harry and his friends the home that belongs to them. There is much to see, much to learn." As Creature led them through the manor, Harry found himself overwhelmed by the sheer scale and grandeur of his inheritance. Room after room opened before them, each more magnificent than the last. The library alone was larger than the entire Dursley house, with shelves that stretched from floor to ceiling and ladders on tracks that moved smoothly along the walls to provide access to the highest volumes. But it was not just the size or luxury that struck Harry most forcefully. Everything in the manor spoke of a family that had loved learning, adventure, and each other. The walls were covered with portraits of men and women who shared Harry's dark hair and green eyes, and many of the paintings seemed to nod or wave as the family passed by. Comfortable chairs were arranged near fireplaces that crackled with welcoming flames, and reading nooks tucked into alcoves suggested countless hours spent in quiet study. This was the family library, Creature explained as they entered the vast, book-filled space. Master James and Mistress Lily spent many hours here, reading and researching and planning for Master Harry's education. They left instructions for Creature about which books would be most important for Master to study when he came of age. Emma ran her fingers along the leather-bound spines, marveling at the breadth of subjects represented. "These books cover everything from history and literature to mathematics and natural sciences," she observed. "There are also volumes here that I don't recognize, with titles that suggest subjects not taught in conventional schools." Creature nodded approvingly. "The Potter family has always walked in both worlds, Mistress Emma, the world of ordinary people and the world of magic." Master James and Mistress Lily wanted Master Harry to understand both, so they collected knowledge from everywhere they could find it. Harry wandered between the towering shelves, running his hands along the books and feeling a strange resonance whenever he touched certain volumes. Some of the texts seemed to warm under his fingers, while others remained cool and neutral. When he mentioned this to Creature, the house elf nodded, as if this were perfectly natural. "The books recognize Master Harry's magical signature," Creature explained. "The ones that respond to his touch are the ones his parents thought he should study first. Master James and Mistress Lily put protection spells on the more advanced books, so they would only open when Master Harry was ready for their knowledge." Daniel picked up a volume that had warmed under Harry's touch and opened it to find pages covered with diagrams and text that seemed to shift and move as he watched. "This appears to be written in a language I don't recognize," he said, showing the book to his wife. "It is written in the old magical script," Creature replied. "When Master Harry learns to read it, the words will become clear to him. Until then, the book protects its secrets." As they continued their tour of the manor, Hermione peppered Creature with questions about the Potter family history. She learned that the Potters had been guardians of magical knowledge for centuries, collecting and preserving texts from around the world and serving as mediators between the magical and non-magical communities. James Potter had been a brilliant theorist who had published groundbreaking research on protective magic, while Lily Potter had been considered one of the most gifted practitioners of her generation. Most importantly, Creature explained as they climbed to the upper floors, Master James and Mistress Lily had never intended for Master Harry to be raised by his mother's sister. They had made detailed plans for his care that included magical tutors, mundane education, and gradual introduction to both worlds as he grew older. "Who are they planning to have raise Harry?" Emma asked, as they paused on a landing decorated with portraits of previous Potter generations. Creature's expression grew sad. "Master James and Mistress Lily had friends who volunteered to take Master Harry if anything happened to his parents. Good people, magical people who understood what Master Harry would need. But the bad wizard interfered, used his influence to ignore Master James and Mistress Lily's wishes. "The bad wizard," Harry repeated quietly. "You mean Dumbledore?" Kreacher nodded grimly. Albus Dumbledore claimed he knew best, claimed that Master Harry needed to be hidden away with blood relatives for protection. But Master James and Mistress Lily had already made Master Harry safer than any blood magic could accomplish. The manor itself is protected by spells that would keep out any enemy, and there are other safeguards that even Kreacher does not fully understand. As if to demonstrate the truth of his words, Kreacher led them to a window that looked out over the manor grounds. As Harry approached the glass, the view seemed to shimmer and change, revealing layer upon layer of magical protections that surrounded the estate. Glowing barriers rose like transparent walls in the distance, and Harry could see what appeared to be guardian spirits patrolling the perimeter. "The protections recognize Master Harry as the rightful heir," Kreacher explained. "They will keep out anyone who means him harm, and they will make the manor invisible to those who would misuse its secrets. Master Harry is safer here than anywhere else in the world." Their tour culminated in what Kreacher called the Master Suite, a collection of rooms that had belonged to James and Lily Potter. Harry's parents had lived here during the last years of their lives, and Kreacher had maintained everything exactly as they had left it. Clothes still hung in the wardrobes, books lay open on bedside tables, and personal photographs covered every available surface. Harry moved through his parents' rooms like someone in a dream, touching objects that had been part of their daily lives and trying to imagine the people who had used them. In Lily's study, he found journals filled with her handwriting, documenting her research and her thoughts about raising a magical child in an increasingly dangerous world. One passage, written just weeks before her death, brought tears to Harry's eyes as Hermione read it aloud. "James and I have been discussing contingency plans for Harry's education and protection. We both feel strongly that he should never be separated from the magical world entirely, as some have suggested. Harry will need to understand his heritage and his responsibilities, but he also deserves to experience the wonder and joy that magic can bring. Above all, he must be raised with love and respect for who he is, not fear and shame for what he can do." Daniel found himself studying photographs that showed James and Lily Potter as vibrant young people surrounded by friends who clearly cared deeply about them. "These are not the irresponsible wastrels that the Dursleys described," he observed. "These are intelligent, caring people who were deeply involved in their community and passionate about their work." "Master James and Mistress Lily were heroes," Kreacher said simply. "They died protecting people they had never met, because they believed it was the right thing to do. They would be proud to see Master Harry growing up strong and brave with friends who care about him." As evening approached, Kreacher prepared dinner in a kitchen that managed to be both grand and homey, with copper pots hanging from hooks and herbs growing in window boxes that somehow flourished despite the Scottish climate. The meal itself was a revelation for Harry, who had never tasted food prepared with both skill and affection. Every dish seemed to have been crafted specifically for his preferences, from a roast that was perfectly seasoned to vegetables that retained just the right amount of crispness. During dinner, Emma broached the subject that had been on all their minds since arriving at the manor. "Kreacher, would it be possible for Harry to live here while he continues his education? We want to do what's best for him, but we also want to honor his parents' wishes for his upbringing." Kreacher's ancient features lit up with joy. Nothing would make Kreacher happier than to have Master Harry living in his proper home. "The manor has been too quiet for too long, waiting for the laughter of children to fill its halls again." But the house elf continued more thoughtfully. "Master Harry will need teachers who understand both the magical and the mundane worlds. His education must be balanced if he is to fulfill the responsibilities that come with his heritage." Hermione looked up from her plate with the expression she wore when she was solving a particularly interesting puzzle. "What if we all moved here?" she suggested. "My parents could continue their work from London, but we could make the manor our primary residence. That way Harry wouldn't have to choose between his magical heritage and the family that cares about him." The suggestion created a moment of profound silence as everyone considered the implications. Harry felt hope blooming in his chest like a physical warmth, the possibility that he might not have to lose the Grangers in order to claim his birthright. Daniel and Emma exchanged one of their wordless conversations, weighing practical considerations against the obvious rightness of the proposal. Finally, Daniel nodded slowly. "We would need to make arrangements for our practices and research commitments, but I think it could work. The manor certainly has space for all of us, and Harry deserves to grow up in the home his parents prepared for him." Harry felt tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. "You would really do that?" he asked quietly. "You would leave your home and move here just so I could have mine?" Emma reached across the table and took his hand. "Harry, you are our family now. Where you belong, we belong. Besides," she added with a smile, "I've always wanted to live somewhere with a library like the one downstairs." Creature clapped his hands together with delight. "Master Harry will have his family and his heritage both. This is what Master James and Mistress Lily would have wanted most of all." As they prepared for bed that first night at Potter Manor, Harry found himself in a bedroom that had been prepared specifically for him by parents he could barely remember. The room was larger than the entire ground floor of the Dursley house, with windows that looked out over gardens and mountains that seemed to stretch to the edge of the world. But it was the small details that moved him most deeply. A rocking horse stood in one corner, obviously crafted with love and attention to detail. Bookshelves held children's stories alongside more advanced texts, arranged to grow with Harry as he developed. Most touching of all, a mobile hung over the bed, with small figures that moved in slow circles and seemed to tell the story of a family that had loved their son enough to prepare everything he might need. Hermione knocked softly on his door as he was settling under covers that smelled of lavender and sunshine. "Can't sleep either?" she asked, settling into a comfortable chair near his bed. "It doesn't feel real yet," Harry admitted. "This morning I was Harry Potter, the unwanted freak who lived in a cupboard. Tonight I'm Harry Potter, heir to a magical estate with parents who loved me enough to plan for my entire future. I keep expecting to wake up and find myself back on Privet Drive." Hermione was quiet for a moment, then reached out to take his hand. The golden light appeared immediately, warm and reassuring in the darkened room. "This is real, Harry," she said firmly. "You deserve all of this, the love and the magic, and the home that was always waiting for you, and you're not alone anymore. You'll never be alone again." As Harry finally drifted off to sleep in his ancestral home, surrounded by the love of both the living and the dead, he felt a sense of completeness that he had never imagined possible. Tomorrow would bring new discoveries and the beginning of the magical education his parents had planned for him. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was truly home. The owl that arrived at Potter Manor on a crisp October morning was larger and more imposing than any bird Harry had ever seen, with feathers the colour of fresh snow and eyes like polished amber. It perched regally on the windowsill of the breakfast room, clutching a letter sealed with red wax and what appeared to be an official coat of arms. Creature approached the magnificent creature with obvious respect, offering it water and what looked like premium owl treats from a special jar he kept for such occasions. "Hogwarts letter for Master Harry," Creature announced with an expression of distaste that suggested he had been expecting this moment and dreading it in equal measure. "The first of many," Creature suspects. "The meddling old wizard will not give up easily." Harry accepted the letter with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a combination of curiosity and growing anger. He had spent the past 3 months living at Potter Manor, studying from his parents' extensive library, and learning to control his magical abilities under Hermione's patient guidance. The golden light that appeared whenever they worked together had grown stronger and more focused, allowing them to accomplish feats that seemed impossible even by magical standards. Just the previous week, Harry had successfully levitated every book in the library simultaneously, while Hermione had somehow convinced the Manor's rose garden to bloom in elaborate patterns that spelled out complex mathematical equations. When they worked together, their magic seemed to amplify exponentially, creating effects that left even Kreacher speechless with amazement. The letter itself was written on heavy parchment in flowing script that managed to be both beautiful and somehow condescending. It began with the familiar salutation that had appeared in multiple previous attempts to contact Harry, but this version carried an undertone of increasing urgency that had been absent from earlier correspondence. Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hermione read the letter over Harry's shoulder, her expression growing more skeptical with each line. They're still sending letters to Privet Drive, she observed, even though anyone with basic investigative skills would have discovered by now that you haven't lived there for months. Daniel looked up from his morning tea with the expression he wore when examining particularly problematic dental work. That suggests either incompetence or willful ignorance. Neither reflects well on an educational institution that claims to prepare young people for adult responsibilities. Emma set down her medical journal and moved to examine the letter more closely. Harry, didn't Griphook mention that your parents had concerns about Hogwarts specifically? Perhaps we should review their research before making any decisions about your magical education. The family spent the morning in James and Lily Potter's study, reviewing documents that painted an increasingly troubling picture of Britain's premier magical school. Lily's journals contained detailed comparisons between Hogwarts and international magical institutions, with particular attention to curriculum standards, safety protocols, and long-term educational outcomes. What they discovered was deeply disturbing. Hogwarts had once been considered among the finest magical schools in the world, but decades of stagnation and administrative mismanagement had allowed it to fall significantly behind international standards. The curriculum had remained essentially unchanged since the medieval period, focusing on rote memorization rather than practical application or theoretical understanding. More troubling were Lily's notes about the school's approach to student safety. Hogwarts had a documented history of exposing children to unnecessarily dangerous situations in the name of character building, with an accident rate that would have resulted in immediate closure if it were a mundane institution. Several students had been seriously injured or killed during Harry's parents' time at the school, yet no meaningful reforms had been implemented. Most damning was James Potter's analysis of Hogwarts graduates' performance in international magical competitions and professional examinations. British-trained wizards consistently scored lower than their peers from other countries, particularly in areas requiring innovation, critical thinking, or advanced theoretical knowledge. "This is appalling," Emma said, after reading through several particularly damning reports. "The educational standards described here wouldn't be acceptable for a primary school, let alone an institution that claims to prepare young people for professional careers." Hermione had been taking notes as they reviewed the documents, creating what appeared to be a comprehensive comparison chart between Hogwarts and other magical schools around the world. Based on this research, she announced, Beauxbatons Academy in France offers superior instruction in every measurable category. Better teachers, more advanced curriculum, superior facilities, and graduates who consistently outperform Hogwarts alumni in international assessments. Harry examined the coat of arms on the Hogwarts letter, noting the Latin motto that proclaimed something about sleeping dragons and their inadvisability of awakening. The irony was not lost on him that an institution with such a motto had apparently been sleeping through several decades of educational progress. Before anyone could respond to the Hogwarts letter, the sound of additional owl wings announced the arrival of more correspondence. This time, 3 owls landed simultaneously on the breakfast room windowsill, each bearing letters with different seals and postmarks from various locations across Europe. Creature examined the new arrivals with obvious approval. "International schools," he announced with satisfaction. "Word has spread through the magical community that Master Harry has claimed his inheritance. The finest institutions in Europe are extending invitations." The first letter was from Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, written in elegant French script on pale blue parchment that seemed to shimmer with its own internal light. The tone was entirely different from the Hogwarts correspondence, focusing on academic excellence and the opportunity to study with the most advanced magical theorists in Europe. "Monsieur Potter," the letter began, "we have learned of your recent emergence into magical society and would be honored to offer you a place at Beauxbatons Academy. Our institution has educated some of the finest magical minds in history, and we believe that a young wizard of your evident potential would thrive in our academically rigorous environment." The second letter came from Durmstrang Institute, written in precise Germanic script on heavy paper that radiated an aura of serious scholarship. This correspondence emphasized the school's reputation for producing magical researchers and theorists who went on to make significant contributions to the advancement of magical knowledge. The third letter, surprisingly, came from Salem Witches Institute in Massachusetts, offering Harry the opportunity to study magical arts from an entirely different cultural perspective and to experience the unique approaches to magic that had developed in the American magical community. Harry spread the 4 letters across the table and studied them carefully, comparing not just the content, but the underlying attitudes they revealed about magical education. The Hogwarts letter assumed his compliance and offered no justification for why he should choose their institution over others. The international schools, by contrast, made compelling cases for their superior educational offerings and treated Harry as an intelligent young person capable of making informed decisions about his future. Hermione had been reading the Beauxbatons letter with obvious excitement. "Harry, listen to this. They offer advanced courses in magical theory, starting in the 2nd year, including comparative magical studies, international magical law, and something called theoretical thaumaturgy. Their library contains over 50,000 volumes, including texts from magical cultures around the world." Emma examined the Salem letter with professional interest. "This is fascinating. The American approach seems to emphasize practical applications of magic in mundane settings. They teach courses on magical integration with non-magical technology and magical approaches to medicine and engineering." Daniel was studying the Durmstrang correspondence with the attention he usually reserved for complex treatment plans. This institution appears to focus heavily on research and development. Their graduates have published more peer-reviewed magical research papers than all other European schools combined. Harry looked around the table at his adoptive family, feeling overwhelmed by the possibilities that had opened before him. Just months ago, his educational future had seemed limited to whatever inadequate schooling the Dursleys might grudgingly provide. Now he was being courted by the finest magical institutions in the world. Creature approached with a fresh pot of tea and an expression of sage wisdom. "Master Harry, Creature has served the Potter family for many generations. Would Master like to hear what Master James and Mistress Lily planned for his education?" Harry nodded eagerly, hoping that his parents' wishes might provide guidance for this momentous decision. "Master James and Mistress Lily researched magical schools extensively before Master Harry was born," Creature explained. "They concluded that Hogwarts was no longer worthy of a Potter heir. They planned to send Master Harry to Beauxbatons Academy for his primary magical education, followed by advanced studies at multiple international institutions." Hermione looked up from the Beauxbatons letter with obvious approval. "That makes perfect sense. Beauxbatons would provide a solid foundation in magical theory and practice, while exposure to different magical traditions would create a well-rounded education impossible to achieve at any single school. The decision crystallized in Harry's mind with sudden clarity. He would honor his parents' educational plan while also sending a clear message to those who had attempted to control his life without his consent. Harry carefully composed his responses to each school, accepting the place at Beauxbatons Academy with gratitude and enthusiasm, while politely declining the other offers. His letter to Hogwarts, however, required more careful consideration. After much thought and several drafts, Harry produced a response that was both respectful and firm. He thanked the school for their interest, but explained that he had chosen to pursue his magical education at an institution whose academic standards and safety record are better aligned with his family's expectations. He made no mention of Dumbledore specifically, but anyone reading between the lines would understand that Harry Potter was rejecting not just Hogwarts, but the entire system that had presumed to make decisions about his life without his input. The response to Harry's decision was swift and dramatic. Within hours of dispatching his letters, the fireplace in the manor's main drawing room erupted with green flames that announced the arrival of uninvited visitors. Professor McGonagall stepped through first, followed closely by Albus Dumbledore himself, both looking considerably more stern than welcoming. Dumbledore was exactly as Harry had imagined him from Creature's descriptions, a tall, elderly man with long silver hair and a beard that reached nearly to his waist. His eyes, which reportedly twinkled with benevolent wisdom, currently held an expression of barely controlled irritation. Professor McGonagall appeared to be struggling to maintain her professional composure in the face of what was clearly an unexpected setback to their plans. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said, with the kind of forced cheerfulness that adults used when addressing children they expected to be difficult. "I believe there has been some misunderstanding about your educational arrangements. Hogwarts has been expecting you since your birth, and I'm afraid that alternative schools simply cannot provide the specific type of protection you require." Harry rose from his chair with the poise that 3 months of proper care and magical education had instilled in him. "Professor Dumbledore," he said politely but firmly, "there has been no misunderstanding. I have chosen to attend Beauxbatons Academy because it offers superior educational opportunities, and because my parents specifically planned for me to receive my magical education there." Dumbledore's expression grew more serious, and Harry caught a glimpse of the formidable wizard that lurked beneath the grandfatherly facade. "Harry, I'm afraid you don't fully understand the dangers you face or the protections that Hogwarts can provide. There are forces at work that require you to remain within Britain, under the specific magical protections that only I can maintain." Daniel stepped forward with the quiet authority he brought to difficult dental procedures. "Professor Dumbledore, Harry is currently under our legal guardianship, and we have thoroughly researched all available educational options. We have concluded that Beauxbatons Academy offers the most comprehensive and advanced magical education available to students of Harry's age." Professor McGonagall looked genuinely confused. "Mr. Granger, I was under the impression that Harry resided with his aunt and uncle on Privet Drive. How did he come to be in your care?" Emma's voice carried the controlled anger of a medical professional confronting malpractice. "Professor McGonagall, Harry was removed from the Dursley household after we documented extensive physical and emotional abuse. The conditions he was living in were completely unacceptable, and multiple agencies are currently investigating how such abuse was allowed to continue for years without intervention." The color drained from McGonagall's face as the implications sank in. She turned to stare at Dumbledore with an expression of growing horror. "Albus, you assured me that Harry was safe and well cared for. You said the Dursleys understood their responsibilities and would treat him as family." Dumbledore's composure finally cracked slightly, revealing a flash of the calculating mind that Harry was beginning to understand lay beneath the benevolent exterior. "Minerva, the situation with the Dursleys was unfortunate but necessary. The protection afforded by Lily's sacrifice required Harry to call that place home, regardless of the personal cost. Hermione spoke up with the clarity that came from months of studying magical theory. Professor Dumbledore, according to the research in this library, blood protection spells don't require the protected person to actually live with blood relatives. The protection extends as long as the magical bond exists, which in Harry's case should last until he reaches magical majority, regardless of where he lives. Dumbledore turned his attention to Hermione for the first time, and Harry saw something unsettling flicker across the old wizard's features, something that looked uncomfortably like calculation and disappointment. "You must be Miss Granger," he said with false warmth. "I understand you've developed quite a friendship with Harry. How fortunate that two such gifted young people should find each other." The patronizing tone made Harry's temper flare, and he felt the familiar burning sensation in his chest that preceded his magical episodes. But this time, instead of chaotic energy, Harry felt his magic respond with focused precision. Every light in the drawing room brightened simultaneously, and the temperature rose just enough to make everyone uncomfortably warm. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, with a composure that belied his 8 years, "I will not be attending Hogwarts. I will not be returning to Privet Drive. I am going to honor my parents' wishes for my education, and I am going to remain with the family that has shown me genuine love and care. If you attempt to force me to do otherwise, you'll discover that I am quite capable of defending myself." The threat was unmistakable, despite being delivered in perfectly polite language. Dumbledore's eyes hardened as he realized that his carefully constructed plans were unraveling in ways he had never anticipated. "Harry," Dumbledore said with the first hint of steel in his voice, "I'm afraid you're too young to understand the full scope of the situation. There are prophecies and destinies at work here that require your cooperation, whether you understand them or not." Creature chose that moment to appear in the drawing room, materializing between Harry and Dumbledore with an expression of fierce protectiveness. "The old wizard needs to leave Master Harry's house," Creature announced with quiet dignity. "Master James and Mistress Lily gave specific instructions that Albus Dumbledore was never to be allowed influence over Master Harry's upbringing or education." The room fell silent as the implications of Creature's statement sank in. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore with growing suspicion, while the Granger family exchanged glances that spoke volumes about their assessment of the situation. "Albus," McGonagall said slowly, "is it true that James and Lily Potter specifically excluded you from decisions about Harry's care?" Dumbledore's mask of benevolent authority finally slipped completely, revealing the autocratic manipulator that Harry was beginning to understand had shaped his life from the shadows. "James and Lily were young and frightened," he said dismissively. "They didn't understand the larger picture or the sacrifices that would be necessary to ensure Harry's survival and eventual victory over Voldemort. The casual admission that he had knowingly ignored Harry's parents' explicit wishes was the final straw for everyone in the room." Daniel stepped forward with the quiet menace of someone pushed too far. "Professor Dumbledore, you are no longer welcome in this house," he said firmly. "Harry has made his educational choice, and we support his decision completely. If you continue to harass our family, we will pursue legal action through both magical and mundane courts." Dumbledore looked around the room, clearly realizing that he had miscalculated badly. His attempt to intimidate an isolated and vulnerable child had instead resulted in a confrontation with a united family, backed by substantial resources and legal authority. "This is not over," he said finally. "The grandfatherly facade completely abandoned in favor of cold authority. Harry Potter has responsibilities that extend far beyond his personal preferences, and he will fulfill them whether he understands them or not." As Dumbledore and McGonagall departed through the fireplace, leaving behind only the lingering smell of smoke and the echo of barely contained threats, Harry felt a profound sense of relief mixed with determination. He had faced down the wizard who had controlled his life from birth and emerged victorious. More importantly, he had done so surrounded by people who genuinely cared about his welfare rather than his usefulness to their plans. Hermione took his hand, and the familiar golden light appeared between their joined fingers, warm and reassuring after the cold menace of Dumbledore's presence. "We did the right thing," she said firmly. "Your parents trusted you to make good decisions about your life, and Beauxbatons will give you the education you deserve." As evening fell over Potter Manor, Harry stood at his bedroom window, looking out over the gardens that had been tended with love in anticipation of his return. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as they prepared for his journey to Beauxbatons Academy, but tonight he felt the deep satisfaction of someone who had claimed his rightful inheritance and rejected the attempts of others to control his destiny. He was Harry Potter, heir to a legacy of magical knowledge and research, member of a family that chose to love him rather than merely tolerate his existence. Most importantly, he was free to become whoever he chose to be, rather than whoever others expected him to become. For the first time in his young life, the future held promise instead of merely the hope of survival. The carriage that arrived at Potter Manor on a crisp November morning was unlike anything Harry had ever imagined, even after months of exposure to magical wonders. Drawn by winged horses whose coats shimmered like starlight, and whose eyes held an intelligence that seemed almost human, the vehicle itself appeared to have been carved from a single massive block of ice-blue crystal. Despite its ethereal appearance, the carriage radiated warmth and comfort, and intricate patterns of silver and gold traced elegant designs across its translucent surfaces. Madame Olympe Maxime stepped down from the carriage with the grace of someone accustomed to making impressive entrances. She stood nearly 8 feet tall, with an elegant bearing that commanded respect rather than fear. Her dark hair was arranged in an elaborate style that somehow managed to appear both formal and welcoming, and her robes were cut from midnight blue silk that seemed to capture and reflect starlight with every movement. "Monsieur Potter," she said, in accented English that made even his name sound distinguished, "it is my great pleasure to meet you at last. Beauxbatons Academy has been most eager to welcome a young wizard of your evident potential." Harry stepped forward with the confidence that months of proper care and magical education had instilled in him. "Madame Maxime," he replied with a respectful bow that Creature had taught him was appropriate when greeting distinguished magical visitors. "Thank you for coming to Potter Manor. My family and I are honored by your visit." Madame Maxime's eyes sparkled with approval at his polite formality, but Harry caught a hint of surprise as well, as if she had not quite expected such poise from an 8-year-old wizard. She turned to greet Daniel and Emma Granger, with the courtesy due to concerned parents, then smiled warmly when Hermione stepped forward with her characteristic directness. "You must be Miss Granger," Madame Maxime said, studying Hermione with obvious interest. "I have heard remarkable things about your magical abilities and your academic achievements. Beauxbatons values students who excel in both theoretical understanding and practical application." Hermione curtsied with the grace that Emma had been teaching her, but her response carried her usual intellectual curiosity. "Madame Maxime, I've been researching Beauxbatons curriculum, and I'm particularly interested in your advanced magical theory courses. Is it true that second-year students can begin studying comparative magical traditions?" Madame Maxime's smile widened with genuine pleasure. "Indeed, Miss Granger. We have found that young minds are particularly receptive to understanding the connections between different magical approaches. Students who show exceptional aptitude, as you clearly do, are often permitted to advance beyond the standard curriculum at their own pace." As Creature served tea in the Manor's formal drawing room, Madame Maxime explained the purpose of her visit. While Harry's acceptance to Beauxbatons had been assured based on his academic potential and family heritage, the school required personal interviews with prospective students to ensure proper placement and to discuss any special considerations that might be necessary. "Monsieur Potter," she began, settling into her chair with careful attention to her impressive height, "I must confess that your application has generated considerable discussion among our faculty. It is most unusual for a student to begin magical education with such an extensive foundation in theoretical knowledge, particularly without any formal instruction. Harry exchanged glances with Hermione, remembering the countless hours they had spent in his parents' library, working through complex magical texts and experimenting with applications of theoretical principles. Their combined magical abilities had allowed them to accomplish feats that seemed impossible even by magical standards, but they had always assumed that their experiences were relatively normal for young wizards beginning their education. "Madame Maxime," Hermione said thoughtfully, "we've been studying together using the books that Harry's parents collected. We didn't realize that our education was unusual compared to other students our age." Madame Maxime leaned forward with obvious interest. "Miss Granger, would you be willing to demonstrate some of the magical work you and Monsieur Potter have accomplished together? I confess that I am most curious about the reports of your combined magical capabilities." Harry nodded to Hermione, and they moved to an open area of the drawing room where they would have space to work safely. They had learned through experience that their magic was most effective when they approached it as a collaborative effort, with each contributing their particular strengths to achieve results that neither could accomplish alone. Hermione began with a simple levitation charm, raising several books from the nearby shelf and arranging them in a precise geometric pattern in the air above their heads. This was magic that any competent first-year student might manage with practice, but as Harry joined his power to hers, the demonstration quickly moved beyond conventional boundaries. The levitated books began to glow with soft golden light, and the pages opened to reveal text that shifted and moved to display information relevant to their current studies. More remarkably, additional books rose from shelves throughout the room, creating an elaborate three-dimensional library that floated around them in perfect formation. But the most extraordinary aspect of the demonstration was the way knowledge seemed to flow directly from the books into their minds. As Harry and Hermione maintained their concentration, they were able to absorb and process information from dozens of volumes simultaneously, their enhanced understanding allowing them to grasp complex theoretical principles that would normally require years of study. Madame Maxime watched in fascination as the young wizards created what was essentially a living encyclopedia around themselves, with books opening to relevant pages and reorganizing themselves to support increasingly sophisticated magical discussions. When they finally allowed the books to settle gently back onto their proper shelves, she sat in stunned silence for several moments. "Extraordinary," she finally murmured, her professional composure clearly shaken. "In 30 years of magical education, I have never witnessed anything comparable. The level of control, the theoretical sophistication, the intuitive understanding of advanced principles. You are working at a level that our 7th-year students struggle to achieve." Daniel leaned forward with the expression he wore when examining particularly complex dental work. "Madame Maxime, is this level of magical ability normal for students their age, or should we be concerned about some kind of anomalous development?" Madame Maxime shook her head slowly. "Monsieur Granger, what your children have demonstrated is not merely advanced for their age. It represents a fundamental difference in their approach to magic itself. Most wizards learn to cast specific spells for specific purposes. What I have just witnessed suggests that Harry and Hermione have developed an intuitive understanding of magic as a universal force that can be shaped by will and knowledge rather than rote memorization." Emma set down her teacup with obvious concern. "Is this development something that Beauxbatons would be equipped to handle? We want to ensure that both children receive proper guidance for their education, not just academic instruction, but also help understanding and controlling their abilities." "I will be frank with you," Madame Maxime replied, her tone becoming more serious. "Beauxbatons Academy has educated some of the most gifted magical minds in European history, but Harry and Hermione represent something entirely new in our experience. However, I believe that our emphasis on theoretical understanding and international magical cooperation makes us far better equipped to guide their development than institutions that focus primarily on traditional British approaches to magical education. She paused to consider her words carefully before continuing. "There is another matter that I believe you should be aware of. Word of Monsieur Potter's emergence into magical society and his rejection of Hogwarts has spread throughout the international magical community. Several of our current students have expressed particular interest in meeting him, and I thought it might be beneficial to arrange an introduction." Harry felt a flutter of nervousness at the prospect of meeting other young wizards who might have expectations or preconceptions about him based on his reputation rather than his actual personality. The idea of being treated as a celebrity, rather than simply another student, was deeply unsettling. Madame Maxime seemed to understand his hesitation. "Monsieur Potter, I should clarify that the students I have in mind are interested in meeting you because of your academic achievements and magical capabilities, not because of your fame in British magical circles. At Beauxbatons, we value intellectual excellence and personal character above social status or family history." With a graceful wave of her hand, Madame Maxime summoned what appeared to be a magical communication device, a crystal sphere that glowed with soft blue light. She spoke a few words in rapid French, and within moments, the sphere projected the image of a young girl who appeared to be approximately Harry's age. The girl in the projection had silvery blonde hair that seemed to move with its own ethereal breeze, and her eyes were the deep blue of a mountain lake. Even viewed through magical projection, she radiated a sense of otherworldly beauty that made Harry catch his breath in surprise. "Fleur, ma chérie," Madame Maxime said warmly, "I would like you to meet Monsieur Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger, who will be joining Beauxbatons in the spring term." The girl, who was apparently named Fleur, smiled with genuine warmth rather than the calculating interest that Harry had learned to expect from people who knew his reputation. "Bonjour, Harry. Bonjour, Hermione," she said, her accented English carrying the same musical quality that characterized Madame Maxime's speech. "I am Fleur Delacour, and I have been at Beauxbatons for 3 years. I am very excited to meet students who have already mastered such advanced magical techniques." Hermione stepped closer to the projection, her natural curiosity overcoming any shyness about meeting new people. "Fleur, Madame Maxime mentioned that you're particularly interested in meeting us. May I ask why?" Fleur's expression became more serious, and Harry caught a glimpse of keen intelligence behind her ethereal beauty. "Hermione, I've been studying the magical phenomena that occur when wizards with complementary abilities work together. The reports of your combined magical capabilities suggest something entirely new in magical theory, and I am most eager to understand how you achieve such remarkable results." Harry found himself impressed by Fleur's academic focus and her obvious understanding of complex magical principles. Unlike the celebrity seekers he had imagined, she seemed genuinely interested in the theoretical aspects of magic rather than his personal fame. "Fleur," Harry said, leaning toward the projection, "I'd be very interested in learning about your research. Hermione and I have been working mostly from books and experimentation, but we haven't had the opportunity to compare our experiences with other students our age." Fleur's smile brightened considerably. "Très bien. When you arrive at Beauxbatons, I will show you the library's collection on magical resonance theory and collaborative spellwork. I think you will find the research most fascinating." As the projection faded and Madame Maxime concluded the magical communication, Harry felt a growing sense of excitement about his upcoming education at Beauxbatons. The prospect of studying alongside students who shared his intellectual curiosity and academic dedication was far more appealing than the celebrity treatment he had feared. Madame Maxime spent the rest of her visit conducting formal interviews with both Harry and Hermione, asking detailed questions about their educational goals, their understanding of magical theory, and their expectations for their time at Beauxbatons. The interviews were thorough but not intimidating, conducted with the professional competence of an educator who genuinely cared about student success. Most importantly, she took time to address the concerns that Daniel and Emma had expressed about sending their children to school in a foreign country. Beauxbatons maintained extensive communication with families, provided comprehensive support services for international students, and had a long history of successfully educating young wizards from diverse backgrounds. The academy itself, Madame Maxime explained as she prepared for departure, was located in the French Alps, in a palace of ice and crystal that remained comfortable regardless of weather conditions. Students lived in elegant dormitories arranged by academic interest rather than arbitrary house divisions, and the emphasis throughout the school was on collaboration and intellectual exploration rather than competition and rivalry. As Madame Maxime's crystal carriage prepared for departure, drawn by the magnificent winged horses that pawed impatiently at the ground, she presented Harry and Hermione with what appeared to be matching pairs of silver bracelets. These are communication devices that will allow you to speak with Mademoiselle Delacour and other Beauxbatons students before you arrive for the spring term, she explained. I believe you will find that our current students are most eager to welcome you into our academic community. That evening, as the family gathered in the Manor's library to discuss the day's events, Harry felt a profound sense of anticipation about his educational future. Beauxbatons represented everything he had hoped for in magical education: academic excellence, intellectual freedom, and the opportunity to study alongside peers who shared his love of learning. More importantly, the school's emphasis on international cooperation and theoretical understanding aligned perfectly with the values that James and Lily Potter had hoped to instill in their son. Harry would not merely learn to cast spells or memorize potion recipes. He would develop a deep understanding of magic itself as a force for positive change in the world. Hermione activated her communication bracelet that evening, eager to begin building relationships with their future classmates. Fleur's projection appeared almost immediately, suggesting that she had been waiting for their call. "Harry, Hermione," Fleur said with obvious pleasure. "I've been thinking about our conversation today, and I have an idea that might interest you. There is a special project that some of the advanced students are working on, studying the connection between emotional resonance and magical amplification. Based on what Madame Maxime has told us about your abilities, I think you might have valuable insights to contribute." Harry leaned closer to the projection, intrigued by the possibilities that Fleur was describing. "What kind of project?" he asked, "and how would we be able to contribute remotely before we arrive at school?" Fleur's expression became excited, and Harry could see the passionate scholar beneath her elegant exterior. "We've been documenting cases where wizards achieve extraordinary magical results through emotional or intellectual connections with others. Your combined magical capabilities represents the most advanced example we have encountered, and we would be honored if you would allow us to study and learn from your techniques." Hermione was practically bouncing with enthusiasm. "That sounds fascinating, Fleur. We've been wondering ourselves about why our magic works so much better when we collaborate. Maybe working with your research group would help us understand our own abilities more clearly." Over the following weeks, as autumn gave way to winter at Potter Manor, Harry and Hermione became increasingly involved with the Beauxbatons research project through their communication bracelets. They participated in magical discussions with students from around Europe, shared their experimental results, and contributed to theoretical papers that were being prepared for publication in international magical journals. The experience was revelatory for both young wizards. Instead of being isolated by their unusual abilities, they discovered that their magical resonance was part of a broader pattern of collaborative magic that was being studied by researchers throughout the magical world. Their techniques could be understood, analyzed, and potentially replicated by other wizards who possessed complementary abilities. Most importantly, Harry began to understand that his magical education would extend far beyond simply learning to use his abilities. At Beauxbatons, he would become part of an international community of magical scholars dedicated to advancing human understanding and using magic to make the world a better place. As Christmas approached and the family prepared for Harry's departure to Beauxbatons in the new year, Harry reflected on how completely his life had been transformed. A year ago, he had been a powerless child trapped in an abusive household with no hope of escape. Now he was the heir to a great magical legacy, a member of a loving family, and a prospective student at the finest magical academy in Europe. The golden light that still appeared whenever he and Hermione joined hands had become a symbol of all the positive changes in his life. It represented not just their magical connection, but the love, support, and infinite possibilities that had replaced the fear, isolation, and despair that had once defined his existence. Most importantly, Harry Potter was no longer simply surviving. He was preparing to thrive in a world that valued his gifts, respected his intelligence, and offered him the chance to become everything his parents had hoped he might be. The future, which had once seemed so bleak and limited, now stretched before him, filled with magic, wonder, and the promise of adventures yet to come. The halls of Beauxbatons Academy gleamed like captured starlight in the early morning hours, their crystal walls refracting the alpine sunshine into patterns of rainbow color that danced across the polished floors. Harry Potter walked through corridors that seemed to have been carved from glacial ice, marveling at the way the architecture managed to be both magnificent and welcoming. 6 months into his first year at the academy, he had grown accustomed to the breathtaking beauty of his surroundings, but moments like this still filled him with wonder at how completely his life had been transformed. The dormitory wing where Harry lived was arranged according to academic interests rather than arbitrary house divisions, creating a community of students who shared intellectual passions and collaborative goals. His room, which he shared with a brilliant young wizard named Antoine Dubois, who specialized in magical engineering, overlooked the Academy's extensive library complex and offered panoramic views of the snow-capped peaks that surrounded the school. As Harry made his way toward the advanced theoretical magic classroom, he reflected on the extraordinary education he had received during his time at Beauxbatons. The curriculum was everything that Madame Maxime had promised and more, challenging students to think critically about magical principles rather than simply memorizing spell incantations. Harry's professors treated him as a serious scholar, despite his age, encouraging him to pursue research projects that aligned with his particular interests and abilities. Most remarkably, his friendship with Hermione had not only survived their separation, but had grown stronger through their continued magical collaboration. Despite attending different schools, they maintained their research partnership through enhanced communication spells that allowed them to work together on complex theoretical problems. Their combined magical abilities had continued to develop, reaching levels that amazed even their most experienced professors. Harry entered the classroom to find Professor Delacroix already present, reviewing notes for the day's lesson on advanced protective magic. The professor was a distinguished woman in her 50s who had authored several groundbreaking papers on magical defense theory, and her classes consistently pushed students to understand the deepest principles underlying protective spells. "Ah, Monsieur Potter," Professor Delacroix said with a warm smile. "Perfect timing. I wanted to speak with you before the other students arrive about the research project you submitted last week." Harry took his seat at the elegant crystal desk that served as his workspace, pulling out the comprehensive notes he had compiled during his independent study of magical protection systems. The project in question was an analysis of the theoretical foundations underlying various types of magical wards, with particular attention to the ways different protective spells could be layered and combined for enhanced effectiveness. "Your work on ward harmonics was quite impressive," Professor Delacroix continued, settling into a chair with the satisfaction of an educator discussing a particularly gifted student. "The mathematical models you developed for calculating magical resonance between different protective systems show a level of theoretical sophistication that I would expect from a graduate research student." Harry felt a familiar warmth of pride at the professor's praise, but it was tempered by a growing unease that had been building for several weeks. His research into magical protection had been motivated partly by academic curiosity, and partly by an inexplicable sense that he would soon need to understand such systems for more than theoretical purposes. "Professor Delacroix," Harry said carefully, "I've been experiencing some unusual sensations lately, that might be related to my magical development. Sometimes I feel as if I'm receiving information or impressions that don't seem to come from my own mind. Is this a normal part of advanced magical education?" The professor's expression grew more serious, and she leaned forward with the attention of someone recognizing a potentially significant development. "Monsieur Potter, can you describe these sensations more specifically? When do they occur, and what kind of information do you receive?" Harry hesitated, uncertain how to explain experiences that seemed to defy rational description. "They usually happen when I'm deeply focused on magical theory or during meditation exercises," he said slowly. "I'll suddenly have vivid impressions of places I've never been or events that I haven't witnessed. Sometimes I see people performing magic that looks different from anything we've studied here." Professor Delacroix was quiet for a long moment, her scholarly mind clearly working through the implications of Harry's description. "Monsieur Potter, what you're experiencing sounds like a form of magical sensitivity that we call resonance perception. It's quite rare, and it typically manifests in wizards who have unusually strong connections to the broader magical field that surrounds our world." Before Harry could ask for clarification, other students began arriving for class, including Fleur Delacour, who had become one of Harry's closest friends during his time at Beauxbatons. Fleur possessed not only exceptional magical abilities, but also a keen analytical mind that made her an invaluable collaborator on research projects. Her Vila heritage gave her unique insights into the emotional and intuitive aspects of magic that complemented Harry's more theoretical approach. "Bonjour, Harry," Fleur said, as she took the seat beside him, her silvery hair catching the morning light streaming through the crystal windows. "I hope you are prepared for Professor Delacroix's examination on ward construction theory. The questions she has been asking in recent classes suggest that today's lesson will be quite challenging." Harry nodded, but his attention was only partially focused on the upcoming class. The strange sensations he had described to Professor Delacroix were intensifying, and he was beginning to receive impressions that seemed increasingly urgent and disturbing. As Professor Delacroix began her lecture on the theoretical foundations of magical protection systems, Harry found himself overwhelmed by a sudden flood of vivid images that seemed to come from somewhere far beyond the peaceful halls of Beauxbatons Academy. He saw a rat, grotesquely large and clearly magical in nature, moving through what appeared to be a dungeon or underground prison. The creature's movements were purposeful and intelligent, suggesting that it was not simply an animal, but something far more sinister. The vision intensified, and Harry found himself observing the rat as it approached a cell where a figure lay chained to the wall in conditions of obvious torment and deprivation. The prisoner was clearly human despite his degraded condition, and when he lifted his head to acknowledge the rat's presence, Harry gasped in shock at the recognition that flashed across the man's ruined features. This was Peter Pettigrew, the wizard who had betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort years earlier. But the rat was not simply visiting the cell, it was transforming, shifting from animal form into the shape of a small, balding man whose eyes held the desperate cunning of someone who had survived through treachery and cowardice. Harry watched in horror as Pettigrew unchained the prisoner, whose appearance became increasingly familiar as he emerged from the shadows of his cell. The man was tall and gaunt, with long black hair and aristocratic features that had been ravaged by years of imprisonment and torture. This was Sirius Black, Harry realized with a shock of recognition from photographs he had seen in his parents' possessions. But the most disturbing aspect of the vision was what happened next. As Pettigrew helped the weakened Sirius to his feet, Harry could hear fragments of their conversation that made his blood run cold. They spoke of a master who was growing stronger, of plans that were finally coming to fruition, of a boy who would soon face trials that would determine the fate of the magical world. The vision reached its climax as Pettigrew and Sirius began their journey through what appeared to be a complex network of underground passages, clearly heading toward some predetermined destination. As they moved, Harry caught glimpses of other figures waiting in the shadows, wizards whose faces were hidden by dark hoods, but whose magical signatures radiated menace and dark purpose. "Harry," Fleur whispered urgently, bringing him back to awareness of his immediate surroundings. "You are aving one of the episodes again. Your magic is beginning to affect the classroom." Harry looked around to discover that his unconscious magical response to the disturbing visions had indeed begun to manifest in the physical world. The crystal walls of the classroom were glowing with an eerie light that pulsed in rhythm with his elevated heart rate, and several of the more delicate magical instruments that Professor Delacroix used for demonstrations had begun to resonate with harmonic frequencies that created an unsettling musical backdrop to the ongoing lecture. Professor Delacroix had clearly noticed the disturbance, and she moved smoothly to conclude her lesson early, while directing the other students to begin working on independent research projects. Once the classroom had largely emptied, she approached Harry's desk with the calm professionalism of an educator, accustomed to dealing with exceptional circumstances. "Monsieur Potter," she said gently, "I believe we need to discuss your recent experiences in more detail. What you just experienced was clearly more than simple academic stress, and the magical phenomena you generated suggest that your resonance perception abilities are developing quite rapidly." Harry described his vision in as much detail as he could manage, from the underground prison to the escape of the two wizards whose names carried such significance in his family's history. Professor Delacroix listened with growing alarm, occasionally asking clarifying questions about specific details that Harry had observed. When Harry finished his account, Professor Delacroix was silent for several minutes, clearly processing the implications of what she had heard. Finally, she spoke with the careful precision of someone delivering news that would have far-reaching consequences. "Monsieur Potter, I believe that what you witnessed was not a vision or a dream, but actual events occurring in real time. Your magical sensitivity has developed to the point where you can observe distant events, particularly those involving wizards whose magical signatures are somehow connected to your own personal history." Harry felt a chill of recognition as the professor's words confirmed his growing suspicions. "You mean that Peter Pettigrew has actually escaped from Azkaban prison," he said quietly. "And he's freed Sirius Black as well." Professor Delacroix nodded grimly. "Moreover, if your observations are accurate, they are working together rather than as enemies, which suggests that the common understanding of their relationship during the war against Voldemort was fundamentally incorrect." Fleur had remained silent during this exchange, but now she spoke up with the analytical clarity that made her such a valuable research partner. "If Pettigrew and Black are collaborating, and if they mentioned plans involving Harry specifically, then this represents a direct threat that cannot be ignored. We must inform Madame Maxime immediately and contact the international magical authorities." Over the following hours, as word of Harry's vision spread through the appropriate channels at Beauxbatons Academy, the response was swift and comprehensive. Madame Maxime activated emergency protocols that had been established specifically for threats to students under the Academy's protection, while Professor Delacroix contacted colleagues at magical institutions throughout Europe to gather intelligence about any unusual magical activity that might be connected to Harry's observations. Most importantly, Harry was able to establish communication with Hermione through their enhanced magical link, sharing his experiences and seeking her analytical insights into the theoretical implications of his developing abilities. Hermione's response was characteristically thorough and deeply disturbing. "Harry," she said through their magical communication link, her voice tight with controlled urgency, "I've been researching the magical phenomena you've described, and I think I understand what's happening to you. The connection you're experiencing isn't random magical sensitivity. It's specifically linked to dark magic that was performed on you as an infant." Harry felt his stomach clench with dread as Hermione continued her explanation. "According to the research I've found in the Potter family library, when Voldemort attempted to kill you, the failed curse created a permanent magical link between you and him. That connection has been dormant for years, but it's now becoming active again, which suggests that Voldemort himself is regaining power. The implications of this revelation were staggering. Harry's visions were not simply random magical phenomena, but specific intelligence about Voldemort's activities and plans. The escape of Pettigrew and Sirius Black was not an isolated event, but part of a larger pattern of dark wizards gathering to support their master's return to power. Professor Delacroix, who had been monitoring the communication between Harry and Hermione, stepped forward with the grim expression of someone recognizing the full scope of a developing crisis. Monsieur Potter, if Miss Granger's analysis is correct, then your safety at Beauxbatons may be compromised. Voldemort will eventually realize that you can observe his activities through your magical connection, and he will take steps to either exploit that connection or eliminate you as a threat. Fleur moved to stand beside Harry's chair, her expression fierce with protective determination. Then we must ensure that Harry is prepared to defend himself, she said firmly. The Academy has the finest defensive magic instructors in Europe, and Harry has already demonstrated exceptional abilities in theoretical protective systems. If there is to be a confrontation, we will make certain that he is ready for it. Madame Maxime entered the classroom at that moment, her imposing presence somehow both comforting and formidable. She had clearly been briefed on the situation, and her expression carried the focused intensity of an educator whose students were facing genuine danger. Monsieur Potter, she announced, the International Confederation of Wizards has been notified of your intelligence regarding escaped dark wizards and the potential return of Voldemort. They are treating this as a matter of the highest priority, and they have requested that Beauxbatons Academy serve as a coordination center for the international response to this threat. Harry looked around at the faces of his professors and friends, seeing determination and concern, but not the fear or desperation that might have characterized a British response to similar intelligence. The international magical community approached the threat of Voldemort's return with professional competence rather than panic, treating it as a serious problem that could be solved through proper planning and coordination. Madame Maxime, Harry said carefully, if Voldemort is indeed returning to power, and if my magical connection to him makes me a target, then I don't want to put other students at Beauxbatons in danger. Perhaps I should leave the Academy until this threat is resolved. Madame Maxime's expression softened with something that might have been maternal pride. Monsieur Potter, you misunderstand the situation completely. You are not a burden or a liability to be hidden away until others solve your problems. You are a powerful young wizard with unique abilities and intelligence that make you invaluable in the fight against dark magic. Beauxbatons Academy will not abandon you to face this threat alone, nor will the international magical community allow Voldemort to succeed through fear and intimidation. Professor Delacroix nodded her agreement. Furthermore, Harry, your magical connection to Voldemort, while dangerous, also represents our greatest intelligence asset in understanding and countering his plans. With proper training in occlumency and mental defense, you could potentially observe his activities without him becoming aware of your surveillance. Fleur stepped closer to Harry, and he felt the familiar warmth of magical resonance as their abilities began to harmonize. If you are going to develop your mental defenses and surveillance capabilities, she said with characteristic directness, then you will need partners who can support and amplify your natural abilities. I volunteer to assist with your training, and I believe Hermione would say the same. Over the following days, as news of Harry's intelligence spread through appropriate channels in the international magical community, the response was both swift and comprehensive. Teams of expert investigators confirmed that Pettigrew and Sirius Black had indeed escaped from their respective prisons, and evidence suggested that other known dark wizards were also beginning to congregate in locations that had been associated with Voldemort's activities during the previous war. Most significantly, the international magical community responded to the threat with a level of coordination and competence that stood in sharp contrast to the insular and reactive approach that had characterized British magical society during Voldemort's previous rise to power. Instead of denial, secrecy, and institutional paralysis, the response was characterized by information sharing, strategic planning, and the marshalling of resources from magical institutions throughout Europe and beyond. Harry found himself at the center of this response, not as a helpless child to be protected, but as a valuable contributor whose unique abilities and intelligence were essential to understanding and countering the growing threat. His professors at Beauxbatons began providing him with advanced training in mental defense, surveillance techniques, and the theoretical foundations of combating dark magic. Most importantly, Harry was no longer alone in facing the legacy of his connection to Voldemort. He had Hermione's analytical brilliance supporting him through their magical link, Fleur's intuitive understanding of magical resonance amplifying his abilities, and the full resources of the international magical community backing his efforts to gather intelligence and prepare for the confrontation that seemed increasingly inevitable. As Harry stood at his dormitory window that evening, looking out over the snow-covered peaks that surrounded Beauxbatons Academy, he reflected on how completely his understanding of his role in the magical world had been transformed. Instead of being a frightened victim waiting for others to determine his fate, he had become an active participant in shaping the response to Voldemort's return. The scar on his forehead, which had once been simply a reminder of trauma and loss, was now a tool that could be used to gather vital intelligence about the enemy's plans and activities. His magical abilities, which had once been a source of shame and fear, were now recognized as valuable assets in the fight against dark magic. Most importantly, Harry Potter was no longer fighting alone. He had found his place in a community of magical scholars and defenders who valued his contributions and supported his development as both a wizard and a person. The future remained uncertain and potentially dangerous, but Harry faced it with confidence, preparation, and the knowledge that he was surrounded by people who believed in his ability to succeed. The war against Voldemort was beginning again, but this time the forces of light were ready for it. The ancient stones of Ravenclaw Tower seemed to pulse with malevolent energy as Harry crouched in the shadows of the Room of Requirement, his enhanced magical senses recoiling from the corrupted aura that surrounded the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. Through his connection to Voldemort, he had witnessed the Dark Lord's memories of hiding the precious artifact in this very room decades earlier, when he had been nothing more than Tom Riddle seeking to impress the Hogwarts faculty with his scholarly pursuits. Now, nearly 2 years after his first vision of Pettigrew's escape, Harry had developed his surveillance abilities to a level that amazed even his professors at Beauxbatons. Working with Fleur Delacour and maintaining constant magical communication with Hermione Granger, he had become the primary intelligence source for the International Confederation's efforts to track and counter Voldemort's growing network of supporters. The diadem itself was a thing of terrible beauty, its sapphire surface gleaming with an inner light that spoke of centuries of accumulated magical knowledge. But underneath that ancient wisdom lay something far more sinister, a darkness that seemed to writhe and pulse with its own malevolent consciousness. Harry's enhanced magical perception allowed him to see the soul fragment that Voldemort had embedded within the artifact, a piece of the Dark Lord's essence that had been feeding on the diadem's accumulated power for decades. Fleur materialized beside him with the fluid grace that came from months of advanced stealth training, her Veela heritage allowing her to move through magical environments without disturbing their inherent energy patterns. Her ability to sense corrupted magic had proven invaluable in their hunt for Voldemort's hidden anchors to life, and her expression of disgust as she examined the diadem confirmed Harry's assessment of its tainted nature. "Mon Dieu," she whispered, her accented English barely audible even in the silence of the hidden room. "The corruption is worse than anything we have encountered before. This artifact has been feeding on the magical resonance of Hogwarts itself, growing stronger with each passing year." Harry nodded grimly, remembering the research that Hermione had shared about the theoretical foundations underlying what she had termed soul magic. The concept of splitting one's soul and embedding fragments in physical objects was so fundamentally dark that most magical cultures refused to acknowledge its existence. But the evidence they had gathered over the past months painted a clear picture of Voldemort's strategy for achieving immortality. The diadem represents our best opportunity to understand how these artifacts can be safely destroyed, Harry said quietly, pulling out the specialized magical instruments that Bill Weasley had provided for their mission. If we can document the process of neutralizing the soul fragment without damaging the underlying magical structure, we'll have a template for dealing with the remaining anchors. Bill Weasley himself emerged from the shadows near the room's entrance, his expertise in curse-breaking and magical artifact analysis making him an invaluable addition to their team. Unlike his younger brothers who remained trapped in the educational mediocrity of Hogwarts, Bill had recognized the superior training opportunities available through international magical institutions and had transferred his advanced studies to specialized programs in Egypt and France. The protective spells surrounding this artifact are more sophisticated than anything I've encountered in professional curse-breaking, Bill announced, his magical instruments registering energy patterns that defied conventional analysis. Whoever created this abomination possessed an understanding of dark magic that goes far beyond simple spell casting. As the team began the delicate process of analyzing and neutralizing the corrupted diadem, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary allies who had joined their cause over the past months. In addition to Bill Weasley, they had been joined by Neville Longbottom, whose transfer to Beauxbaton had revealed magical abilities that had been completely suppressed by the inadequate education he had received at Hogwarts. Neville's grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, had recognized the superior educational opportunities available at international magical institutions after conducting her own investigation into Harry's dramatic rejection of British magical society. Her decision to withdraw Neville from Hogwarts and enroll him at Beauxbaton had scandalized traditional British magical families, but the results spoke for themselves. Under the guidance of competent professors who recognized his particular talents, Neville had developed into a formidable magical combatant with specialized expertise in herbology and environmental magic. His ability to commune with magical plants and manipulate natural magical energies complemented the team's existing capabilities perfectly, and his quiet determination provided emotional stability that balanced Harry's intensity and Fleur's passionate brilliance. The process of neutralizing the diadem required several hours of careful magical work, with each team member contributing their particular expertise to the complex, theoretical, and practical challenges involved. Harry's connection to Voldemort allowed him to monitor the soul fragment's responses to their efforts, while Fleur's sensitivity to magical corruption guided their approach to separating the dark magic from the underlying artifact. Bill's curse-breaking skills proved essential for dismantling the protective spells that Voldemort had layered around the soul fragment, while Neville's environmental magic helped to contain and neutralize the dark energies that were released during the process. Most importantly, Hermione's theoretical analysis, communicated through her enhanced magical link with Harry, provided the mathematical framework that made their success possible. The moment of final neutralization was both dramatic and strangely anticlimactic. As the last protective spell fell away and the soul fragment was exposed to their combined magical assault, it let out a shriek of rage and despair that seemed to echo through dimensions beyond the physical world. The diadem itself glowed with brilliant silver light as centuries of accumulated corruption were burned away, leaving behind an artifact that radiated the pure wisdom and knowledge that Rowena Ravenclaw had originally imbued within it. Harry felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he carefully placed the cleansed diadem into a protective container that would preserve it for eventual return to its rightful place in magical history. They had successfully destroyed one of Voldemort's anchors to life, while simultaneously preserving a priceless magical artifact that represented the best traditions of magical scholarship. More importantly, they had demonstrated that Voldemort's strategy for achieving immortality wasn't invincible. The soul fragments could be located analyzed and destroyed by wizards who possessed the proper combination of theoretical knowledge, practical skills, and moral determination. The Dark Lord's greatest strength was also a fundamental weakness that could be exploited by those who understood the underlying magical principles. As the team prepared to leave Hogwarts with their prize, they were joined by Victor Krum, whose arrival marked another significant expansion of their international alliance. The young Bulgarian wizard had distinguished himself at Durmstrang Institute not only as an exceptional Quidditch player, but also as a serious student of defensive magic and magical theory. Victor's decision to join their cause had been motivated partly by intellectual curiosity about the magical phenomena they were investigating, and partly by his recognition that Voldemort's return to power would threaten the stability of the entire international magical community. His expertise in Durmstrang's traditional approaches to combating dark magic provided yet another perspective on the theoretical and practical challenges they faced. "Greetings," Victor said in his heavily accented English as he approached their group, his expression serious but not unfriendly. "I have come as promised to assist with your research into Zese dark artifacts. My professors at Durmstrang have provided me with specialized knowledge that may be useful for understanding the magical theory behind this soul magic." Harry welcomed Victor to their team with genuine enthusiasm, recognizing that the Bulgarian wizard's different educational background and cultural perspective would strengthen their collaborative efforts. The international approach to combating Voldemort was proving far more effective than the insular strategies that had characterized British magical society's response to previous dark wizard threats. Over the following weeks, as the expanded team analyzed their findings from the Diadem mission and planned their approach to locating the remaining soul fragments, Harry's visions through his connection to Voldemort became increasingly detailed and disturbing. The Dark Lord was growing stronger with each passing month, gathering supporters and resources for what appeared to be a comprehensive assault on the established magical order. Most troubling were the visions that revealed Voldemort's awareness of Harry's intelligence-gathering activities. The connection that had allowed Harry to observe the Dark Lord's plans was beginning to work in both directions, giving Voldemort glimpses of the international alliance that was forming to oppose him. The cat-and-mouse game between surveillance and counter-surveillance was escalating rapidly, and Harry knew that direct confrontation was becoming increasingly inevitable. During one particularly vivid vision, Harry witnessed Voldemort's meeting with a gathering of dark wizards in what appeared to be the ruins of an ancient castle somewhere in the mountains of Eastern Europe. The assembled figures represented the most dangerous magical criminals from across the continent, wizards who had been drawn to Voldemort's cause by the promise of power and the opportunity to overthrow the international magical order. But what disturbed Harry most about this particular vision was Voldemort's explicit discussion of strategies for exploiting Harry's magical connection. The Dark Lord had clearly recognized that Harry's surveillance activities posed a significant threat to his plans, and he was developing countermeasures that could potentially turn Harry's greatest asset into a fatal vulnerability. "Harry," Hermione's voice reached him through their magical communication link, her tone tight with urgency. "I've been analyzing the magical resonance patterns you described from your latest vision, and I think Voldemort is preparing to use your connection to launch some kind of mental attack. You need to strengthen your occlumency defenses immediately." The warning came just in time. That evening, as Harry attempted to use his connection to gather intelligence about Voldemort's next move, he suddenly found himself under direct magical assault. Instead of simply observing the Dark Lord's activities, Harry discovered that Voldemort was actively attempting to invade his mind, seeking to gather intelligence about the international alliance and to plant false memories that could compromise their mission. The attack was unlike anything Harry had experienced before, a focused assault on his mental defenses that threatened to overwhelm even the advanced occlumency training he had received at Beauxbaton. Voldemort's consciousness pressed against Harry's mind like a tide of darkness, seeking weak points and exploiting every moment of uncertainty or fear. But Harry was no longer the isolated and vulnerable child who had once faced such threats alone. Fleur appeared at his side within moments of the attack beginning, her own magical abilities harmonizing with his to create a defensive barrier that Voldemort had not anticipated. The golden light that had always appeared when Harry and Hermione worked together now manifested as a protective shield that seemed to burn away the dark magic attempting to invade Harry's consciousness. Neville and Bill joined the defense almost immediately, adding their own magical energies to the protective framework that surrounded Harry. Victor arrived moments later, his expertise in Durmstrang defensive techniques providing additional layers of protection that further confused and frustrated Voldemort's assault. Most remarkably, Hermione's presence became tangible through their enhanced magical connection, her analytical brilliance manifesting as a sword of pure logic that cut through Voldemort's mental deceptions and exposed the Dark Lord's strategies for the crude manipulations they actually were. The coordinated defense was more than Voldemort had bargained for, and Harry felt the Dark Lord's consciousness recoil in surprise and anger as his mental assault was not only repelled, but turned back on him. For the first time in their strange relationship, Harry was able to use their connection offensively, gathering intelligence about Voldemort's location, supporters, and immediate plans, while the Dark Lord was distracted by the unexpected resistance he had encountered. When the mental battle finally ended, with Voldemort withdrawing to reassess his strategies, Harry found himself surrounded by friends whose magical energies had become so intertwined with his own that he could feel their presence even when they were physically distant. The attack had forced them to reveal the full extent of their collaborative magical abilities, but it had also demonstrated that their combined power was more than sufficient to stand against even Voldemort's most sophisticated assaults. Over the following days, as the team analyzed what they had learned from both the Diadem mission and Voldemort's failed mental attack, a clearer picture began to emerge of the Dark Lord's overall strategy. He was not simply seeking to return to his previous position of power within British magical society. He was planning a comprehensive assault on the international magical order itself, using Britain as a base of operations for expanding his influence throughout Europe and beyond. Most significantly, Harry's successful resistance to Voldemort's mental attack had revealed the locations of several additional soul fragments, information that the Dark Lord had been unable to conceal during his moment of distraction and vulnerability. The team now had specific intelligence about artifacts hidden in locations ranging from a cave by the sea to a vault in the depths of Gringotts Bank. Fleur studied the intelligence they had gathered with the analytical precision that made her such a valuable research partner. If we can locate and destroy the remaining soul fragments before Voldemort realizes that his attack, as compromised, is secrets, she observed, we may be able to eliminate his anchors to life before he can take adequate defensive measures. Bill nodded his agreement, his curse-breaking expertise already focused on the practical challenges of accessing heavily protected magical locations. The vault in Gringotts will require careful negotiation with the goblins, but they have no love for dark wizards who threaten the stability of their financial operations. The cave location will present different challenges, but nothing that proper preparation cannot overcome. Neville's contribution was characteristically thoughtful and strategic. We should also consider the possibility that Voldemort will attempt to create additional soul fragments once he realizes that we're systematically destroying his existing anchors. Our mission needs to include preventing him from expanding his immortality strategy as well as eliminating his current defenses against death. Victor's perspective reflected Durmstrang's traditional emphasis on direct action and decisive resolution. They have the intelligence, they have the abilities, and they have the support of the international magical community. The time for defensive measures is ending. Soon we must take the fight directly to this Dark Lord and finish what should have been completed years ago. As Harry looked around at his assembled allies, wizards from different countries and magical traditions who had united in their determination to oppose Voldemort's return to power, he felt a profound sense of confidence about their chances for success. They were no longer simply reacting to the Dark Lord's initiatives. They had become proactive hunters whose combined abilities exceeded anything Voldemort had previously encountered. The war against Voldemort was entering a new phase, one in which the forces of light would take the offensive and force the Dark Lord to respond to their strategies rather than the reverse. Harry Potter was no longer the frightened victim of prophecy and circumstance. He had become the leader of an international alliance whose magical capabilities and moral determination made them more than a match for any dark wizard, regardless of his claims to immortality. The hunt for the remaining soul fragments would continue, but Harry now approached that mission with the confidence of someone who had faced Voldemort's most sophisticated attacks and emerged victorious. The golden light that connected him to his closest allies had proven stronger than any dark magic, and that light would guide them to final victory over the forces that threatened the magical world's peace and security. The emergency assembly chamber at the International Confederation of Wizards headquarters in Geneva hummed with tension as representatives from magical communities across Europe gathered to address the growing crisis. Harry Potter stood at the center of the vast circular hall, no longer the frightened 8-year-old who had fled Privet Drive, but a confident young wizard whose intelligence and magical abilities had earned him the respect of the most senior magical officials on the continent. The past 3 years had transformed Harry from a victim of circumstance into a leader whose insights and strategic thinking had proven invaluable in the escalating conflict with Voldemort. His successful identification and destruction of multiple soul fragments, combined with his unique ability to gather intelligence through his connection to the Dark Lord, had made him an essential figure in the international magical community's response to the renewed threat. At Harry's side stood his closest allies, the remarkable young wizards who had become his partners in both scholarship and combat. Hermione Granger, now 13 years old and widely recognized as the most brilliant theoretical magical mind of her generation, had completed her education at a prestigious London academy while maintaining her collaborative research with Harry through their enhanced magical connection. Fleur Delacour, whose Vela heritage and exceptional magical abilities had made her an invaluable contributor to their mission, represented the best of Beauxbatons Academy's tradition of international cooperation and scholarly excellence. Victor Krum, whose expertise in Durmstrang's combat magic complemented their more theoretical approaches, had brought with him intelligence about dark wizard activities throughout Eastern Europe. The reason for today's emergency assembly was simple and terrifying. After months of careful intelligence gathering and strategic patience, Albus Dumbledore had finally made his move to reclaim control over the war against Voldemort, and his actions threatened to undermine everything that the international magical community had accomplished. Madame Maxime, representing the International Education Consortium, addressed the assembly with the gravity befitting the crisis they faced. "Esteemed colleagues," she began, her voice carrying clearly through the magical amplification systems built into the chamber. "We are gathered today because the British magical establishment, led by Albus Dumbledore, has taken actions that directly threaten the safety and security of young wizards under international protection." The hall fell silent as Madame Maxime continued her presentation, laying out a pattern of escalating interference and attempted manipulation that painted a disturbing picture of Dumbledore's desperation to maintain control over Harry Potter and the broader conflict with Voldemort. 3 days earlier, Dumbledore had arrived at Beauxbatons Academy, accompanied by a contingent of British ministry officials, claiming legal authority to remove Harry from international protection and return him to British custody.